No guarantee there. Very strange that I don't know if he tried to come inside that. Definitely didn't need to. There was such a small margin of error. You'd think he would have stayed middle table. So maybe just a misjudgment from Cole. It's cost him the frame.
Yeah, you can't have been playing that positional shot with that little to play for. He must have been playing centre table, as you say. Just leave an angle on the ball, bottom right, and then naturally come over. Careless that, because such a good chance. A couple of good chances in that frame. And you can see this is the kind of character he is. He likes to get on with the game. Happy just to concede that frame. Obviously, there's no way Sean was missing the black there, but some players would nonetheless have made their opponent play it. Cole just wants to go. It's one of those players where things can multiply in both directions. Gets on a run, he can look amazing, but a couple of things start going against him. You certainly see it written all over his face. First of 2 Pro Series events this weekend. Second one will be underway tomorrow. Pro Series 1 will be playing down to a final tomorrow night.
So as mentioned, over this weekend we're streaming across the 2 platforms. We'll be on the Ultimate Pool app. We're also going to be on YouTube for the entire weekend. We've got a lot of great games coming up on this one. And there's also 3 other tables that have cameras on them. They are all going to be recorded, and we can head across to those tables at any time. So if there's any good action worth watching, we'll keep an eye on that and head across those tables once we get a natural break.
Similar equation to the last frame. Cole's worked a chance. Again, you look at this position and think this is pretty nice. Cole should be coming into this with a decent amount of confidence. Winner of the last Ultimate Pool event, his maiden title at the British Open a few weeks back. Big moment that really for Cole, because he got off to a pretty bad start on the Pro Series last season. I was talking about potentially dropping off the series at one point. Then had a semi-final at event 7, that seemed to kick him off, and then suddenly since then it's been a different player we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a breakthrough moment for Cole. He's won some fairly big tour events and obviously had some, lifted some trophies at junior level, but that really was a big moment. That was probably one of the biggest titles that he has lifted, certainly at pro level. So that kind of monkeys off his back now, and expect him to do good things throughout this year in this field. He was a very, very dangerous player. Maybe just a little bit of inconsistency there, but it's not a player that you relish seeing in your draw. Capable of beating anyone on his day, and in a whirlwind, really. I mean, the way he plays, he's so quick. You just saw it in that frame there. He just fairly runs around the table. Very expressive player.
The ability's never been in doubt, had it? It's just that consistency, as you say. The British Open win was a good one, though, because it was a long format tournament with some serious players in. It wasn't like it was some sort of quick format where he was winning short races. He had to grind his way through that. The tournament was all about consistency. Sean Ash, a newcomer to the pro ranks, joined the challenger ranks midway through last season. He missed the first couple of events, then joined for the first weekend, the third weekend. Got a runners-up spot first time out. Enough with a couple of other results later on in the season to get his promotion into these pro ranks. And the player that sort of feels like he's in a hurry. He's arrived in a whirlwind, plays the game in a very quick attacking way. In a way, quite similar players in terms of how they get about it. They both have a very positive style.
Yeah, Sean obviously new to the pro ranks this year, but if you follow Paul, you'll certainly be familiar with him. He hails from the Birmingham area and played in a lot of money matches in the past. He's certainly has no fear. Played for some fairly sizable pots as well. See the players just noticing the ball is just getting stuck in the heart of that right hand corner pocket. Shouldn't cause him any problems. Worth keeping out. Key to the frame. A few different ways of playing it. Yeah, that's not ideal at all. That's about the worst angle he could have got, actually. He's trying to hold it just a bit thinner. Probably going to have to go to top corner now, and does. But that was always the danger. He was going to find it really difficult with that angle. Couldn't play it to middle because he was losing the cue ball to the top left of the table. Ooh, that red. He was tracking towards the corner. I think it was going in, but this can often happen. Oh no, it was just going to the bottom knuckle, but this can often happen. The cue ball gets in the way and gives Cole another golden chance.
Yeah, he's going to like what he's seen so far. It's a decent chance in every one of the 3 frames as Cole comes to the table with the ball sat really nice. That all just multiplied up a bit for Sean. He got off to a good start in that frame, but then just slipped out of position. His last 3 shots, it was just getting harder and harder. Just the simple stuff here. You can see the pace he goes at. No shot clock here, but forgive him for thinking we were playing with the 15-second shot clock. Cole was taking no time whatsoever. Could so easily have been 3-0, but Cole will be relieved. He is ahead, 2-1 now. You do feel like he's one of those players that getting off to a good start is kind of important, both in the match and in the tournament as a whole. He won the last event. If he can just keep those good memories flowing, just turn up, start winning a few matches in this one, he'll firmly believe he's right in it. 64-man pro field for this pro series. I think that's a good number of pros. We've experimented with different amounts over the last few seasons of Ultimate Pool. We've had a couple of smaller fields in the early days, then suddenly got very big. I think 64 kind of feels like the right number for this event. This could be the first time we'll see him straight in after the break. He's had sort of counter-attack chances in the last 3 frames. This is by no means a bad chance again. More traffic obviously because there's still some yellows on the table, but all the reds have a pocket. And that was a good nudge. The fact he could hold on that yellow meant that he could just keep a nice angle on the balls at the top of the table. Try and take out the balls at the top and then work his way down. Landed nicely bottom right, so we'll now go for that one first. Same difference really. Leave the ball below the 8 ball. This is the last red ball. This is why he's such a popular player to watch, because this is all happening so fast. There's a lot happening when you watch Cole play. It's not just the speed around the table, which is something in itself, but a busy player gives a lot away with facial expressions, which makes it all the more entertaining. Fundamentally though, a very good cueist. It sometimes gets a bit lost when you see all the other stuff that's happening. Hits the ball really well. Just left himself a bit to do on that one. I wasn't expecting him to miss it, but that was the first shot in that break that he could miss. Now this is the reverse of what we've seen in the previous 3 frames. It was Cole coming in with a decent counter-attack chance. This time, Sean up to the table. Just his set of yellow balls remaining. He's pausing because he's just got to think about what he does with the 2 balls clustered together near the left centre. They're the only ones that don't have a natural pocket. He can drop short side and play them top right, but he doesn't have a lot of room to play with there. And that's not what he wanted at all. Too close to the yellow that the cue ball's next to. Straight and hampered to the ball to the bottom left. So just had to sacrifice for making the pot there. Couldn't really play any kind of position. So who's he going to go here? I think maybe just have to take the outside one long, and then that will open everything else up. So I think he can. Oh, he does think he can just sneak the top one in the middle. Yellow, which is why it wasn't the ideal route, because he was never going to guarantee what this angle was. The cue balls are 2 inches further to the right, or now, as we look at it from this angle, 2 inches lower. It would have been all over and he'd have played the last 2 balls. He's just got a hair of angle the wrong way. Oh, played that well. Had to embrace playing with a bit more angle. Just able to miss the 8 ball as he came round the angles for it. Great shot in the end. So, quick counter clearance, as has been the tale of the whole match so far. Cole Bedford, good chance to be ahead in this match. Good chance to be 3-0 up. Good chance there to be 3-1 up. Sean's hanging on in there though. Nothing to choose between the players after the first 4.
So 2 frames each. It is actually a race to 8. So a well-balanced game so far. Sean to break in frame 5.
Often you see in the Pro Series matches tied at 2 apiece, where it's been all first visit clearances, and the other guy will say, well, I didn't have chances in the 2 frames that I lost. This hasn't been that match at all. Quite a lot of chances flying back and forth.
You just saw the hand go up, a little bit of frustration there from Sean. That was just because that yellow and 8 ball have come together on that right hand side cushion, which makes his clearance so much more difficult. Just got a little flick off the other yellow and landed in behind the 8. It's actually a tricky little cluster to get into as well, because of where the 2 reds are at this end of the table and the yellow that's just on that white line. Those are a couple of balls that you might want to try and use to develop. That's a very good shot. Has it come out? Oh, it's a bit ugly. He's got a tricky one to top left. He's got a plant to middle. Does this pass? No, it was the plant. Navigates that well.
Played that plant like it's hanging over the pocket, but plenty of distance between the 2 balls. That was a really good shot, as you say. Even though it looked like there were other yellows around that corner pocket, none of them were easy to get onto. So he had to take the chance of that one to the middle. He had to make an angle that wasn't quite there. In fact, they've split out really nicely. Didn't need to move them too far, just open them up enough. And this one down the rail, cue ball naturally coming back out again.
So over on the main table, which is on the ultimate pool app, Tom Cousins is opening his account against Andy Williams, 2 Welshmen doing battle. And currently Tom Cousins 2-0 ahead. Business as usual for Tom. And that's a really tidy clearance with that. Very nice little split out from Sean to develop what was a bit of a tough table. And he takes a lead 3 frames to 2.
Race to 8 obviously gives a bit more headroom for Cole. The frustration here is just going to be the fact that he could have been well ahead already in this match. He's somebody that lets it affect him, but at the same time it doesn't, if that makes sense. He looks like he's frustrated by things that happen, but he's very good at playing through it. I guess because there's always quite a bit of drama going on in his matches. It's not something that's ever a big deal. He might look disappointed, but he's not going to let his level drop. Certainly, over the course of the second half of last season, that kind of mental resilience was definitely something that was noticeably improved in his game. Plenty of power into that break. Not a bad outcome. No major clusters to deal with, so just pluck the balls off. Come round that yellow. The frustration is that he didn't want to bump into it. Still pots, but it's now a harder next shot than he would have had. That's that much harder from his facial expression. He felt like he'd left it such that it only went to the corner, but it went to the middle. Very routine. Players have got better at playing those balls up the rails. When these Rasson tables were new, people were treating them with quite a lot of caution down the rails. Felt confident there. He's playing on this table quite a bit now. He knew what pace he could play at and still make the pot. Although, made the pot, but the ball's still in the pocket.
Yeah. The table, the pocket probably just needs a little adjustment. Ball getting stuck in there every time. It's an awkward 8-ball to get on. Just needs to judge this pace right. Yeah, didn't try and do too much. That's a really good shot. There's a lot of traffic. Could have easily gone wrong. There's clearance from Cole. Levels things up at 3 frames each.
A good clearance as well in the situation he was in, where he had good chances to be ahead. It would have been easy to get frustrated. Channeled the frustration in the right way. Gave that last break a bit extra. Good clearance to follow from there. Match proceeding at a lively rate, as we firmly expected it to. 6 frames in the books, 3 on each side of the scoreboard. Big guy, Sean Ash, imposing presence at the table. Very effortless power as he gets down for this break.
Yeah, he's a big fella. It's not often I have to look up to people, but I was looking up to him. I'm about 6'4", 6'5", and I've got to look up. He's 6'7", 6'8", I would say. Same unit. A lot of power behind that break. Again, another awkward little one here, just with the 8-ball tied up again. interesting. He's gone for reds here. Maybe looking to see if he can take the red and just glance the 8-ball on the way through. That was a tougher shot. I thought he may try and go for yellows and then play the yellow that's just above the 8 off the 8-ball to open it up. Cole's seen it slightly differently. I guess he just prefers the pattern this way, but this is a tough shot. He's not behind it. It's a much easier if you're right behind them and in line. Just needs to glance the 8. That's a very good shot. I think the 8 might. I think it's still potable. Can get to the potting. Oh no, maybe not. Doesn't like it. No. There you go. You see now. Still got chances though. I mean, this isn't too difficult. I mean, Cole, you'll always see that kind of expression from him. But if you can land with an angle on the one that's just to the left of the 8-ball, he can come up and just glance that yellow out the way. He could even leave that as his last shot. I think he has to leave it. It's going to come down, and I quite like this actually, because if this does go wrong, then he's still got that recovery ball at the top of the table. But he's landed with the perfect angle here. It's the better way, because if he doesn't, if he hadn't landed on the 8 there, this is a recovery ball. Now in hindsight, he wishes he'd taken this red first. So now he still has to get on the 8, but it shouldn't provide any problems. Again, just taking his medicine, leaving a longer 8-ball, slightly hampered by the cushion. So he's just showing his frustration again, but it's pretty much dead straight. So he won't be able to play it with too much pace. He's just making sure that the nap is all facing the same way as those when the nap is just raised slightly as you play across, and the ball can just veer slightly. He knew he was going to be playing that one gently, so it just shows good professionalism, just understanding the table dynamics. This one, there is no match clock on this table, but it's still going at a fair lick mark.
Yes, I mean, it's exactly the match you want, isn't it, on this table, if you're not going to have a shot clock. These two players play there, they're playing under a 15-second shot clock, or at least Cole certainly does.
All one-way traffic across on the main arena table. Tom Cousins 4-0 up against Andy Williams.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's some break. If that yellow goes to the left centre, this is going to be another very quick frame.
Looking from the overhead, it does. Well, he's already played it.
And that was nice as well. The ball that was going to be hard to get on was the one that he's played for now. In fact, he can just run this in, cue ball forward a few inches.
Yep.
You can see a good angle there. This thing that he always does of queuing up to the right of the cue ball and then finds the centre at the point of impact.
Quite incredible the way he does that. Always addresses the cue ball on the right, but then the cue action brings the cue back to the centre. I think it's going to be left with a slightly tougher 8-ball here. He may have to play it long. Doesn't pass the middle. And he's tried to get across the play. Has he tried to play it to left centre? He must have done. I mean, surely that's where he was trying to get to play it long, as he just overhit that by a. I don't think it even goes to left centre. Yeah, he's telling you where he wanted it to be, I think. I mean, you can hold the pose as long as you want, Cole, it's not there. But if he was looking to do that, I mean, he's overhit it by a country mile, by a foot, because, really, it was just a little dink in. He only needed to come back 2 or 3 inches to leave himself a shot.
Well, especially as he was never going to get great on it. It was one of those ones he was kind of needing to take his medicine anyway, so he's got into this position. It's very frustrating. He's now left having to play almost a trick shot when it should have been a nice clear shot. It's never going to be an easy pot, but now it's very high tariff from here. This is where the lack of a shot clock is quite desirable, because he's able to just take a few moments to regroup. We see again that shot. I don't know if he was trying to screw back directly and maybe just came off the cushion, just added that little bit of extra pace. Overhit it considerably though.
He's going to struggle to find anything here. Trying to play it off the back of the red. And also trying to get that cue ball up onto the top cushion as well to leave it awkward for Sean. Sean's got options. He's got openers to either middle pocket.
And that could be a big moment. Momentum seems to have swung back towards Cole. Good chance to go 5-3 up. We've seen far more of Cole at the table. Now, Sean's got the choice either of the counter clearance, or if he feels like it's not ready to go for yet, he can play a safety. Doesn't really want to let Cole back at the table because that 8 ball's close enough to the pocket that it could be made even from a snooker. Decent enough pots. I'd ideally prefer not to have been on the cushion. So, don't know whether played as a shot to nothing or as a pure snooker, but it's after one cushion escape here. Cole was always getting close to that. Cole's actually been a bit unlucky because he's left Sean on the ball that's going to be the hardest to get on. Go up long and then come back, take the difficult ball. Wow, so that got to pot it if you're going to do that. So the second frame we've seen conceded this match. This time it's Sean that throws the balls back in frustration.
Yeah, not often you see a conceded frame, but frustration showing through there. Goodness me, he's annoyed with that, and it is a big frame as well. Really is. You know, to draw level now, 2 behind. I mean, that's huge. Looks like Cole is just stepping out for a bathroom break. Probably well timed as well. Although these two do get on, you could see they shared a word there. But that's a well timed bathroom break, I reckon, because he's going to just let Sean sit there and stew on that one for a while, and stew on it he will, because he is livid.
Yeah, it's one thing if Cole just clears up at the first time of asking there, it's not so much of an issue. But the fact that he's had the chance.
Well, maybe Cole didn't. Like he was off. But no, he was just going to take a seat. Cole wouldn't do that, would he? Monster break again there. Just got no friends off of it, has he? He's just can't find the ball at the moment.
As we see another example of that queuing off to the side. When he addressed that ball, he looked so wide of the line. In the end, great pot. Harder clearance this than the previous one. It's got this ball that he's going to try and deal with. And again, it's taken his medicine nicely there. It would have been tempting to smash into that cluster and try and open things up more. He knew that he just needed to push the red out the way. Just done that by an inch. Just wanted to run the ball into the top right corner and then take the one top left, but probably coming down the table first. This all links together nicely now. Left to right centre, top right. Middle first, with the same difference. Positive way of playing that shot. You could have just drifted it in and come the other side of the red that he went behind. Trying to play it positive with the side. It's overdone it a bit, but still a nice clear pocket for this 8 ball.
And that kind of beds in that previous mistake from Sean in the last frame. Cole now with a 2-frame lead. always frustrating when you make a mistake like that, and then dry break on the next, and Cole makes a good clearance, and now the mistake's not cost you one but two. And Cole breaking in the next.
Throughout this match, he's looked the more likely player to be ahead, but there's just been moments where he could have let it slip, and that's why Sean's so frustrated with that previous frame. If he'd have got back onto level terms there, it could have been a wholly different position.
Of course, a 3-frame lead, shall I say, not 2. That's another dry one. So, chance for Sean. Little hand up there from Cole. Not quite sure why. I mean, there's nothing you can do about the leave on the table, but I suppose just saying, you could have left it better. There's 2 reds tied up, 2 yellows tied up. See the yellow at the top of the table in the bulk area as well. That one doesn't go. This is actually quite a tough layout. I think he's forced him to go in reds here, but I don't relish them at all. The 2 on the right hand side, to the right of the 8-ball, both have pockets, so it's just that one problem on the left cushion. He's tried to leave an angle here to come across and deal with that now, which he's got. That could have been better. Just double kissed the first red. He's not really left anything here. I don't think the red to the right of the cue ball passes to top right. He's not on anything down table, so he may be forced into a really ugly plant. Really needed to glance off the first red and into the second one, and then he was pretty much guaranteed to leave something, but he hit the second red and ended up double kissing it. That's a really nice plant though. Still a bit awkward. I don't think the red, the red obviously doesn't pass. Double between the 2 yellows. There's not much else. I think there is a line between the 2 yellows to the pocket. This is whether he can find that angle. Combination shot to middle isn't pretty. Nothing here will be licking his lips about, that's for sure.
Well, that will work. He needed to come up with a big shot, came up with a good double in the end. And now suddenly way back in position, because this red that he's about to play goes off the yellow to the right centre. That makes it a big pocket, so should be able to play good position onto the final red. That was a big double, because if that doesn't go in, the yellows were pretty good and could easily have been facing a 4-frame deficit.
Oh dear. I did not expect that. When he played the last shot, I thought he just left that slightly awkward. I didn't mention it because I thought he was still fine. It was just a little bit more awkward than it could have been. He's tried to break out the 2 yellows.
Yeah, neither player's been delighted with their last couple of efforts. These yellows were close to being a plant, but Cole obviously felt that it was not quite set, so he was being moved. You just feel the frustration from Sean. He was never going to give the frame away, but there was just a moment as he paused over the table. You could just feel him wanting to swipe the balls out the way. Just couldn't believe he'd missed that. Cole misses by a mile. Well, chances flying back and forth at the moment. Oh, that's not the best shot either.
This game is starting to liven up. it wasn't lively anyway. Yeah, I was like, bit of frustration in that one. Battered it in.
It's a crazy game, isn't it? Some of the balls would have been missed, and he smashes that 8 ball in like it's over the pocket. Big frame that though. Between 7-3 and it's now going to be 6-4. Still a couple behind, but Sean still in this match. He's still got his opponent a couple away from the winning post. Over to the main arena where we can see that Tom Cousins is doing what Tom Cousins does. 6-0 already against Andy Williams.
Yeah, not giving a chance to his fellow countryman, but here he is. That much needed chance. And looks like he's going to get himself on the board. But, things are happening pretty quickly here, so we don't get a lot of chance to stay with that. And that will be much more frustration for Sean. He's pulled it back to 2 frames. Just cannot get himself any kind of chances off the break. They're either dry or getting kicked in off. Very unlucky. And again, this is a very big frame, because if Sean can win it, getting back within 1, the pressure will be on Cole. A lot of traffic is the only saving grace for Sean here. Cole having to take his time working out how he wants to go about these. Bit of a mess, to say the least.
Drifting away, isn't it? You have a good chance at one frame and then let it slip. Have a more difficult one the next frame.
This little flick that just opens that pocket for 1. I'd love that red to travel another couple of inches, because I think it would have opened up both of those. Both those yellows that are just above the bulk line. I wonder if he can just drop this through. Yeah, he's looking again to see whether it goes. I'm fairly sure it won't pass that, the red. The bottom one of the 2 yellows, I mean. Well, Cole must think it does. If it does, I reckon he's only got half a pocket. Taking another look. Must be tight. Cue ball slightly hampered, so there's not much you can do with it here. So, as a result, he's going to take the one to middle first. So that leaves him a better angle to come down table. If he'd taken the one to top corner first, then we've had a problem leaving the right angle to get down table from the one on the middle. It's the 4th time he's taken a look at it. No. And therein lies the problem. If you do have just half a pocket, you really want to be playing at pocket weight to give it the best chance, but he couldn't. And to hit it with a bit of pace to get the cue ball out. And even then, he was in no man's land, even if he made the pot.
He's just been on the edge of playing really well, hasn't he? This whole match, like just moments of brilliance, but then just a couple of loose ones creeping in. It's one of those first round matches that if you go on to win it, you can put it out of your mind, but whichever of the players loses the moment, frankly, it's going to feel like they had a good chance to win.
So, as the chat box has already noticed, there's no shot clock on this table, and they're kicking off because the players are too slow, despite the fact they've played. Well, we're in frame 11, and they've been playing for 40 minutes. I don't know how much quicker they need to be.
Also,
as soon as they take 15 seconds to think about a shot, everyone's complaining.
Also, as a point of reference, the main arena table, which does have a shot clock on, is only 6 frames in.
Exactly, yeah. They played 6 frames, and we're in frame 11.
Yeah, I mean, I think it will be a valid concern with some players. It's definitely not from the way we've seen this match play.
Sure. Well, he's not left much. I think he knew he wasn't leaving much as well. But
it's been an entertaining match, this, hasn't it?
yeah,
Been some good moments and some hard to rationalise moments. .64 players in this Pro Series, so a straight last 64 draw. Very much the case that you just need to get through these early rounds. We'll be playing 3 rounds of this Pro Series event today, so we'll be down to a quarter-final once the day is done.
it's great to have this this new edition, this YouTube stream for this event. Last year, obviously, everything was behind the paywall, so it's great to have the second stream. So it's going to be great coverage over this weekend. We're going to be live on YouTube right the way through to Sunday. We've got some great matches coming up on this table. Also, we're going to televise all of the finals: the ladies' finals, the challenger finals, disability finals. I think even the next generation, the youngsters, their finals going to be on here as well. So absolutely fantastic. Don't forget that there is also coverage on the Ultimate Pool app, and do have a promo code if you wish to watch that action over the weekend. I'm not quite sure what the promo code is yet, but very shortly I will get it for you.
Well, you'd have to say some of the mistakes that have been made in this match. Sean Ash has got to be pretty happy to only be a single frame behind. A couple of moments where it looked like Cole was threatening to run away with it. Sean's played some good stuff, but he's picked up a few scraps that have been thrown to him as well.
TC at the table in what could be the deciding frame for him to get him across the line in this first round match. Just noticing the comments on the chat. Just also remember that on YouTube you can change the resolution. So if you click on the screen and press the cog, you can change the cog.
Right now, for the most part, it's been some good stuff, but it's been some good stuff with some careless moments thrown in. Chance now for Sean to get back on level terms, which is not something that looked like it was going to be the case. Really big frame, this. Not just the fact that he's going to get back on level terms if he wins it, but the message he sends to his opponent as well. I'm not saying that Cole would have come into this feeling overconfident, because he knows what a good player Sean is. He will have expected to win. He's the player coming in off the back of a Ultimate Pool Pro title at the last event. He is the higher ranked and more experienced player on the stage. But right now, Sean's getting enough chances and he's doing enough with them that he's hanging on in there. Taking these nicely, cue ball under good control. Another quick frame.
Yes, indeed, from 6-3 behind. Sean Ash levels things up at 6 each, and now it's just a race to 2.
This is where it starts to get a bit nervy, because at this level a race to 2 can happen very quickly. I'm not sure of getting many, if any, more chances.
I can tell you that next up on this table is going to be Matt Cook against John McAllister. A good matchup. Next up on the main arena table, Craig Waddingham against Jimmy Croxton. I can also tell you that on the other tables around the arena, Eddie Barker's 5-3 up against Hitan Patel. Ryan Bassani's 4-2 up against Christophe Lambert. And the ball gets kicked in, and what about this for a leave? Ian Alley's already beaten Dom Cooney. 8 frames to 2. Ben Dorval, new to the pro circuit, 4-3 up against Dylan Leary. Luke Gilbert, 7-5 up against the new pro Zach Cooper. Shane Thompson, 5-2 up against Cy Fitzsimmons. Christy Caulfield playing against Kyle O'Donoghue, back with the Irishman. Christy Caulfield's 4-3 up. Aidan Hughes, again another new pro for this year, 5-4 up against Carl Sutton. Liam White's already beaten David McQuillan. Neil Raybone's 4-3 up against Joe Prince. Clayton Castaldi, former world champion, is 6-2 up against Phil Parkin. Aaron Davis 4-2 up against Josh Jahaz.
It's going to be interesting to see the performance of the new pros. 15 new pros joining these ranks this season. Big names in there. Some are household names that viewers will be aware of, some aren't, but who have ground hard through a very difficult challenger field to earn that right.
This clearance suddenly became very awkward. He ran out of position on that last shot. He was trusting to luck. He's had a favourable cannon to get that red out into the open, but how do you land on the last one on the right hand side from here? There's a yellow on the top cushion, which is kind of in the line. I think he can just miss it, but then you're flirting with the pocket. Yeah, the yellow at the top is right in the middle of the natural line the cue ball would take. To say you can avoid it with side, but then you bring the pocket into play, and then you've got no chance of getting on that final red. Interesting to see what he does here. Yeah, that was always the danger, flirting with that yellow. And even if he'd have managed to find the line past the yellow, I'm not sure what he would have been on, because he would have been on the left hand side of the table. I think maybe he was hoping for a full ball contact or a double kiss and try and get lucky. There wasn't much he could do there, in fairness.
Business time now for Cole. Got to get his game head on here and make sure he going to give whoever gets there first that added cushion to get over the line. He's set much better, very little to do, just has to make sure he doesn't do anything silly.
Just finished a fraction low on that pocket, so I had to use the side cushion. Fairly elementary at this level. Cole Bedford nudges himself back into the lead, and you've got to say that's a fairly big advantage at this point. He's got the break in the next, he needs one more frame, he needs a good break, which neither player have particularly been doing so far. There's a couple of decent breaks by Cole early doors, but it's not been a classical performance from either players in terms of their break.
They've both hit the break pretty hard, but just goes to show what we keep saying. It's more about the control, the power into the pack. It's also obviously just an element of luck. Been a couple couple of breaks from both of them where they've had balls flying around and balls have just rested on the edges of pockets. See Cole putting his hand on the table and then throwing his body through so the cue goes up in the air.
What a mess.
Yeah, it's been a ball this time, but I love what he's greeted with. Reminder that you can't play yellow onto red, so in this situation, even though it's an open table, he can't play the yellow and the red as a plant to open things up. You've got to pot the ball that you hit first in order to be on that colour.
I wonder if you can get enough into the red. It's going to go yellows. I think he looked at the red that's kind of in the middle of those three to see if he could drag it back into it. He's going to play a lost turn shot here, just land on the yellow, play the plant. He needs to play it with enough pace to get the red away from the pocket. Yeah. He's second guessing himself now. It's definitely what he's played for. It's going to be a loss of turn. I need to get that cue ball further down the table. He's left the plant here for Sean. I think he's left him through the gap anyway. Need to get that cue ball much closer to the centre of the table. Maybe even behind those two yellows. You know, they present pretty big target there.
Might play to his advantage. He's not got that shot quite right, but it's not a great position nonetheless for Sean. Cole would necessarily mind if he was to go for it, so it depends on whether he gets them or not.
Oh, that's a great shot. Just open up everything.
Yeah, and it's not just the fact that he's opened up the top of the table, but bumping that ball bottom left is so useful, because now it means the one at the bottom of the table is much easier to get on and get off again, so that's really changed this pattern.
Yeah, offers that link. He's got a lot of angle on this one at the top, though. He would have loved to have been a bit straighter. He could have cleared up both of these in bulk, but I think he's going to have to play this and screw down through the middle of the table and come back up. Did he want to hit that red? That's okay. He just needs to think about the angle he leaves on his last ball. You can basically pick your line from where he is here. Should be a formality, but there's some pressure here. He doesn't go too far up the table. I was going to say, he's going to be playing it towards that top right pocket. So just take your medicine, and bulk line would have been the target. So we are going to a decider.
It's like playing 9-ball, isn't it? Go around and check the pocket's empty.
Yeah.
Been a few balls stuck in there.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll resolve that. It's funny, it's only that pocket.
Well, it's a match that consistently Cole has been ahead and has had chances to go further ahead, but 14 frames, nothing to choose between them. At this level, a deciding frame really can go either way. It's pretty much a coin flip now for the match. This will be a tough loss, won't it, for whoever loses this match, because they've both had plenty of chances.
Absolutely. Yeah, sure. Cole would have felt absolutely comfortable at 6-3 ahead. And, I think at 6-3 he also had the break, didn't he? 6-4. To go, sorry, 7-3. Ash breaks the decider, and what a break that was. Oh my goodness, where's he landed here? Well, he's on the yellow, I think. He's got a yellow to middle, but it's not ideal at all. Got some serious power. Look at the split. Oh, yellows are pretty ugly on second glance, aren't they? You've got the yellow. Yes, that left side cushion doesn't go. Red's covering. If he plays this to middle, then he's got. Could he play? Can he take on reds here? Can he play the one he's closest to off the cushion and plant the one in down to the bottom left? Does that open up the table a bit more? I know reds have still got a couple of problems, but surely they're easier than yellows.
Yeah, the yellow's horrible, aren't they? Does he go at all? Get play containing safety.
Oh yeah, there is that option. There is that option, but
Well, you don't want to, do you? In a decider, you feel like you might not get another chance. You'd rather ideally take the one that you've got. Not having a shot clock's very valuable here because he really wants to make sure this first shot is going to be so crucial. Just understanding what the situation is with the red and the yellow. Just the red be squeezed round that yellow bottom right. Obviously that's not a now issue, but he's just trying to understand which colour set he's targeting.
Yeah, that's quite important if that does squeeze past the yellow. I mean, my instinct says it doesn't. Just have a look at the overhead. No, it doesn't, does it?
It's also, the yellow's enough on the side of the pocket that it's not an easy combination shot either. I mean, this is all down the track because his immediate problem is he's stuck in this little corner of the table with very limited options.
Yeah, it's all about the percentages here. It's you know, which colour set gives you the best percentages. I think there's an opener on either, but yeah, you totally understand why he's done that.
Well, especially as it was a fairly guaranteed safety. It's different if you've not got an easy containing safety. This is why this is a very positive rule set, because you get a couple of these kind of shots played and then you lose the ability to play these containing safeties. Hard to imagine getting more than one more out of it.
Wow. Cole's got options here. It's not a great shot at all. He was trying to get that red back, the cue ball back in behind the red. Cole's got a yellow to centre. He's got the probably the red to middle or red to bottom corner. Definitely got options. I think he takes the one to centre and tries to do something with his bottom one at the same time. And what's he left? He's absolutely fine here, I think.
Yeah, if that yellow goes behind the red, this has turned out really nice.
The yellow over the pocket is just to the top side of the pocket. Yeah, you see the frustration from Cole. I thought initially it was okay, but we know a ball doesn't squeeze past there, so it's one of those, if he does play it, he's going to have to double kiss that yellow in. And there's no guarantee. He doesn't like it because he knows he's leaving the world if he doesn't get it. As you can see there, it's one of those, it would be easy to, I don't think, you know, the red's in the way of getting that yellow to the top side of the other yellow. You could glance it in, but the red's in the way of that angle, so you can only really get to the bottom side of the yellow that's over the pocket, which does him no good whatsoever. You may, oh, I don't know what you do here, really don't, because even if you take the one long, you've still got the problem of that ball at the bottom of the table that you're closest to now.
Yeah, it's a real dilemma because you don't really want to just orphan this ball at the bottom of the table, but if you try and move it and mess it up, then you're leaving the world. If you go for a shot at the top of the table, it's high tariff and then you've got to come back for it. He's concluded he can't really do anything good with the ball he's nearest, so he's going to have to go up the table.
He's going to cut this back. He is. Oh, a little glance on the red on the way past, but it didn't help it enough.
I mean, you could say it's not the worst miss. He was 100% trying to pot it, but it's one of those ones where the reds, again, not perfect. We know that the one bottom right isn't an easy combination and isn't an easy pot, so give Sean a bit of work to do.
You know, there's still some life left in this frame for sure. For sure.
You'd expect nothing less, would you, from a deciding frame? I've seen 14 for the most part, very quick frames, but this one they're going to have to grind out. I don't blame him at all for that. Loss of turn made a lot of sense. Chasing after a finish there wasn't a high percentage. And now the fact that Cole left that yellow at the bottom of the table is a real problem, because if he doesn't make something happen here, these reds are now pretty open.
That's no good. He was trying to get that in the mix. Didn't want it over the pocket, but he needed it in the mix. Some kind of blocker. Well, now he gets a chance to push one down there. Doesn't want it over the pocket. There's no way you can go for an out here. I think you have to just try and that yellow into the cushion and just bump it so it just covers the line of the two reds. You just need it down there. Over the pocket's no good because it leaves an easy loss of turn shot for Sean.
This is horrible, isn't it? It's outnumbered in terms of the number of balls as well, so it's just so easy for Sean to play tactical shots unless he gets this absolutely right. Perfect would be just over the pocket but a couple of inches away, so that it's not an easy loss of turn.
Oh, he's had a touch. He is, well, maybe not. Maybe not. I thought initially he's had a touch with that. We'll put some cover in front of the red, but he's got the long plant now. All about that ball that's next to the yellow. And I think you can get to the potting angle. You can get, yeah, from there you see, you can get to the potting angle to take it to the bottom right. So it's just about the order that he takes these in now.
This is just one of those clearances you've just got to hold yourself together. Just keep a clear head because you've got a lot of choices. Could be tempted to try and move that red. Could be tempted just to try and play a good position on it. A lot to think about. All the while in the knowledge that the match is there for the taking. I don't think he's been ahead at all in this match, has he, Sean? He's been playing catch up the whole way through.
No.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Cole should have won the first frame, shouldn't he? And then,
yeah,
ever since then. So decides to bump it out. Not had the best result though.
Does that pass the 8? Don't think it does. It might just squeeze past, but that may well cause him problems. And he's horribly thin on the one to bottom right, so he may have to take the one to middle. This is really awkward.
That was why it wasn't a no-brainer moving that ball. It felt so tempting. He's now going to have to bump it for a second time.
That's not... Well, now it probably does pass the 8 ball. He's having a look. I think it probably does.
Just heading into a classic deciding frame, isn't it? It's just nothing could be simple enough right now. That red you see on the overhead shot is in the pocket, so it would actually have been more helpful for him probably if it was hanging over the pocket. But
I think he's got to take this to... If he takes this to bottom right, it's the key to the frame. Takes, sorry, the bottom left, the one to the... Yeah, this one. Key to the frame, gets it.
And that was a good bit of cueing. That was in the whole way down, which is not easy when you're playing right past the middle pocket.
If he can get past the yellow to the one to the bottom left, he's okay. If he can only take the one to the middle, he's got the wrong angle. He could just hold the cue ball. It wasn't quite as big an angle as I thought. I think surely this one going the way of the Midlander, the man from Birmingham. He's had his back against the wall for the entire match, and that's the 3rd frame that's been conceded in this match. Been played in a very good manner between the two players. Really good game there, Mark.
Yeah, it was entertaining, wasn't it? With some great moments, with some careless ones as well. You'd have to say Sean's that's been a masterclass just in hanging on in there. Takes a good clearance in the last frame, but really Cole looked the more likely winner through so much of the match. So that's the first match in the books on this table. Matt Cook taking on John McAllister will be the next game. We'll take a short break and we'll be back with that one. Welcome back out into the arena for our second match of the day. Matt Cook takes on John Mallister. Mallister, the man at the table, one of the players of the season last time out. 2 wins last season. And the first Pro Series of 2024, so very keen to see if he can replicate that feat and do the same in 2025. Also won the Players' Championship. Matt Cook didn't quite reach those heights. Very steady run in the Pro Series, but always a very consistent player, dangerous opponent. Mark Shepherd and Nick Finn with you once again for this match. We're bringing you live coverage on this YouTube channel all day from the second feature table. Reminder that we've got the action going on the main table as well. If you subscribe to Ultimate Pool TV, use discount code YouTube Wigan, all one word, for first month subscription for $4.99.
Yeah, good weekend of pool for a fiver. That. What with this channel and the main channel, you're going to have an absolute plethora of pool, good quality pool all throughout the weekend. I think well worth a fiver for 3 days worth of pool, and of course you'll get a full month for your subscription. You'll be able to watch the other stuff that's going on, the Monday night events. There's a lot of other content on there as well, actually. You can access as a subscriber. Lots of really good videos, stuff that Mick Hill did, and lots of other content. Obviously the live scoring is also through the app. You don't have to subscribe to access the live scoring. You can literally just go to the live scoring page, and every single table, 96 tables? 87 tables, sorry. Wasn't sure. 87 tables here this weekend. So by the time you've looked through all 87 tables, you'll have to start all over again. It's like painting the proverbial bridge where it takes so long, you've got to start again. What's that, the Golden Gate Bridge?
The Forth Road Bridge.
Oh, the Forth Road Bridge, isn't it? Yeah.
Same. Presumably applies to the Golden Gate Bridge.
I'm sure, yeah. By the time you finish it, you've got to start all over again, and that's pretty much the same with those scores. So you've got to run through 87 tables, and they'll all have changed by the time you get to the bottom of the list. But there they are. We'll keep you updated with the scores from the other tables. That game that we mentioned going on table 1 at the moment, which is the main arena table, which is Craig Waddingham and Jimmy Croxton. They're tied up at 2 each at the moment. So, good game to be watching. I noticed Greg Batten was just getting in, getting underway on table 5 as I popped out into the arena. He's currently 1-0 down against Viv Mack. And Eddie Barker 6-5 up against Hitan Patel. Carl Cope 6-5 up against Dave Fernandez. Ryan Pisani 7-5 up against Christophe Lambert, the Frenchman in danger of going out. Ben Doyle 4-3 over Dylan Leary. Shane Thompson 6-3 over Simon Fitzsimmons. Carl O'Donoghue 6-5 against Christy Caulfield. He was behind in that game, 5-3, so good comeback so far. Carl Sutton on the hill against Aidan Hughes, 7-5. Neil Rayburn 6-5 against Joe Prince. Clayton Castaldi 7-5 against Phil Parkin. That game was 6-2 in favour of Clayton, so Phil battling back. Aaron Davis 6-2 against Josh Jahaz. Brings us up to date with all the tables, and we turn our attention to Matt Cook versus John Mallister. Matt in his second year on the pro.
It's been a good clearance there. Double the shot before that, then that long shot. Still got it to do though. Well, pretty well guarded by the yellows.
I think it does pop through the gap, but he needs perfect contact here. He needs to pop this and hold the cue ball. This is not an easy shot at all. No. Found the gap, forgot the pop. always going to be tough.
All or nothing situation as well, because you knew that as soon as you missed that red, it was very unlikely to go into a great spot. So McAllister's going to be in firm control of this frame.
Yeah, John McAllister, a new dad. The dark rings around his eyes where he's been kept up at night, I reckon. I just saw his partner Danielle with the baby. Also in the venue. Getting the baby started early, getting him interested in pool.
Yeah, nice that the whole family can come down, and obviously both parents great pool players, so good pedigree for the baby. It is tough. There's a lot going on at these weekends already. If you are sleep deprived as well, it's an even tougher school.
Yeah, if indeed they are. I mean, I don't know where they're staying, but I know they live in the northern half of the country, but I don't know if they're within commuting distance. I don't have a clue, but if they are in a hotel room, it's one of those, isn't it? Because the baby's just there all the time. When you're at home, you know, the baby might be in another room, and if you do need a night's sleep, you know, then sometimes you can get away with one and just ask your partner to take the shift. But when you're all in the same room, there's no rest. John, the cue ball was tracking towards the middle, but just caught the knuckle. Actually, it's not an awful leave. Could have been a lot worse. Can now take the one down the rail, leave an angle on the one that's at the top of the pack. It's just finished slightly high. It's okay. Yeah, he's got the angle now. He can just come down. Be looking to develop the 8. Yellow next to it. So I think he can cannon down onto the top one of the 2 and push that down into that pack. Be unlucky not to be on something. He may elect just to drop this in and play the cannon off the other yellow. But no, that was the shot. I don't think the angle is quite there to push it down onto the yellow, so he still needs to do something to move those. Unless he can pop the yellow from below. Can he get to the angle, and does it go to right centre? Maybe that was always the plan.
It's luxury as well with this position that he's not really leaving much. The cannon has gone wrong and he'd have to bail out and play a safety. There's always going to be a guaranteed snooker. Never really going to be leaving Matt like red. As he sits in his chair, Matt's going to know that it's going to be a long way back in this frame, even if John doesn't clear up at this visit. Don't blame him for playing the safety. I think he probably wanted to get that yellow just a little bit more separated from the black. Wanted the snooker, obviously, but he's still got the same slight problem, even if he gets ball in hand.
Yeah, he just ran into it, and it kind of almost rolled back to where it was previously. Just a slightly firmer nudge, just to open the 2 balls up.
It's the right thing to play the safety earlier on. Better when we've still got the 3 yellows on the table.
Yeah, you can see that yellow. I think it probably goes to the centre pocket.
Well, we'll find out, because he's got the perfect angle to play it if it does go to the centre.
Yeah.
Not a bad hit there from Matt, but he was always asking a lot to get a good result.
If it doesn't go, he's also got a lovely angle just to screw straight back into the little cluster. If you are in and around the Wigan area, Bolton, anywhere around this area, do come and visit us. It's a spectacular venue. The main arena table just looks fantastic, and there's some tiered seating just behind it.
Yeah, very similar arena for those of you that came to or saw Clash of the Titans a year and a bit ago. Different part of the country, but further north than last time. But also, the other amazing spectacle here is just how many tables there are. We've got this as the sort of arena room. We've got 4 mini arena tables and the main arena table, and then a load more pro tables. But then next door, we've got over 60 tables and a room that's pretty much the size of an aircraft hangar.
Yeah, it's vast. Never quite seen anything on this scale.
No, I mean I've seen this in the US before, but this is really uncharted ground in the UK. 87 tables in one venue, over 700 players in action. So we cut over to the main arena table where Craig Waddingham finds himself tied at 2 apiece against Jimmy Croxton. Both players have been in good form recently after missing some events last season. With his eyes, Jimmy Croxton's really back, sorted out that medical issue, which is a great relief, I'm sure, for him, but has also been devoting a lot more time to pool. He's been playing a lot, he's been doing some coaching. And it does help when you're just living and breathing the game all the time. You just get that little bit of extra focus. Against an opponent in Craig Waddingham, had a very good season last year as well.
One of the last balls moving. Moves its way into the pocket. Big booming break. Plenty of power. And good spread. Reds look pretty good. I guess the 8 ball is the only consideration for Reds, and maybe whether this red, the bottom right hand side, passes those 2 yellows into the bottom right corner pocket. A little bit for Matt to think about. I wonder if you could play one of these reds off of the yellow that's next to the 8 ball, just to open that problem up. I think that yellow just looks like it's just below the pocket, so that might not be an option.
Very measured player, Matt Kirk. Been around a long time. 2 seasons completed and an Ultimate Pool Pro already. Promotion at the beginning of the 2023 season. Always been there or thereabouts. Quarter-final, his best showing so far in a Pro Series event. Didn't do what he did in the last frame, which was to pop the loose balls and then let John in.
Looking to see whether he could play that shot I mentioned and play the red off the yellow. Not sure it's quite there.
Yeah, it would really help open things up. It's just a little bit low, I think, for this to be a guaranteed shot. It's makeable, but some degree of difficulty to it. Plays it well though.
What's he left? What's he left? A bit of a mess.
Yeah, they can just about slice the ball back to the centre, but he's got a problem. He's going to be trusting to luck a lot. If these balls even plant, he's just coming around to see if those 2 balls do still go.
If the plant's on, you can get to the potting angle now. This isn't actually that bad. Didn't think the plant was on, but it might just be. He's on it. example of that, just looking at just a little bit of cover in, buy himself another visit or two.
Yeah, it's a very different lead from the last frame when he left John the world's pretty much this time. A few errors and less than optimal positions. He's not really tempted to go for a clearance here, it's just whether he wants to toss any balls before he tries to play some kind of containing shot. A slightly different nudge on that yellow, and I've put it in a place where he could have played it maybe off the red into the bottom right. Might have had half a chance of opening this cluster up, but now he's going to have to look out some kind of safety shot. Bad. He's containing the situation reasonably well. A frustrating start to the match, this, for Matt. To sit down in his chair watching his opponent win the last frame, knowing that he'd had a chance but not really able to do much once he missed the last ball. This time looks like he's got himself into the worst tactical position again. Not necessarily done anything wrong, but just outnumbered in terms of balls.
If I'm John, I just move these three balls on the right hand side, just get them out into certainly the bottom two of the, unless, can he pot the one furthest down? Maybe he can get through to the potting angle of that one, then he doesn't need to, because he can just come back and nudge the other one out. And he's trying to develop the whole table at once there, and he succeeded. Very clever shot. He's a very inventive player, John Mallister. Just see shots from nothing.
Yeah, slightly underrated part of his game. He's got quite a measured style around the table. He doesn't always look like he's necessarily pulling out big shots, but he just does it in such a controlled way. Very different match this from the last one. Sean Nash against Carl Bedford was a very entertaining game to watch, but these two much more measured granite style. Everybody knew John Mallister was going to do well when he first played on the Pro Series. He really did have a standout season last year. Right from the start, the fact that he won the first Pro Series meant that he was already well up the rankings, a single event in, and passed on from there the rest of the season. Missed the last couple of Pro Series events because of the birth of his son. Straight back at it here though. One of those players that just can't really see where the mistake's coming from. He seems to be playing the right shot, and every time he gets down for a ball that's on, you fancy him to make it. He's obviously human, as is everybody, but he's managed to really minimise the number of careless errors in his game. In that shot, it's quite a lot of side. Just made it look straightforward though. Necessarily need to do too much here. You can just run the cue ball through, guaranteed shot at the 8 ball.
One thing I would ask the people watching at home, if you could just do us a favour and like this stream, and if you get a chance, you could share it on your social media platforms. But to get this stream out there over this weekend, I know there's a lot of people that enjoy pool and probably don't know this is happening, so or you can click on that like and give it a share. So the like button is right there for you. Get the algorithms working, and hope you will see this.
Going to have a variety of different action as well on this table. Pro Series, bringing some matches from the Challenger Series, hopefully some of the other events. A lot of different events going on this weekend. Next Generation Series, which I think will be one of the most exciting ones. Some great young players coming through. The women's Pro and Challenger events. Quite a standard and quite an increase in standard over the last couple of seasons on the women's Pro event. A lot more players capable now of lifting the titles there. Tiers of the main Challenger event. 6 different events going on there. Tiers 1, 2 and 3. Very different, isn't it? That break from the breaks we were seeing in the last match where Sean and Cole were really chucking themselves at it. Much more control there from John.
John's always had a powerhouse of a break. It's coming up dry on that one. A well-needed chance. First shot's going to be the key. Needs to go reds. He's only really got the one to middle. Cue ball's going to be running into the yellows. About contact he makes with the yellows. Still got a couple of recovery shots. He's got the one, I think he's through the gap to the one to top right. I think he can also get to the one on the bulk line to top left. He's hampered that one at the bottom of the table slightly, but I think he can still get through to the potting angle. It's not ideal.
Needs to get something going in this match. It just feels like he's been chasing, not in a bad way. It's not been, he's been going for the wrong shots, but just a chance in the first 2 was going after shots of increasing difficulty. I'd love to just get a simple clearance, just open his account.
No good. No good. And John Mallister comes back to the table. Again, still work to do. The 2 yellows tied up on the left. Because obviously neither of those go to the left centre, so he needs to think about where he's going to take those. And what ball do you use to develop the balls on the left-hand side? This would have been the obvious choice for me. I thought he may go for the one to top left and try and leave an angle on this one to get across. It's come up table, and I think he's overrun the position, whichever one he's gone for next. Maybe trying to leave an angle on the one in the middle of the table to come across into them, or maybe he was just trying to leave this one. Yeah, I think he was trying to leave the one to top left, wasn't he, with a better angle than this. I think this is too much angle. Can we get into it enough to get across there? Yeah. Trying to bend the ball. He's running out of options here.
Just missed the 8 ball to really load it up with spin. He just couldn't make the angle he needed to disturb the 2 balls that are tied up. This isn't great. He's got too much angle on this one. He's not going over there from this position, and then after that he's kind of all out of balls that are well placed for it. It's not even that easy to bail out from the position he's in. To play the 2 balls that are together, play one of them to the bottom right and then use that as a route over to the cluster. Again, he's played a nice controlled shot there. I'd love to just run a couple more inches. It's now got a much thinner shot to the bottom right.
Naturally goes into that pack, but it's going to be running into it with some pace. A lot of luck needed on this shot. Very difficult to try. Puts his hand up. Because this could have been much nicer for Matt. Somehow covered the red to the bottom left. When Matt comes to the table, there seems to be problems.
It's very different when you're a few frames up in a match. You see those problems as opportunities, whereas right now he's just seeing those as blockers to getting his first frame. Also the frustrating thing from Matt's point of view, because he missed that ball in the first frame, he let John in for a clearance that he possibly shouldn't have had, and since then it's just watching John get himself bedded nicely into the match, play with increasing confidence. Long way to go, of course, a race to 8, you're really out of it as long as you're it's a few away still, very early part of the match. Still, no matter how long the race is, you do just want to get off to some kind of start. A few options here. Really liking it. So the easiest pot's the one to the right centre, but just figuring out what he does after that. There's a ball at the bottom of the table that he's been around to look at a couple of times.
The problem is for Matt is the red is quite a difficult ball to develop, given the way the yellows are. Conversely, the yellow's not a difficult ball for John to develop.
Trying to leave an angle there. I think he's come a little bit straight for forcing his way down towards this end of the table. It's just the fact there's no reds anywhere really near it, just make it a very hard route to pull out. And even if you had pretty free choice, there aren't too many angles that you could hit that red from that you can get left with a great result. Let's give this a long hard look. A slight angle, but I just don't think you can get enough pace into it whilst maintaining that angle, so he's going to have to go up the right hand side first. Oh, that's not a good kiss unless he's knocked them into a plant. Like he can even play a loss of turn. I'm sure he's quite got the angle for it here anyway, but loss of turn to play off the red into the yellow because he's so likely to leave one of the other yellows at this end of the table. Feels like one of these ones you can look long and hard at, but basically the equation is going to be the same. You've got a load of loose ones and you're going to get left with that problem one.
I mean, he didn't have many options to start with, running out of those, because, as I say, it's a difficult ball. Given that yellow on the right hand side covering the pocket, and also the 8 ball over the centre, it's a very difficult ball to develop. Trying to play a loss of turn, needed that yellow to drop. Would have been a clever little shot.
Yeah, that's a bit unlucky actually, isn't it? He's played that so well. Dead weight, the red to stay over the pocket. Just one more roll on it and the yellow drops.
Yeah, he would have left John the one to middle past the 8, but nothing to attack. What do you do from there? So that come off, that was a clever little shot. The problem now with the yellow staying up, John's still got that one to middle. wasn't here, this would have been a real problem. Oh, if he's played that. If he's played that. Surely not. If he played it, it's brilliant.
I mean, this is inch perfect, isn't it?
I wasn't watching him. Did he put his hand up? I'm not even sure if he put his hand up. If he played that, it's brilliant.
I think we're only arguing over how much of it he played. I guess you'd say he was always playing at least some component of that that maybe turned out a little bit better than even he could have hoped for, but he was always getting things somewhat opened up. It's just been the tale of this whole match so far. Matt Cook's had chances, but they've just all been difficult ones. He's kind of been forced to go for them. Up at the end, but he's done all the hard work there. He deserves the 3-0 lead, but it's been harsh on Matt, who just hasn't had a good chance to get himself going. A long way to go, but the point still holds true. He just wants to get started in this match. Alternate break format, so you at least know you're going to get some chances. We go over to the main arena table. 2-frame cushion against Jimmy Croxton. And for a moment, he made it 3, but the cue ball also found its way in, so that frame goes the way of Croxton. Let's have another look at this. How has he found the pole? That's extraordinary. Couldn't have done that if he tried. Wasn't one where it was just going directly in. Very unlucky nudge indeed. So as we get back to this table, big powerful break from Matt.
Table fairly wide open. Not too many problems, just on first glance. Looked like red's maybe the preference, but actually red just above that centre pocket, which does cause a little bit of a problem. He's got options. He's got opener on yellow. Yeah, actually, yeah, second glance it's yellows, isn't it? He's got the yellow to bottom left pocket long. They are all there.
Just desperately wants to find a clearance right now. It's going to be a wholly different match if you can just get into it. Just that position where you're parked on 0 and your opponent starts racking the frames up. It's true that frames are getting more and more difficult to win. That's a good opening shot though. That was the key shot. It's one of those ones where you end up looking very silly if you miss the opening ball. You have to take that more difficult one. Now he's been rewarded with a nice position. Not a formality. The balls at this end of the table are easy enough, but the 3 at the top, the balls across the table on the line like that, it's just a case of leaving yourself an angle each time, just making sure you're able to get the cue ball back out for one after another. Taking an extra moment here, just wants to make absolutely sure he's got this route planned out in his head. Just does not want to be letting another chance slip. He's tempted to take this ball at the top of the table next, which at first glance might seem counterintuitive, but it's the issue of just not wanting to leave those 3 in a line. If you can get this one out, then it just means she's got 2 at the top of the table, which is just that bit easier to link up. The cue ball had pulled up a bit short. I might have seen him take the ball to the top right next, but haven't got the angle for that, so it is this time going to come down the table. So it's more like this positional shot. He needs to make himself a good angle. I've looked at this a few times. To look for position, but part of it's just the match situation.
Well, from that overhead, the yellow, I think from this angle, the yellow looks like it passes. The yellow that's to the left looks like it passes to the top left, but from the overhead it didn't. It must. Yeah, it definitely does. So Matt Cook should be sealing the deal.
This has been good from Matt. These balls were always there, but they weren't in a position where it was a complete formality. Had to pull out a couple of shots. Under the pressure of being 3-0 down, and in the way it's happened. 3-1 is obviously not great, but you just feel like you're in the match now. Settle down a bit more. Both very tough match players, these two. Seeing it rushing into anything. At the same time, there's no messing around. They're not playing with a shot clock, so they've got the luxury of being able to take a little bit longer. None of it's gamesmanship, it's all just finding out the routes. You know exactly what they're going for before they go for it.
Craig Wadding now 6-4 up against Jimmy Croxton. 4 each, Greg Batten, Viv Mack. Oli Bell's Sean Story has recently got underway. Luke McAvoy, a new name to the Pro Series, 6-2 up against Sean Story. John Rose 6-5 against Brad McCulloch. Tom Jones and Andrew Patchett. There's a bit of rivalry on that one. They've been eyeing up a money match for a long time. Tom Jones 2-1 up.
So John McAllister breaks off in frame 5, leading by 3 frames to 1. Pretty much the start he was looking for in this match. He's got some chances. He's converted them. I'd love to have kept his opponent frozen on 0 for a bit longer, but couldn't do much about that last clearance. Situation similar to how we had a couple of frames ago. Yellow and red tied up towards the left-hand corner. Again, though, it's the yellow that's like an easier ball to deal with. So we just about have a route into that area.
As you're opening though, the one it's closest to is Fault Danger. I think that's the only ball the only yellow that's in the open that you could go at. The only other option, I think maybe that's what he was looking at there, was to plant the yellow that's in the middle of the table, that's nearest that left yellow pocket, planting it cushion first into the red and yellow. But again, that's not without its danger. So he's say, go on, Matt, have a crack at them, because I don't fancy this. Does Matt take the bait?
Gotta think that's the right thing to do in John's shoes, because Matt hasn't been that fluent so far. That's not a criticism, it's just been where things have been. He's been forced into taking a couple of difficult attempts on which haven't worked out. He's not going to be delighted to have to do that again, so he might want that choice on him.
And John's dangled the carrot here of the reds, saying if you want reds, I'm going to let you go for them, but you really don't want to be reds. Again, it's a similar situation to the last frame, in which that, we mentioned it earlier, that red's particularly difficult to develop. So Matt, looking at the shot I mentioned a second ago, taking on the plant. And I think this is the difference in mindset between the two players, and well, obviously the difference in scoreline. John McAllister knowing that he doesn't have that lead. Matt may be thinking that perhaps he should go for them. That's not a great shot at all. That's left a very simple opener for John McAllister. closed with a big advantage in this frame, so that's a mistake from that. If you're going to play a containing shot, don't give your opponent an easy start. It's no good. It's no good at all. Wasn't playing for the cannon. Gotta say, tiny bit unfortunate to come out on nothing, but when you go into a ball, that's always a danger.
That's one of those ones you just can't believe. You come to the table in that position and you think there's balls everywhere. You have to find positions where it's got no easy way of continuing. He's always going to be able to bail out in a reasonably controlled way, but he's going to be furious with himself that he's having to bail out so early in what looked a pretty presentable chance.
Yeah, and he's had to move the yellow, which may have been the ball that he would have used to try and plant this one nearest the pocket. Cushion first and try and plant it. And now the yellow, he's still got a couple of balls to try and move it, but it's taken away one of his options. And I think we're going to see Matt double this red. Back down, try and get it in the mix. Doesn't want to. It's okay. It's not great. No, it's not, is it? He's left it as a dead set plant. I mean, it could have come out worse, but not much worse. It's given John an option to attack here. That wasn't anything like a plant before. It was going to be awkward for John and something that he would have had to develop, and Matt's simply just given him a free go at these. Yeah, that was the only consideration about how you plant and get the red out of the way. John, a clever player, using the cushion first and making sure. Big mistake there from Matt, you've got to say. I can understand him wanting to get that red down here in the mix, but he had to play at less pace.
In the background, the chimes of the main arena table. It's Craig Waddingham completing the win over Jimmy Croxton. Jimmy Croxton had a chance for a buzzer beater to get back into it, but just the cue ball still spinning after he potted the last ball. Just ran out of time in the end. Time-based drama over there. Slightly more leisurely pace of play over this side of the arena.
Take the one to middle now. That's not good. It's not good. It's got the top of the triangle. Can't get in and out, so can't pop the yellow and get back out past the red. Can't avoid contact with the red. He's still got the one to middle. He's close to the cushion, so he's not going to be able to do too much with the cue ball. So this has suddenly become a little bit more awkward than it was. It was simple if he can take the one to bottom left next, then he's got the one to middle, and that 8-ball passes to bottom left into the same pocket that this yellow's covering. Playing it this way, wow, is the gap there through those two reds. If you can play the 8-ball through that gap, the reds, then it's not too bad. If he can't, and this is quite a tough positional shot. He must have the gap. Wow, that's very fortunate. You thought from the world, looking from here, there's no way that 8-ball will pass into that pocket. There is a gap.
How was he played that positional shot as well?
Yeah, really well controlled. Yeah, for sure. That's one of those that could definitely go wrong. He played it with drag, killed the cube off the bottom cushion. John McAllister in charge in this one. He leads by 4 frames to 1. Greg Batten and Vivek Mack 4 each.
Taking another look at this shot, playing it in a very positive way, checking it up off the cushion. It's the kind of shot that can make you look silly if you go in there with too much pace and don't get hold of it properly. The cue ball's flying around the table. Controlled it nicely and found that gap that you mentioned. So 3 frames behind again. That kick cleared from his last break. Can deal with this one. Seems to get something going. Just start sequencing a few together. That's a pretty good start. A good break and a better split this time. Not got a hatful of easy openers. They've done with the cue ball a bit further down the table, but he's got a couple of balls he can go after. Obviously looking for something positive here. Just really wants to get himself back into this match. His opponent's turned up and is playing well. He's not going to get over the winning line on scraps from John McAllister's misses, because there's going to be a precious few of those. Just thinking about the opening shot here. That's possibly going to be the most difficult shot of the frame. Well, he's done what he needed to there, which was to get the ball potted. It wasn't an easy pot, and the balls were so invitingly placed it would have been a catastrophe to leave an open table. An okay nudge. Could have been better, could have been worse, but he's still got balls he can go after here. Held the pace of the cue ball well there, quite a lot of angle to load up with spin. That's even more so than he needed. These balls are superficially in a very good position. You look at and they've all got a pocket, but you're just going to be a little bit mindful of joining them together. The one that's nearest to the pocket is obviously the easiest pot, but it's one of the more difficult positional shots to guarantee where you're going to end up. To those of you that are joining us on Ultimate Pool TV, in addition to the YouTube stream, John McAllister 4-1 up on Matt Kirk. Taking most of the running. Matt's been in a few times early on, but seemed to chase after difficult finishes. He's in on a finish here, but he's giving this plenty of thought. You can see how desperate he is to find these balls. Just doesn't want to make any silly mistakes when he's in. This match has really got away from him from the first frame. He missed a difficult ball towards the end of a clearance in the first frame. That John in for that one, and then since then it's been hard work. So dropped nicely on the ball. It's over the middle. Couldn't quite get through far enough. Would like to have been dead straight on the ball to the left centre next, because then he would have been able to just run it in and hold natural position. It's got a fair amount of angle now, so he may have to run the cue ball around the table, and that'll settle for distance.
So worth mentioning, next up on this table is going to be John Chambers against Josh Kane. John new to the pro scene with Ultimate Pool. Obviously, Josh Kane on the established pros. Should be a very interesting watch. Next up on the main table, I'm sure you're already aware, is Chris Hampson against Declan Brennan. The young man over on table 4, Jaden Billingham, is opening his account against two ends of the spectrum. The old pro Carl Morris against the young gun Jaden Billingham. For the best part of 25 years between those two.
So meanwhile, we get back to the action here. That's gone all wrong. It's pulled out a difficult pot in order to hold position, and then in the process has got the positional shot completely wrong and ended up in pretty much the worst place, tight in behind the red. Looking short of potting, this is going to be a problem, because look at where these reds are.
Yeah, that's another one gone, I'm afraid. Not looking good for Matt here. It is a race to 8. There's still time, but he needs to start finding it. Just talking about Carl Morris, I mean, I'm not sure how old he is, but we must be able to work it out, because he won his world championship when he was 21, am I right in thinking? And that was... I'm testing us now.
We got this wrong last time. I think it was 1998. We guessed the wrong number last time.
I think 98. Is that what we said last time? And it was 99 or something.
No,
I think it
99
was 98.
was Quinton Han. I think it was 98.
Yeah, 98. So what's that? See,
now you're testing yourself.
yeah. 98 was 27 years ago. So he'll be 48 now. So yeah, I think there's 30-year age gap between those two. I think Jaden's 18, maybe 17. I'm not sure. Certainly a young man is. Youth versus experience, as they say.
Yeah, they're always fun. I mean, we've seen some intriguing matchups over the years. We've obviously had some players with a lot of experience. Ronan McCarthy, that's playing on the series for the last 2 or 3 years. Multiple world champion, and everything he's achieved in the game. We've seen a few matches where he's been taking on the younger guns. Carl Morris, as you're saying, similar kind of equation. And when Carl Morris was winning that world title back in the 90s, I mean, can you imagine the game now, that the fact that we would be playing in a venue with 87 tables, sort of highs and lows over the years. Back then there was quite good TV coverage of the World Championships. See, the TV market got a bit more fragmented after that. The game as a whole has grown massively.
I seem to remember you commentating on a world final at some point, did you? Do I remember that?
You will.
Yeah, I was going to say, on Sky Sports, that wasn't it?
Yeah.
I seem to remember you doing one back in the day.
Yeah, I've done 11. My first year was 2010. It was on Sky for 3 out of those 4 years, and then it's moved around different broadcasters since then.
Yeah. I wasn't sure, because I remember watching some of the earlier ones, like the semis and stuff that Holgate would have been involved in, but then I remember seeing you. So what was your first one?
2010.
2010.
Yeah, it was at the...
Because it was BBC originally, wasn't it? And then it moved to Sky, am I right in thinking that?
Yeah, the very first one may have been. I think it's been with Sky. It was with Sky for most of it from about 93 onwards through to 2013, and then it was on various streaming platforms over the years after that. And so we've seen some bits on TNT Sports in recent years. I mean, it's funny, and in some ways a lot has changed, and in some ways a lot hasn't. The very first match I ever did for Sky was the quarter-final involving Craig Waddingham. He's a player that's still at the top of the game 15 years on from there.
Yeah.
What's nice now is the immediacy of the coverage. Back in those days when we had more TV coverage, it was good in one way, but it was edited highlights, so they were generally packaged up and shown a month or two after the matches, so the real die-hard fans were obviously very well aware of what had happened.
Were you commentating on the highlights, or were you commentating live?
We did, in the early days, we did it live, so the whole thing was filmed as live. For a couple of the latter ones, we did it on the highlights, so we did know the outcome, which in some ways made it easier, but in some ways made it harder because you still had to hype up the jeopardy of it.
Yeah.
A long association with Blackpool. I've been going there since those days. You've obviously been there a lot in recent years. We've been there multiple times a year for these Pro Series events. Moved just down the road. Not much shorter a drive for those of us coming from the southern end of the country, but it's a bit shorter again.
Yeah. A few miles less, but not many.
It's not aware we're in Wigan for this event. The Pro Series this year being split between Wigan and Bolton, so not too far between those venues. Great venue this though, much as we joke about the drive up here. It's a fantastic arena. Those 87 tables we've talked about are split between two rooms. The room next door is absolutely cavernous. 60, basically 70 tables I guess in that room, and then we've got the remainder in some slightly bigger arenas in this room. Great atmosphere as well. There's always something about the start of a tournament that everyone's excited. They're turning up this venue unlike one that anybody's ever seen before. And there's obviously a lot of people hanging around. We've got something like 700 people playing this weekend. A load more here to spectate. So a lot of expectancy in the air at this stage of the weekend. Last year we played the Pro Series, well, we played the Ultimate Pool Series as a whole over a 4-day period. The Pro Series was over the first 3 days of it. I think a better format probably this year. We've condensed back down to 3 days, so all 4 Pro Series events this year will be played over Friday, Saturday, Sunday. This Pro Series 1 will play down to a final tomorrow evening. 2 events are evenly balanced in terms of prize money and ranking points, but the first Pro Series event always feels like the big one because you get to play the final in front of that big crowd on a Saturday night. And for the first time we've got a lot more seating around the arena. It's much more in the style of Clash of the Titans, the event we did in Brentwood back in December 23. I had a great crowd to watch Tom Cousins lift that. It was more of an exhibition event. Should be comfortably the biggest live crowd we've had for a Pro Series final when it gets to that stage.
Oh, John. Well, I didn't expect to see that one. Just trying to get cute with it and just... He knew he was going to play the cannon, so he was just making sure that it was a full ball cannon. He was trying to drop the red in off the... Just misjudged it slightly. Could cost him the frame. It's a very good chance for Matt. Not too much work to do.
Well, this is a bit of a reversal, isn't it? Until now it's been Matt being in first and letting John in for the counter clearance. I'd much rather be the guy coming in second, that's for sure.
Yeah, the little nudge on the 8 ball just opens his options as well. Now the yellow passes to left centre.
Still taking his time here. He just knows how important this is. been a really long way back into the match. That single frame he's managed to sneak. So a bit of a change of personnel in the commentary box. Simon Webb steps in alongside me.
Yeah, I just realised I've got the world's shortest microphone cable as well, which is okay, but it means I have to get very cosy with you, Mark. But how's this match been? It's been kind of focusing on the main table. We've been dipping in and out here, but I feel like it's every time we look in, John's looking good out there.
Yeah, it's mainly been a tale of Matt being in first. He was on a difficult clearance in the very first frame of the match, missed his last red, let John in for a counter clearance, and that's kind of set the tone of it since then. It feels like he's always been chasing. He's had one good 8-ball clearance off his own break, but he's struggled a bit for good chances apart from that. John's just looked very steady, so picked up where he was last season. He missed the last series event of last season, the birth of his son. But other than that, had a pretty big season, looking to kick on no doubt from there.
Yeah, he's made himself right at the top of the game, hasn't he? Which is kind of where I expected him to get to. It's just always going to take time transitioning over from the black ball world to kind of get the ranking points, to get the draws, but he's there now, and he's forced to be reckoned with, no doubt. Just landed awkward here. Really important he gets out in this situation. 5-1 down already. Can't really afford to fall a further frame behind. Race to 8 does make a difference over the 7s that we played over the last couple of years. But 6-1 is not a great place. And just about pulls up in time.
Yeah, we've kind of oscillated, haven't we, in the format between race to 7 and 8 over the years. It's been hard to get the perfect. I think the thinking last year was that it was better to have more of the matches were on match clocks. It was better to have more of the matches finished, less going to 6 reds. As a purer test. Now we've only got the main arena on the match clock, so time a bit less of a factor. A few more tables out there as well, so got the luxury of being able to play the longer races.
Stepping stones, I guess. We'd love to see it all matches in those environments. No doubt Ultimate Ball will get there. I thought he'd missed the 8-ball then for a second, and it falls. A very important visit for Matt Cook.
Yeah, it really was, because it's been hard work so far this match. He's not done a whole lot wrong. It's just one of those matches when he looks back on it, it's just he had to keep chasing difficult balls.
This is what's happening over on the main feature table right now. Declan Brennan already 1-0 up and already in with an opportunity in frame 2. Comes in as one of the big favourites, as does John Mallister for the tournament. Brilliant season last season, back where he'll feel he belongs, right at the top, pushing Tom Cousins for that #1 ranking. Good start this weekend, and he can get close with the ranking points that fall off for Tom. Obviously he's been a long way ahead for a long time, but the way the ranking system works, kind of loses quite a lot of ranking points, and an opportunity to sort of catch up.
Yeah, it's pretty mad when you look at the rankings before this event. Tom's got a lead of over 22,000 points. Only 3 players apart from him last season even scored 22,000 points.
Yeah, it was, I think, was it something like 4th place was the gap, wasn't it? Like the number of ranking points, the 4th placer. And it's incredible, really. But yeah, the way the rankings are working on the 2-year list, kind of lost an awful lot of ranking points from a great year 2 years ago. Still in front by a decent amount, but can actually be caught pretty quickly this season.
How's it being done this year? Is it a rolling 2-year list or just the perks?
No, I don't fully understand it, but it's the way I understand it is that the ranking points from 2 years ago have been removed for the start of this year. So all of Tom's ranking points from 2023 are gone now, which is obviously a huge amount, which has brought him a lot closer to the field.
Yeah, 2023 was that mad year, wasn't it? It's just, I mean, it's all been mad years really for Tom ever since he started on Ultimate Ball. Missed the first season and he's notched up 11 titles since then. Run very close by Stevie Dempsey, despite the season he had in 23, but ultimately got that #1 spot and followed up with yet another mega season last year.
interesting there from Matt. Obviously, we have roaming referees for all tables apart from the main table, main fixture table. So he called John in to just make sure that he had a clear view to watch that shot, because he knew he was going to get very close to the red. No foul, but just hands the table over to John, really. Not a great first shot on for John, but he's got an open table and has control.
Match is played in a good spirit. We saw that in the first match. Sean Ash against Cole Bedford were having a good time despite the seriousness of it. 3 frames conceded in that first match, which was unusual without the final balls being spotted. Don't really see too much of that in this one.
I never like to see that, really. You never know what can happen. I know players just want to get on with it and get on to the next frame. But I'd rather see him play out.
Well, especially the way the match had gone. Cole conceded the 8 ball in the decider. I mean, it was hanging over a pocket, but it had a bit of angle to it. It's one of those ones that amateur level, you could have seen the cue ball drifting somewhere it shouldn't.
Yeah, or flying around the table, going in off the middle or something silly. He'll be disappointed, though. On the British Open, would have come here with high hopes. Dusted at the first hurdle, but he'll be back for Pro Series 2.
Yeah, Cole will be disappointed more with the way that match went, because Sean was 1-0 up, but apart from that, Cole was the one that was ahead the whole way through the match until that deciding frame. He had quite a number of good chances. Very different match from this one. This one's been a lot more measured, as you'd expect from the personnel involved.
Is he straight enough to pull this back for the one on the cushion? It's not really a big pocket. You can use the yellow if you wanted to, but there's a big gap between using the yellow and the pocket, so you kind of decide which way you want to go about it. Be surprised if you don't just try and make it clean.
Good position shot that. Just left himself a bit of angle, but not too much. Naturally coming out. Some of the players have got very good now. I think they've got the measure of these tables. They know how hard you can play them down the rail and still make the ball. The very first event where we had these new Rasson Apollos, you saw players playing with a lot of trepidation. They'd heard the rumours that the corner pockets were going to be pretty tight, and people were being very careful. As always, though, it's the quality of the ball striking from the pros that makes the pockets look good. They're just so clinical.
Yeah, that is clinical. This is a first visit once again, and mopped up by John, made that look pretty simple. Had a couple of awkward balls there, but worked it around all very nicely. Gets himself a couple of frames away.
Just such a good player, isn't he? He comes up with really good shots, but plays them in such a controlled way. You don't really realise he's doing much. Then you look back on it and you're like, oh, that was very clever. He just found a way of opening things up.
Ever since I first saw him as a junior player, I've just been very impressed with the way he goes about the game. Pattern play, his shot making, his control, it's all very good, and obviously he's got a great break. Never really gets talked about in the same terms as others, but it is a great break. But the thing that separates him in terms of, you know, why he'll be high in the rankings for a long time is his floor never really drops. You know, you don't see him play really poorly. You don't see him, you know, yes, he can really elevate and play at an extreme level, you know, and just, you know, take out finish after finish after finish, but he'll never not take out the ones that, you know, are there. You know, there has to be a problem for him to solve. There needs to be issues, and he's just so good at working it all out. As clinical a player as there is on the tour, really. And having mentioned his good break, there is a good example of that.
It's a big difference when you control the break. We saw in the first match both players were playing with big, powerful breaks, but everything was flying around the table, including the cue ball. At the time, John just seems to be playing within himself. I mean, it obviously helps. He's a big guy, so it's sort of a more effortless power, perhaps, than some of the smaller players who are throwing themselves into it. Ultimately, it's all about the timing.
This is a good layout, really, to get a sense of John's pattern play. Really easy to get into a complete mess. Whichever colour set he goes, I'm kind of edging towards reds because of the yellow in the triangle area not being great. But reds, you can get yourself into real trouble, especially with an awkward 8-ball. Red on the break line, you've got to get left-hand side. You don't want to be playing around with a yellow, and there isn't a great ball to get there. John's so good at working out these sort of finishes. See if he can do it on this occasion.
He's also got a very measured style where you just feel like he's always decided in his own mind what he's going for. Some players are a bit more instinctive but do get themselves into trouble. It's an interesting frame though, as you say, because it's easy to look at these red balls and think, well, all the yellow balls, like, they've all got pockets, but the way they're sort of clustered together, if you're on one side or other of the table, it makes a world of difference to how easy the clearance is. And that's why he's steadying himself like this. I'm absolutely sure he knows what he's going after. Players that get through will be playing 3 matches today. So around 64 we're watching at the moment. Straight on into the last 32 after this is finished. And then the last 16 being played tonight. Good format that, because then it sort of feels a bit like finals day tomorrow. You make the quarter-finals, you come back for the Saturday. That's where everyone wants to be playing. Even though the 2 events that we're playing this weekend are equal in terms of prize money and points, that Saturday night final, such a big occasion. And this should be the biggest live crowd we've seen for a Pro Series final.
Yeah, we've had a few big ones, but you know, I mean, really looking forward to tomorrow. I think the broadcast for tomorrow is fabulous. Just a full day of seeing quarters, semis, you know, the Women Pro Final as well. It's a really exciting day.
Depends, of course, who gets through to the final in terms of the narrative. I think this time it'll be a big crowd either way, because there's a lot of people here. When you think back to some of the other big ones, that one between Mick Hill and Gareth Potts in Birmingham a couple of years ago, it just felt like a big storyline moment, so just for that reason alone everyone was crowding in to watch it.
John's kind of worked a really clever way here. I've always not liked the red on the top of the table. If he plays into the 8-ball here and gets it full ball, he's leaving the low angle on the red to get up to the red at the top of the table, but the 8-ball will be over the middle, which means he doesn't have to connect back down the table. I mean, that is such fabulous vision, and he would have seen that right from the start. Incredible play.
Incredible vision and incredible touch, because I mean, even that last shot, it's easy to punt the black past the middle pocket. He controlled it beautifully, left the exact right angle. And as a result of that, he's able to play it in such a controlled way. He's not able to force an angle that isn't there.
I mean, it really is. I mean, I can't stress how clever this finish has been, really. Made it look incredibly simple, and it really isn't. Fabulous. I mean, I'm looking at that red at the top of the table as a major problem ball. You want to clear it early. He's looking at it going, I'm okay with that as the last ball, because I know I'm going to bump the 8-ball over the middle pocket. Brilliant shot, brilliant vision, and 1 frame away now for John Mallister, and he's looking sharp. He may be in tomorrow's final, the way he's looking.
That's something that people don't always see. They watch people play and they see things like the shot making, people going for the big pots, but it was such a well-controlled clearance. But it's also, you've got to understand the game well to understand the problems. It would have been quite easy, I think, to see that layout and think, oh, that wasn't actually that hard a layout at the beginning, but there's a lot to think about. So we cut over into the main arena where Brennan is the man at the table, just breaking off. Oh, it was Hampton that was breaking off. So we've seen the cue ball go in. It's now Declan's the man at the table with the ball in hand. So we get back over to the match we've been following. Matt Cook is going to have to do this the hard way. To win all 6 of the remaining frames if he wants to continue his path in this tournament.
Yeah, and that's not good, giving John a chance here. He's not going to get back in this match without help. John's playing too well. You can't see it coming, so he has to start taking out some first visits and then try and get some off John's. But immediately, it's John that gets the opportunity, his first opportunity to win the match.
Very hard to see past John, the scoreline aside. He's just so steady As Matt's won, he's made the frames for himself, and that is what it is. There's been very little of that, frankly. That's why he's got the 7-2 lead.
I mean, I had a commentator's curse when I was commentating on a match on the main table earlier on. That John's not going to give him any help, not going to miss anything silly, and he misses something by miles straight away. What a bizarre shot from John. A collector's item to miss a ball like that from that kind of range.
Yeah, I think he must just have been trying to check the cue ball up and was loading up with side there. And you couldn't miss that ball playing plain ball, could you? The way he played it. Very unexpected miss. Right now, Matt Cook is playing more for respectability and also, of course, for confidence. This is the first of 2 events this weekend. Getting dusted off with a big scoreline is not helpful in the first event. It doesn't put you in the best frame of mind for the second one. We'll try and rescue a couple of frames from here. The loser of this match will be back in action tomorrow. The Pro Series 2 action gets underway on the Saturday and then plays to finish on the Sunday. But still, notwithstanding the fact we've got 87 tables here this weekend, we've also got 700 players, so it's not like Matt's going to be immediately back on the table. Hard to find much practice time before he's next in action if he does lose this match. It's not been the quickest match from the start, but it feels like the pace of play has slowed down a bit for different reasons. Matt's so focused on just trying to get himself back into the match. John's obviously focused on taking the chances he needs to win it.
It's not worked out particularly well for Matt.
It's harking back to the early part of the match where this kind of thing seemed to keep happening, where wasn't quite in position but had to chase something.
You're at all surprised he didn't take yellows? I mean, I know there's the yellow in the triangle area and 8 ball guarded, but real problems on reds.
Well, it would have been a big shot if he'd have found that path that red to the middle pocket. Contained things a bit, but obviously still ball's pretty well spread out around the table. Nice position when you're 7-2 up. You can go for a clearance if you fancy it, but there's no immediate pressure really to do anything. And then you're going to have more chances in the match.
Just a couple of shots that Matt played, it's changed the layout completely here. The biggest problem is no longer a problem. The layout's very achievable. The way that the last shot that John played at the beginning of this frame aside, he played fabulously in this match. You'd expect him to get these.
Yeah, he's going to be a danger this weekend. It would be easy to say that he's been given a few chances. It's certainly true that in the early going he was welcomed with open arms into the match, but really that miss aside earlier on in this frame, he's just been very clinical. And obviously that's ramping up the pressure on Matt, the fact that any miss can lead to a quick loss of frame. Going to be a different season this for John. He won the first event of last season. At that point we were saying he looks like coming into this with a big CV and somebody we're expecting to do some damage. Now he's firmly established himself in that camp. Anything really other than winning titles is going to be a disappointment for him. Obviously nobody starts out a season thinking they're going to win multiple titles, apart possibly from Tom Cousins. The field's just too tough for that. But really for a player of John's calibre, it's not a good weekend if you're turning up and just making the last 16 quarter-finals. Some players that would be good, but John's got his eyes on the title.
Yeah, and he's pretty much there in this match. The very good pattern he's picked out.
Good stuff from John McAllister. Sure, this hasn't been a vintage performance from Matt Kirk. He'll look back on this and wish he'd done a few things differently, but John McAllister did what he needed to there. Put up a good standard of play and set himself up nicely for the rest of the weekend. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have more last 64 action. John Chambers takes on Josh Kane.
Well, welcome back to Robin Park, Wigan. I'm Tony Holgate. We've got John Chambers versus Josh Kane here in the pro event. It's a pleasure to be joined by professional pool player and fellow Irishman, Dave McQuillan. Dave, how are you, sir?
I am very good, Tony. Very good.
Now then, you've already been out there and played a bit today. Not the greatest day for you then?
No, look, I had my chances. Didn't take them. You know, you need to be taking this level as well. You know, I enjoyed it though. Great setup, Tony.
Yeah, it's fantastic, this new arena setup, isn't it?
Look, I'm playing around the circuit. I don't know, 30 years. I've never seen anything like this before.
Yeah, it's a huge jump up, I have to say. So how do you see this going? John Chambers, a player that I played against several years ago, and he's still going. He must have been about 10 when I played him.
He must have been.
He looks like the Peter Pan of pool. But we got young Josh Kane here from Coventry. So what do you reckon? Who are you going to go for?
Look, I don't know John that well. I know Josh. Like he's sure he's a class act. I'd have to make Josh favourite for this, but sure, look at. We'll see.
Josh, of course, like one of our top professionals. John's just sort of made a bit of a comeback of late. Just moved over to Ultimate Pool. But I can tell you, John Chambers, very exciting player to watch.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. So is Josh. If Josh just flicks this yellow now, he is. Has the angle to flick the yellow? He hasn't, has he? No.
What if he could play it off the red? So red onto red and then off the yellow. Just for a sort of circus shot that only played with a safety net, of course.
He missed that quite a bit.
A long way away there was Josh Kane. Not what you'd expect.
He left nothing easy though, did he?
Well, it's a very thin cut down the rail with Chambers. It's quite close to it as well. I still feel he has to play that, as in the options going up the top are not great.
No, if he thoughts this, if he can drop it in dead weight, no, he's going to play safety. Probably is a better option. Yeah.
Well, he's left him one option and one option only.
Yeah, but if Josh drops this in, he has the angle in to go into the red. This is a big shot.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a genuine chance for Josh Kane.
Yeah, absolutely.
So how do you find the tables out there then, Dave?
They're wonderful. I actually can't fault it at all. 28, you could say. Tables, everything's just perfect. Josh just not settling.
Yeah, a little bit of an edgy exchange at the moment. Obviously this match a race to 8. Of course you've got the arena table as well. Ultimate Pool TV app. We sell some codes on our social media platforms and subscribe. There's some offers on there, and you can jump over there and have a choice of the matches. Declan Brennan's playing out there at the moment on that table, but you can stay with us here and continue on with John Chambers versus Josh Kane.
Yeah.
Well, this is it. Yellow into the centre now. Cue ball tracks down the bottom of the table. Ideally, David wants to get on the one on the bottom rail first, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he nearly has to now, doesn't he?
He could power screw it into the side and play the other one.
Oh, nice wee touch. Perfect. Oh.
Well, he's overcooked that one. Well, overcut it, should I say.
Just a nervy start from both players.
Yeah, it is indeed. Josh Kane now checking to see if the black ball goes past the yellow into that corner. I reckon it does, you know. Even if you can hit it onto the knuckle, it will come back into that yellow and it'll squeeze in, do you reckon?
I think it's a chance Josh will take. He should never have got this chance. Just checking there again. You're right, I think it does go past him. We were talking Josh into trying to play for Ireland, trying to get him to do a trial for us.
Any success?
He'd be some addition.
Yeah, be a good addition to any team. I see a few of your teammates are over here. With Stevie Dempsey here? I haven't seen him.
Yeah, Stevie got a bye in the first one, so
Did he?
He was on a 4th.
Handy. Sean Sharkey was out there. He's having a bit of a struggle with Luke McAvoy early today.
Yeah, I think he's playing Luke in both events. First round, Luke got him there. He had 6 in that one. Oh, she's travelling. It's gone too far. They're struggling with the pace of the table. But it's first frame that it'll only get better. This white's flying.
But that's an incredibly good shot there from Josh Kane. Great black ball, and he takes the first frame. After, we have to say, it's been a very, very nervy start.
First frame always is Tony Hill, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. First frame of the first match.
That's super black. Josh.
I can tell you on the main arena table that Declan Brennan has raced into a 6-1 lead over there against Bruce Hampson. Rob Chambers, he's out there playing Chris Day. That's John's brother. He's 1 apiece. Jaden Billingham has a 2-0 lead over Carl Morris. Daniel Whitworth 2-1 up against Phil Harrison. Jez Graham, he's 7-3 up against the Geordie boy, Brian Howcrow. And Sean Story also leads Oli Bell by 6 frames to 3. I was trying to look through and find Sean Sharkey score for you.
I seen that. I was watching it there. See, it's 6 to Luke.
No, I think it must have. It's obviously finished, but and he's been beaten 8-6 by Luke McAvoy. So there you go.
That's surprising. Sean's very much. His all-round game has improved so much.
Yeah, he really concentrates as well. I like his attitude at the table, and obviously he's an Irish teammate of yours.
Yeah,
and,
he's hard beaten.
And a great lad as well.
A lot of players playing this cut break. Tony, what do you think of it?
Well, I never played it. I mean, I tried it, but the trouble with me, because I can't control the cue ball, I have to hit it hard, so I was just sending the cue ball off the table a lot. So I just reverted straight back to the smash the front ball as hard as I can sort of break, which always did me okay.
Yeah.
I'd never changed it. No, I had the conversation with a couple of, well, I have this conversation quite a lot with some of the players, and I'd say, will you change? It was Rab McCulloch I was having it with last night, actually, and he said never. He said he blasts his break. He said, I'll go through a whole match and I'll pot 3-4 balls every time. He said sometimes it just don't go. It's just that's the run of the balls.
Yeah,
Stop messing about in between different breaks.
Yeah,
that's just his opinion.
Yeah, but he's right. Like, I mean, it is. If you're great shot from Josh.
What about you? Do you change your break?
No, straight down the centre. But I do try the cut break an odd time, but I'm useless on it.
That's a fair assessment, those days. Of course, you've got another young Irish player as well that's come over now in the last sort of 7-8 months. The emergence of Ben Doyle.
Oh, Ben the Bear, yeah.
He's a very, very good player. He's got some break on him as well. We're talking about the breaks, isn't he?
And he's such a team player. I've played with him now a couple of times on that. I've managed him actually at under 18 and under 23 level, but he's really come to the fore now in the men's. And he will be there for many years.
I was really impressed with him at the World Championships last year for Ireland. I mean, I think did he finish top of your averages, because he was right up there.
Look, if he didn't, he was very close. But he's just so solid, you know. He's such a great teammate.
Yeah, I have to say, very, very impressive performance all the way through that World Championship for Ireland.
He really wears his heart on his sleeve, you know.
That's what you want, though, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, in team games, yeah.
And Josh Kane now with a great opportunity here. Taking out that tremendous black ball in the last frame. I think it settled his nerves, Dave.
Absolutely. It's a different player this time around. Yeah. Such a great cueist. His touch is is very precise in his touch.
Yeah, he's a very smooth player, is Josh.
I played Josh back, I don't know, many years ago in the final of the home internationals. And obviously he beat me, but it was the first time I ever played him or seen him play, and I knew then that he was going to be a star of the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Great player.
He had a couple of wins last year, hadn't he, in the Pro Tour, had he?
Oh, he's had a couple of good runs. Just nip across, and that is Declan Brennan.
Declan the Destroyer.
Chris Hampson at the table, 6-2. Declan leads, just 2 from home, and you see there's a quarter of an hour left on that clock. And like I say, if you want to go over there and watch the whole of that match, you just check out
Clever shot there from
our social media pages. There are codes up there, get you a bit of a discount. And I can tell you, well worth having a subscription.
Link the 4 reds, Tony, and put the black in after yellow, or double it. What's your preference?
I'd probably just look at it then with a glance, probably the black off the yellow for where it's at. Like I say, if you want to go back and watch that match, it is on the Ultimate Pool TV app channel. Anyway, Josh Kane breaks off and breaks dry.
Reds, Tony?
Well, reds are the more open ball. It's the black ball, obviously, that's a major problem.
Yeah.
There's no real easy, well, you dribble this one up the top rail, but you come into the middle of the table, and it's all about what ball do you use to free the black. And also there's a red towards the bottom. It's behind that yellow that needs to be, you need to be precise position to get on that as well. So there's no foregone conclusion finish here, that's for sure. Lots of work.
The black's too far down to play one of that set the blue spot red in off it, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say, let's take this time here. Of course, we don't have a shot clock on this table. It's only the arena table that we have that. So in essence, you could take half an hour to play the shot, Dave.
Yeah. John doesn't play. I don't think he's a slow player.
Neither of these two.
No, he'll get on with it. It's a big frame for John to get on the board. He doesn't want to go 3-0 down.
And he'll feel that he should have had the first frame.
Exactly.
So what did you get over, Dave? Did you come over early, or did you?
Came over yesterday evening.
Okay.
Had 12 o'clock fight with a few of the Irish lads.
Did you get a discount for bringing a load of you?
No. Fortunately not. Does he track this difficult yellow beside the red now? Beside the yellow now? He has the angle to come into that area. Off the top red.
I'm just wondering if there is a possibility of just playing the red off the black itself and get it into the middle. Then if the angle is available there.
Yeah, if he takes this top red though, he has the angle to come into this difficult one beside that.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs to approach them now rather than leave them.
Absolutely. the one down the rail is not any benefit to him at the moment. Yeah, he's going to take this one and shoot down for this red. Big touch on the yellow. Perfect. Oh, unlucky. That was unlucky. Now he just another run of a ball. He didn't catch the yellow full. He needed to catch that yellow full when he was screwing across.
Yeah, absolutely. Just glanced it rather than, like you say, Dave, go into the middle of it where he would have stayed pretty much straight on it, and he could have probably screwed back in and
Into the black.
yeah, that would have freed up the frame for himself.
Absolutely. All about cutting this red into the middle, come down towards the black again. He didn't. He has to go for it now. There's nothing. There's no hiding place.
No, he's fully committed, that's for sure. He's all in.
Can he go by the yellow? Try to contain and shot. Yeah. Tie it up. Good shot. Sometimes when the opportunity's there, Tony, you have to, you have to push the boat out a wee bit on certain occasions. You mightn't just get a better opportunity. He's played a good shot there to leave that red not close to the pocket, to leave it where it is, to use it as a breaker.
There's ways to play safety, which is attacking safety, to push yours out. You want to try and push. Well, I'm Josh, I'm trying to push the yellows out, or at least get two of them out, with one having an angle to go into that pack. Because I want to go first. So I don't want to wait for my opponent to go first. I'd rather take the bull by the horns and
absolutely.
try and get the frame.
Because he's left that red there below at the bottom right, he has an angle on that to go into the bunch. Or you can use the one on the blue spot to as a breaker as well. That's what he's going to do.
Yeah, I don't blame John here. I think I'd rather roll the dice.
Absolutely.
My safety was never the greatest in the world anyway, so I'd always favour.
But where that red is, Josh can mess around on, for ages. He needs to. John's doing the right thing here by attacking.
Yeah.
Just needs to be a bit of luck here. He could open the whole thing perfect for himself. And he did, if he had got the pot. Every black and all was free there if he had got that. It's really how the game should be played, the way John played it, though.
No, I fully agree. Had to go game there. If he'd have waited any longer, that everything would have been enclosed, and
that's right.
We'd have been probably sat here with a half an hour, 40-minute frame.
Josh would have started taking his balls off the table.
Yeah, absolutely.
Josh taking his time on this one. He knows how important this frame is. 3-0. The big lead first to hit. Oh!
I'll tell you what, he was flirting with death there. Wow.
The heart was getting a wee bit of a flutter there. And now he's perfect. When you go in this game, Tony, in these rules, you have to get it. You can't. You cannot miss at this level with these players.
Yeah, very nicely done now by Josh. That's himself the yellow now. That plates the lower one of the two. Brings the keyboard back off the rail and back up behind the other one.
For a chase, yeah.
And this is going to be 3-0 to Josh Kane. And he's really started to settle now. Looking solid is Josh Kane.
Yes, 3-0 Josh. The thing has very changed, Tony, from back in the day.
Oh, incredibly.
Oh, so much for the better, like.
Yeah. I was speaking to Scott Ryan earlier. Obviously, commercial director and ultimate pool, and he said to me, you know, how do you, would you like to play under this environment? I said, my word, yes. As we have a little look at Declan Brennan mopping up, and this is for the match against Chris Hampson. I think he's just gone too far there. It looks a bit nonchalant the way he was going around there.
Exactly.
Has he got do you reckon he's got a table booked across the road in a restaurant at the speed he was going?
It's going top right, though, is it? No.
He's able to come and spit it up. That looks pretty good, though. There's one for the crowd, look. It's like Decky's in good form, and that is done and dusted for Declan Brennan. He will go through, and he defeats Chris Hampson 8-2 there in the main arena. And I'm sure if you are over there, we'll go over there, you'll be able to listen to him have a chat. So we are mainly back here. I think Josh Kane might have nipped for a restroom break.
Break from John.
Well, that's the break he wants. He wants to get a couple of balls, and he generally does. He does have a big break, John Chambers, and he's a very quick player, aggressive. But this has been his sort of worst nightmare of a start he could wish for.
It wasn't straight down the middle there. It wasn't a cut break, but it was tap. It was side of the tap ball, wasn't it? So
Yeah, it's a
in between the two.
It's a hybrid.
They just worked well from there at the centre.
He's in that crossroads, John. We know where you are in a match. When you're 3-0 down, you've got the balls are there, but he's in his mind, he's thinking, I can't afford to miss these now. You can't go 4-0 down to Josh Kane, surely.
Exactly.
Well, they expect to come back anyway.
Funny, I was going to say yellows at the ball. For the simple reason that they're surrounding the black, and he has to deal with the yellows around the black.
He was going to take reds.
He was. But if he, tutting the yellows around the black, he's going to free the black.
Yeah, it's the yellow that's next to the black ball.
Yeah.
To the right of it. That's the one that's.
But he's going to be very unlucky if he hasn't got an angle. It's one of the yellows to just to trickle it out. Start this one at the bottom, then the one to the middle. The one on the right, then screw into the yellow and black. Or take a look where he is after that. He's gone this way. Pushing that, going into the yellow and black from this side of the table, he's pushing the yellow up towards the other yellow, that's the only thing.
There's always a danger there with that shot.
He tried to put it in off it. It's a great chance for Josh now to make it 4-0.
Yeah, he's got to play the long red down the rail.
Yeah, it's frame ball.
It is indeed. Of course, with the speed of the cloth, and you know yourself, Dave, basically you could just sort of flick this with a little tiny bit, you know, just gentle screw back, can't you? You play this a soft screw into the corner.
Yeah. No, I fancy him to get this all day long.
Yeah. Very nicely done. And the alarm bells will be ringing now for John Chambers.
It's unbelievable how the first couple of frames of a match can set a tone for the whole match. If John wins that first frame, it's a completely different tone. Josh is settled, confidence growing.
Yeah, that's pretty much bang on there. Pop the red down into the bottom corner, leave himself a little tiny angle on the ball into the centre, so he could just dribble up. Just maybe get up to the bolt line, just past the bolt line for the last red at the top of the table. Pick and choose where he wants to put the black ball.
Oh.
Well, that was very, very loose indeed.
Didn't expect that.
He tipped the bridge hand move. As he struck that, his bridge hand moved very quickly. Just his shoulder went off it.
Yeah,
it's weird, wasn't it?
He knew he'd missed it. That's the kind of shot can actually turn the whole match. John's landed.
You see, you weren't expecting it either, would you? I mean, his hardest ball was his first one, the red down the rail, the cushion, yeah.
John has landed too straight, unless he has to take the one to the middle here now.
Yeah, see, this is the one that would hurt John Chambers more than if Kane had just cleared up, because
absolutely.
This is a reprieve, and to fail again.
Yes,
this
I think he has to go all out here and take the one to the middle.
I think if he doesn't get these, this flattens him.
He played that very well. It's an excellent shot. It's just he has to put this into the middle with a bit of power, though.
Yeah, look, that's a cue ball to get past. It should squeak past the red, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
But then if you play it with power, push it towards the red as well. I don't like it. Might be going in the bottom corner, smash it through. Can't play the corner, can you? Unless you want to play the combination shot, and I think that's really tough from where that yellow is.
This is massive for John.
It was such a difficult shot.
That's why I thought he should have took it first and left the other one to come down the table for the yellow. It's easy from here, absolutely.
I've not missed a ball from up here, Dave.
Me either. Missed a few this morning though.
he's okay. He wasn't playing for that little kiss off the red.
No.
And what do you do here, Dave? Do you screw out?
Just a drag, maybe a bit of drag, is it?
Or just
Just
makes
makes
the bottom left.
Yeah, make sure you come down that side.
Played that brilliantly.
Yeah.
Very good pace on that.
She's
This is going to hurt John badly now because he's had 2 chances in this frame. And Josh has dodged a bullet. And he now goes into a 4-0 lead. So they've got the Irish team sorted for the World Championships because obviously host nation this year.
That's right. Trials are on the 19th of April for all sections. So there'll be obviously this through the rankings. There's players already on the team, but then the trials finalise it. That's all together on the 19th. After that, the teams will be finalised. Then they have to wait then to end of August to get going. But it's early this year. We've an event less in Ireland this year. You usually don't finish maybe April time. But it's this time in March.
Yeah, really looking forward to World Championships being in Ireland as well. Be some crack over there.
Yeah, and it's in Ennis this time, not Killarney, which is it's great to have a change as well, you know.
I've played there when I played on the Irish Tour, actually.
Oh yeah, you would have Ennis.
Yeah.
We used to have the All Irelands in Ennis. Then we moved them to Killarney.
To be fair, the last Irish Tour event I won was in Clay and Ennis.
Very good.
There we are. That was quite a while ago. People were going around on horse and cart when that happened.
They're still in Ennis and horse and cart, believe it or not. Kerry, Killarney, it's part of the Irish folklore.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place. It really is.
Down that part of the country.
It's fantastic.
It's really lovely.
Fantastic part of the world. But Josh Kane looking in ominous form now. He had his little slip and he got away with it in the last frame. So I think he won't make that error again.
I think he tried to kick that red there, did he?
I'm not sure. I think the red might pass up into the top right. If he does, he plays one downstairs, plays that onto the. If he can get himself fairly straight, and he can just pop that in. And obviously, the last red is over the middle and leads to the black. Those would be tap-ins.
Yeah. Perfect.
It's nothing to do with the cue ball here, just drop this in. And this for 5-0, and I didn't see this coming, I must admit. I'm sure John Chambers didn't.
Straight in. 5-0.
Just a couple of scores from around the arena. Jaden Billion 5-1 up against Carl Morris. Chris Day is now 4-2 up against John's brother Rob. And just having a quick look, Daniel Whitworth and Phil Harrison are 3-all. Jez Graham 7, Brian Halcrow 5. Jez Graham on the hill, and that's all that's been played at the moment in the pros. So what, a couple of games to go on in this last 64. In fact, there's only one left to go on now, and that will be Ricky Jones and Callum Singleton. And then we will be over to the last 32. Tom Cousins will be taking on Eddie Barker. Kyle Cope will be playing Sean Ash. He dispatched Cole Bedford earlier today. That was a big win for Sean. We'll have another look at
Super break.
John's break, and yeah,
It's 2 good breaks in a row he's got. Playing that slightly off centre. First top ball.
he played that shot nicely, and this frame really now should be dead, and I'm sure it will be. Chambers will get himself onto the scoreboard.
Nice touch. Just has to be careful. He leaves the angle on the bottom red to get the gap for the black. Just turn it out an inch or 2, or he run on an inch or 2, whatever suits. Probably going through his head. Make sure you don't sniff yourself here.
Wouldn't be the first person that had that go through the head when you're playing, you know, and everything's going against you. But
He played that well. He come around it outside.
and
Yes,
finally, John Chambers is off the mark.
Up and running. If he can knock in a couple of frames now, John, he can put Josh back under pressure.
Well, over we go. Out into the arena. You saw Pac-Man, Greg Batten, at the table. Man from Tiverton in Devon. He's taking on Carl Sutton. Carl, of course, one of the mainstays of the England team.
For many years.
Yeah, you've played against him many times. Your lads.
Yeah, he's a class act. Graves going into the red already.
Yeah, just the start of this match, of course. This is out in the main arena. So if you go over to Ultimate Pool TV, get yourself a code and watch this all the way through, and watch the entire weekend event as well. Why not get yourself a yearly subscription and watch the whole lot, because we've got some great events coming your way for the season. As we scoot back to see Josh Kane breaking off, leading 5 frames to 1. Just saw his unblemished scoreline dismissed, and I'll tell you what,
They're not breaking as well down the centre,
No.
Tony. Even noticed that earlier myself in Liam's game. They weren't just breaking as well down the centre. He's hit that perfect. He's timed it well.
yeah, it was a good break, but no friends.
No.
So Chambers now.
He's just shot yellow at the top beside the red. It's only difficult one if he can. Can he get an angle on this, from this top yellow to stub them of the next yellow? You can use the red over the top of to win off it to make it to widen the angle. It's tight, it's a swirl. Kind of jabbed at it, Tony, rather than getting. He didn't cue it, he kind of decelerated a bit.
I'd take reds, right. Red ball next to the yellow at the top of the table. Try and get into that side cushion off the yellow into the bottom right. Would that go? If that goes, that opens everything up.
He's kicking the back of this yellow from the top cushion.
Yeah, this is a tough one because of it.
The white could just stay there.
Yeah, but it's just the angle. It might come off the round and not go into it. Actually plays it off the red.
Yeah.
Clever shot. Clever shot there from Josh. Who am I kidding going for reds? He's played that very well there, the young man from Coventry. And you can see the path now for these yellows. And he'll be just happy to trade frames now with John. If he could just trade frames for 3 more of them, he's home and over the line. So if he can get this one. Doesn't mind John having that big break.
No, it's happened, Josh. Just weary of the. It's gone down table, instead of taking that yellow, he's weary of hitting that red and blocking up something. Still straightforward for George.
Yeah, you take the ball in the middle now.
Yeah.
I know it's a little bit closer, but you just pop this in. Get the cue up in the air a little bit. It's a little jabby shot. He'll take that, thank you very much. Just wants to keep the cue ball in that straight line between all those reds, just anywhere in the middle of the table. Straighter the better.
That's plumb.
Yeah, that's fine.
One.
Yeah, in goes the last yellow and a tap in black, and Josh Kane now 2 from home. He goes 6-1 in front against John Chambers.
Are you far from here, Tony? Do you live far from Wigan?
Quite a long way, yeah. I live in Cornwall, so not quite off the end of the country, but not that far from it.
We'd need to be as quick coming from Ireland.
You get here quicker. That's if you swam. I can tell you next up on this table, when we finish this, there will be just a slight pause as we change over the match. But next up will be Tom Cousins, the world #1, taking on Eddie Barker. That will be our next offering on this table.
Steady Eddie.
Steady Eddie, Batman himself. My old mate, bless him. And we'll be taking on the numero uno in Top Cat.
Oh, it's just not happening for John today.
It's not his day. And I mean, and he's such a good potter, and he's such a smooth cueist. And it's just, well,
You can't win a match in the early
it was
frames,
that scrappy first frame, and I mean,
absolutely.
he's not screwed straight off. He's gone back into the pack, as you do with that cut break. The cue ball comes off the side rail, goes into the pack, but it's hit the pack, and the pack's just shoved the ball back into the middle bag as well. So,
Just when it's a cruel game when it's not happening for you.
no, the game never looks after you that way. It always kicks you in the guts.
Yeah. True gods. We give you an opportunity, you didn't take it, so now we'll punish you.
And it does seem to be like that. I know
Doesn't it?
we
Yeah.
sit here and say it, and we've all played the game, and you think, I always felt I was the hardest done by person ever. But I was unlucky who had no luck, even though I played badly.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't count.
No. I think for confidence you have to talk like that anyway, don't you?
Yeah. Josh Kane, cue ball in hand, but he has to be behind the bolt line because an in-off will foul on the break. unless the cue ball leaves the table. It's placed there. And yellows it is now for Josh Kane to get one away from the finish line.
I don't think that yellow is trickling in the middle.
It's very tight, isn't it? I think it's stuck to it.
He wouldn't have played that last shot that way if it had a went.
Would you try and pot the one, Dave, that's over nearest to the corner bag and try and get a little angle on the yellow that's nearest the rail and try and come into the yellow and the black there, because you'll always still finish on the ball at the bottom one. Just trying to work out a way here, unless it does.
But yeah, he has to move it now, that one you're talking about, the one on the bottom rail after the shot, because how's he going to get on it after that?
Exactly, yeah.
He's still looking at this yellow to the middle, but I don't think it's going because the way he
Do you
played
want to
it,
be there playing it? Because you're going to have to play it absolutely dead weight. He's playing it now, isn't
he's
he?
playing it now.
If it does go, it will open it up.
Yeah. He talked himself into it, was going.
Well, it did make the frame very, very easy then.
Yeah. But in his first yellow, he tried to go into it, so it told me that it wasn't going. Or he wouldn't have, he wouldn't have potted that yellow into the middle that way. But he was left drawing nothing. All he could do was play a containing shot.
Yeah, and this is where Josh, I think, has a bit of superiority now, because I think Josh is very good at these little tactical exchanges to get himself a chance.
Yeah. They play lots of torn yellow to red to the middle. Screw the white back into this area.
He feels like they're trying to get the cue ball behind the yellow that's near the corner bag.
Very good shot. He's played that so well that every yellow's going now.
Yeah, just look where he's left John.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Don't think if John touches this red, he's living. Just no pot. It's not bad.
But he's hanging in his frame, is John.
Yeah. He played the bottom yellow out and put him behind the other yellow that he can replay the bottom one. Just give him this bottom red. Yeah. Oh, he's went a wee bit too far, has he? Can he leave the middle one?
I don't mind that where the yellow's finished, because the other yellow that's nearest the bag, you can put on and beyond that. So I'm not bothered where the yellow is. It's just where he's left the cue ball.
Yeah, he's just giving John this bottom red. That's the only red he's got. Very good shot. John just play into the red. Still giving no shot.
Yeah, I don't think John has to do too much with the cue ball.
No. Just knocked the red out. He's sliding off to get out of here, off the red. It's a good shot from John.
He's forcing Josh to come out now in that bottom area of the table.
He's some shot. Look at this.
Oh, that is a phenomenal
Stop
pot.
that, Josh, will you? You can't be doing that.
Well,
Super
he
shot.
was forced to play it. We'll have another look at this, because this is an absolute belter of a shot. Great shot there.
Centre of the
Josh Kane.
pocket. Didn't even touch the sides. Excellent. Just to put him on the hill.
Well, it's all about tracking now after this yellow. So he's going to cut it into the middle.
Around the brown spot. If he lands in the brown spot, he has both yellows.
Yeah. He'll be unlucky not to be on either.
Yeah, absolutely. Just we touch a drag right hand side, swing it round. Yeah.
And here we go.
Back up towards the centre of the table. Game out, frame over. Josh hasn't missed a lot now. In the first frame he was a wee bit nervy, but after that he just settled in and played the normal Josh game.
He can run this one and keep it off the bottom rail and come up a bit.
Perfect. You can check it off the cushion anyway, back over and back. He's not missing.
Just got to be a bit careful with these on the brand new table, because
he could have a slide.
It will slide. Could slide. He could come past the near side of that red and come back behind it.
Yeah, he has to make sure he just stays below.
If he can play it where he can kill the cue ball off the rail completely, so it doesn't even make it to the red, if you know what I mean, then he's okay.
Hit it perfectly.
Yeah, it's a great shot. This has been such a good finish, this, from Josh Kane. I mean, the first part, that yellow cut into the corner, gives his control. It's been superb. And onto the hill goes Josh Kane, one away from a place in the last 32.
That was a super yellow. He got into the right corner. Kerr and Greg, one each.
Just going over now again. Carl Sutton.
This is the last 32 match, Greg and Carl, is it?
No, last 64, I believe.
I thought I'd seen
Oh
Carl.
no, he's a 32.
Yeah,
Of course,
yeah.
Saying now, just looking, yeah. This is just last 32. I thought I was actually thinking it was Tom Cousins starting the last 32, but that's because that's been held for the match after this one.
Yeah.
So that is the last 32. And it's looking like going 2-1 to Cole Sutton. Dylan Leary's out there. We were playing in last 32. He's playing Luke Gilberthausen. He's still goalless. There's a couple of other matches about to start. Ian Alley and Ryan Pisani, Carl Cope, Sean Ash. So Chris Day's 5-4 up against Rob Chambers.
Josh had a super break there, and the right was kicked into the top pocket. He just timed that so well. A bit of spin, slowed it down. Look, it's so unlucky. Great chance now for John to get another frame on the board. Easy choice, yellow or reds. Just needs to get on with it, not overthink it.
I think I'd choose yellow just for the sake of that red that's on the right hand rail.
And he can move that red now off the top right one if he wanted to move it over the middle.
I don't think I'll bother, because none of the yellows need moving.
Exactly. But I think he's just overthinking it at the moment. He's playing it the way he's going to stun into this red to move it.
Yeah, when you stood there looking at a 7-1 deficit.
Yeah. Oh, he left it. I thought when he took reds that if he was going to take reds, he would have tackled into that red.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I wouldn't have bothered. I'd have took the yellows. That was just me. Sometimes it's just down to personal preference, Dave.
Yeah,
you know, I know.
Yeah.
What's right for you could be wrong for somebody else, but as long as you get them out, it doesn't matter.
It's the end result that counts.
Absolutely. So who have you got in the next event? Event 2.
Sean Story.
Ah.
Doesn't get any easier.
No, autopilot himself.
Yeah, I had a good match with him at the
Great
World
player.
Championships last year in Blackpool, 7-5. So hopefully I can do a bit better this time. Like he moved the red this time. He had an ample opportunity the last time to move it out.
Yeah, funny one.
That's perfect. Just drop the 3 in.
Well, he's holding off execution. Is John Chambers.
He's going into the yellow here. No, he can stand past it. Perfect. Well done, John. As you said, Tony, he's held off execution for another while.
Oh, yeah. Just another 6 frames to go for him.
If you get a wee run at all at this level, you know, you can knock 2 or 3 frames off in a row. You're never out of this until it's...
It's how the mind is, though, isn't it? You know,
Yeah.
when you're this far behind. But I'll give me his due, John Chambers, because his demeanour hasn't changed.
No.
He's not looking like, well, I've give up. And there'll be quite a few players that would just give up. Just sort of throw the towel in and just throw your arm at the balls and just have done with it.
No. You should never give up. You put too much work in, you know, to put some efforts into just to give up. Black back up again.
Yeah, that'll come back up. He has made a ball as well. He's made a yellow. So obviously no golden breaks. Or golden ducks. So the black ball will be replaced.
If this was Champions League now, it'd be friend to John.
It would. So John has made a yellow. That now would signal for John to play on.
Has the angle to move the red straight away? He has. I think he can pick the pocket.
Yeah, he just wants that red on the left out in the open.
Stun into
Everything else is there.
Just stun into it. That's what this going now.
That'll do it. That'll do the job. Run this in at the bottom into the bottom right. Leave yourself a little angle on the red that's just going to be behind the cube one after this shot.
He should be in the bottom cushion here. Perfect. Now you can run into the yellow there as a holder. Just below the middle. Yes. Could have afforded to play that a wee bit harder.
Just a low red go past into the centre. Goes past the other red between red and yellow.
It must
So if
have.
it does, then it's tappings. It must do.
Yeah.
Trying to get the cue up in the air a bit here and play this with a bit more power. Pump this one in a little bit, bring the cue ball back a few inches. So I see the cue ball get jacked up. I would think here.
Must be tight, Tony. You wouldn't be spending much time looking at it. John.
Yeah, had a different angle than I thought he had, but
Yeah.
anyway, the result is still the same. And John Chambers gets 2 in a row. It's now 7-3.
John will regret them couple of chances he gave away now, because if he takes them, the match is a lot closer.
Well, absolutely.
We've all been there.
Well, Josh Kane now would just be thinking, please let me get a ball or two off this break.
Don't let it go 7-4.
No, because it starts to get in your head then.
That's right.
7-4 becomes 7-5, and all of a sudden you're thinking, I'm going 7. Even though your brain will be telling you you're going 7-all. You're going 7-all, and you go mad.
Yeah. Just sticking with straight down the middle. This time it's dry.
Oh dear, try again.
Oh, no, it dropped.
Wow.
It's not easy.
No, but he'll just be happy he's got a ball because he gets choice.
Yes. Obviously yellows.
Yeah, he's getting the first yellow.
Yeah.
What about the yellow onto the red and yellow down the bottom as a plant?
Is the top yellow going? If it is, he'll take it now.
No, yeah, if that's going, the frame's up. I'm thinking it's stuck behind a red. I think if that was going, he'd have played it by now.
Absolutely.
You'd have played it by now, Dave, wouldn't you?
He'll
You'd have been halfway through the yellows.
He'll rain or snow it and miss the black.
What he'd give to have that keyboard just slightly to the right of that red so he could pop that easy yellow down into the corner.
Yeah. He's looking at this top yellow.
Like I said before, if that yellow goes past the red, he'd have definitely played that shot by now. He wouldn't have been any
No,
closer
it
than
doesn't.
he's
No.
stuck.
There's the angle now. No, not a chance. Is he playing? He's letting John have a crack at it.
Yeah,
I'm shocked and surprised with that.
I am. I'd have had a go at something.
Absolutely. At 7-3 up, you can't expect somebody to hand it to you. You have to go out and get it.
I'm wondering if
That could come
John
back and
Chambers
haunt.
could play that yellow that's next to the red there and screw into the other two.
That is a shot, Tony. Absolutely.
Just got to be a little bit careful if you play that yellow because you'd have to play it slightly wide that you didn't send the yellow into the black and cannon the black in.
Pot it. Yeah.
Because by pushing it with right hand side, you're making the angle a lot wider.
No, he's going to play. So we only get a tactical one. This suits Josh. I think
it does.
I think John missed a trick there because he could have punished Josh big time. You know, if John wins that frame, it's
Yeah, you can make Josh start to doubt himself, can't you?
because he doubted himself on that finish.
Yeah, he did. You're right. But the same shot's there now for Josh. He could play that double sort of cannon.
I don't think he will because he didn't play it the last time.
No, he won't play it.
This frame suits Josh all day long. Because if John pushed the boat out here now, which he probably has to, he had a better chance than last time to work better open.
Well, they're obviously seeing if this is a touching ball, which means he would have to play away from this yellow.
John says no. He's looking at it again, but he's shaking his head no. He's touching. It's a big advantage. He can stick him into the jaw of the pocket. I think he's going to get somebody to look at this. They can't make up their mind on it.
Just get anybody out from the crowd. When I shoot, go out there, Dave, and sort them out.
There's a ref coming out. Have a look.
And it's Darryl. No Hibbard there, just confirming, or well, I don't know who's right and who's wrong. That's the downside of not having a graphic up there. We'll soon find out because obviously.
I think it is. What would you do now, Tony, if it is? I would stick him in the corner pocket.
Absolutely. Same shot. You sort of look at these situations, Dave, and you think, where would I not want to be?
Exactly.
Where would I really not want to be and try and put them there?
Yeah. He needed to come in off the cushion and kick the yellow away. Now Josh can just stick him to between the yellow and cushion. Just touch it again.
Yeah, hopefully Darryl stayed over there.
No. Just play the same shot, Josh. Just touch it. Kind of one of them miscue shots up the side of the yellow, up the side of the white. Josh is too cute. He doesn't need to push the boat out here. I think John has to play a shot to make Josh go for it. That's a clever shot.
Yeah, at some point somebody's going to have to be aggressive.
More so John. Josh has 3 more frames to you can play about it. It's a clever shot from Josh.
You know, so he lost a turn because he's played yellow into red, which doesn't count as a legal pot. So that's just a ball away from the table. And from Chambers, he has to play from there.
He's going to put the black up, is he? Along the cluster. The reds all of a sudden look better.
Yeah, I agree, because there's 2 yellows on the rail on that side, 2 on the other side. I think I would have a little pop at reds here.
Absolutely.
At least get on them. They go at the top there. You could play the little plant and leave the cue ball stuck on the top rail.
And make him move that yellow.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think reds are the winners of this frame. If he's got a simple pot. Especially at 7-3 up.
Yes.
You think I'm now going to push to try and get over the line? He's not going to, though, or is he? I feel he has to. He is. But he's not going the way that we suggested.
He's just going to move this red and up and play.
Well, it's not that bad a shot. It's positive. Well,
I think he tried the same shot to get the white up that area.
I agree. But he's now forcing the situation.
Yeah. Clever shot again. I think Josh can actually come off the top cushion and kick them reds, as long as that black's not planting into the middle.
Yeah, that's immediately what I looked at as
No,
well.
he's looking at he's going to flick to the outside. But he's a great chance to open it up there because the yellow's not going. He's 2 yellows tied up on the side cushion here.
Would you be tempted to come off the side rail through the gap of these yellows and just hit into those 2 reds? I would be. Because I'm pushing everything that way and I'm leaving the cue ball at the top of the table.
I'd probably come off the top cushion here and kicked it, as long as the black wasn't planting.
Yeah.
Force John into going for. John's not going to have it out of fight. Clever shot, Josh. Excellent shot. Now, John, you're going to have to. You're going to have a go at this. Josh has knocked over the red over the pocket to use his breaker. Unlucky. Hold on to your hats, time. He's gone into them. He has that. How's your luck? Just make sure he misses the black. He's taking him to the top, is he? Don't understand that one.
No, I'm a bit confused. He obviously has a plan.
Is he going to play this and stick the white to the inside, outside yellow? No. Even if he catches this yellow to flick it in, yeah, he has to hit very hard for the yellow to come out any distance.
Well, hold on to your hats.
I think that's good night, Irene.
I think there's work to be done.
Josh is way too experienced not to finish that off.
I think the red above the black.
Get on that. You've got to push this yellow out of the road now when he puts this red to the right. And right top. He'll open the pocket for it.
But then he has to push this yellow, not stop,
No.
block the path of getting on the other red.
Absolutely.
That's where the dodgy bit comes in.
But it's a shot to nothing because if he doesn't.
I reckon he might just bump this red down here, and just leave the cue ball stuck to these two yellows.
But this is a shot to nothing because if he bumps that yellow, John is nothing. Perfect, excellent shot. Well played.
Yeah, he's played that well.
Can he get through? But that's what I'm saying, it's a shot to nothing. John's still second favourite in this round. He can use the cushion here, can he?
I think he might be able to get through. If he can't, and he has to swing the cue ball slightly, I think he might just play a little swerve shot round.
Yeah, or just play the top cushion for the right hand side.
I think that red's further away than you think from that top cushion. Sometimes the view deceives you.
Yeah.
And judging by the way he keeps getting down, have a look, he's not 100% sure.
And he's not going to push the boat out of that because where John's 4 yellows are.
Well, he can play the plant if he really wants
Yeah,
to. Just play that 'cause it does push both balls over there. If he doesn't get it, he's not really leaving John an awful lot. Where's John's safety? It'll be trying to come off the side cushion up the top behind the 2 yellows into the top corner. I don't know.
Or close his eyes. Close his eyes.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
One of them ones.
Yeah.
He's playing the plant. This is a chance. He can get a double here. If he, and the other yellow could come out and give him an angle to open the other 2. He has to attack this. He's not going to, is he? Has to.
I don't know with those 2 yellows at the top, they're a bit.
So if he gets ball,
dodgy.
but if he gets ball in hand here, it's still no good. Right, he has to take. He would normally go for this red up the rail, but he's leaving himself no angle to break up the other yellows. could you run through after this yellow, Tony, and run the white up towards the middle pocket and block him on these two, block him on both reds?
It'd be tough to do.
Yeah. He has to go top right here for the angle to break the yellows, doesn't he? He's going top left.
I think he might be cutting in the middle.
Yeah, that's what he's doing, you're right. Middle.
Ugh. Great pot.
That's the
Lost a cue ball.
That's the story of the match, I think, for him.
Yeah, it's
Another day.
a tough one to take for John.
Yeah, and another day he gets that. Like, did he hit the cushion between yellow and pocket there?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Try to do that again.
That's fine. He's got a little angle now just on this red at the top. He just punches this in. Cue ball off the side rail and come out a bit. And the balls are there now for Josh Kane to close this match out. He will move onwards and upwards. John will have to wait for event number 2 to see if his fortunes change. I'd like to screw back a little bit further, Dave.
Yes.
Just for me, because I'm greedy, but
It's just what the yellows are, that, you know, I mean,
yeah, it's just
it takes the pressure off the pot, doesn't it?
yeah, I'll just like it straight behind
Yeah,
it.
absolutely.
Greedy. But anyway, this for the match.
That's
In it
it.
goes. Josh Kane has beaten John Chambers by 8 frames to 3. Not been John Chambers' day. And Josh will move forwards in the tournament and into the last 32. When we come back, what we have next is Tom Cousins versus Eddie Barker.
Probably would have had favourite Naval, but because them two weren't even a plan.
Afternoon and welcome back to the action from Table 3. We continue with the Ultimate Pool Series from Wigan. And this game started in a pretty strange fashion there, but this game is Tom Cousins versus Eddie Barker. Tom Cousins breaking in frame number 1 and sending the cue ball off the table. I'm Nick Finn, I'm joined by Zach Cooper, comms.
Hello.
Afternoon, Zach, how are you?
I'm fine, Nick. How are you?
Yeah, I'm really good. I'm looking forward to this game, and I mean, obviously Tom goes into it as a favourite, but Eddie's been finding some serious form lately. He's been winning some of the senior events. He's been making some really good runs in other events. He looks like a different player than he has over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, Eddie's got so much experience. Obviously, he's been in the game for quite a while now. So that experience, I think he can use this to get through quite far in this comp, if not win it, because he's got the bottle to keep himself in the match. He's played long enough where he knows the patterns better than most players, and I've watched him on countless occasions on tours and everything else, and he never looks like the game really affects him in any way. Never looks like doesn't look like he can beat him.
Yeah, really good attitude to the game, you're right. First opportunity in this first frame as well, with ball in hand, really useful with that cue ball going off the table. Means he can place it anywhere he wants, and he gets one difficult ball off the table. It wasn't difficult to pop, but it was difficult to land on.
Yeah, I think nothing here really needs to be broken out. So I think the way he's kind of play this is just going fully cue ball control, because most players here would be playing that bottom yellow and freeing that one off the cushion, but he's got a pocket, and like I said, the experience he's got, he knows that himself, so he'll land on it, and like that he's basically playing a percentage play here. He breaks a ball out, could go bad, but he's playing it as he doesn't need to break anything else. He's just going to use his cue ball control to his advantage here.
Not a bad angle, maybe just a fraction straighter, but you can just see the cue ball. Just leave this as a thin cut back, and it's a fairly natural angle to come around the table, out to the middle of the table. It just needs to think about the one just above the bulk line. The red is guarding that yellow. I mean, it's still pottable. You just need to get the right position on it.
Yeah, I feel like he can play this kind of relaxed here, because as long as he gets the right middle of the table, he should be on basically best of both worlds. He should be on both balls at the same time. So instead of playing for the one, he could play for the two and edge his bets more on the shot. Just needs to miss that red. Yeah. Give himself a chance in the frame, and that's more or less at this level. That's what you want. Obviously, it's come probably a ball short of where he actually wanted to be, but I feel like at this stage you kind of just want your chances, and he's still got a chance in this frame.
Yeah, it just needs to navigate the red, get far enough down the table. He's not done it. Eddie, goodness me, I mean, he had a reasonably big margin of error there. He didn't need to be that close. Okay, you want to be perfect, but even if the yellow was, on the line of the middle pocket, he could still cut that yellow back in and give himself some kind of shot. It's criminal not to give yourself anything.
It's just, I feel like he thought that the cushion was going to get quite a big bounce on the white, and with the spin that he put on, he took a lot of the pace out, and I don't think he's really put that into what could have happened. Good attempt, but I feel like this is more or less Tom's forte here, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Tom just loves seeing a mistake because he just pounces, and he's merciless in these kind of things. From Eddie's perspective, yes, I mean, Tom goes into this as a favourite, but Eddie is more than capable, but he needs to be taking all of his chances, and that already looks to be one that's got away.
I think Eddie will be seeing it though. I know obviously it's a chance loss, but seats at the start of this match and not the end, because I think it's more shown in light at the end of the match than it is at the start of the match. There's still a long way to go yet. There's multiple things that can still happen, but I feel like Tom here, this is more or less a 10 out of 10 finish for him.
You don't see him make mistakes from here generally. Very, very rare. Just got slightly the wrong angle on this shot, which is why he stood up.
I think that's what's kind of, it's got him very, like, what's got him to be one of the best in the world is that you very rarely see him make a mistake. And he, from most players, they'll run out of position here, run out of position there, but he just makes it seem so easy, so arrogant in a way.
Yeah, it's a no-nonsense cue action as well. I think, I've said it before on comms, I think Tom's probably one of the best players that I've ever seen at developing a table. If there's a problem, he knows how to attack it, when to attack it, and he just develops tables so well. Any kind of problem, he's straight after it.
He's just landed more or less perfect for where he wants to be. Drop it, plot this in the corner, bit of backspin, corner and then back to middle. It just makes a finish when you're thinking to yourself, I need to turn this into a doctor. He does it, he manages to make it look like it was so easy from the start. I think we can say it's 1-0 to Tom here.
Indeed,
But it is Eddie's break next, so Kane can always come back level.
Yep, that one, as you say, it goes to serve, but it was definitely a decent chance there for Eddie. He'll be disappointed, but he can just brush that one off. And as you mentioned, it was on serve, so it's Eddie to break in frame 2. So just a reminder, we're watching the Ultimate Pool Pro Series, the last 32, and we are in Wigan, the first event we've held here, and a fabulous venue. It really is. There's 87 tables across 2 rooms. 16 in here and just over 70 I think in the other room. It's I went in there earlier, it's an absolute maelstrom of people in there. It's incredible. I mean, I know it's your first foray into the Pro Series. A fabulous year last year, finished 5th in the Challenger rankings, and obviously won an event, made another final as well. I mean, it was a great year last year. Obviously not the result you wanted today in your first pro match, but great to be now at the top of the game in the pro ranks, and this can only take your game to another level as well, I would think.
Yeah, after last year, it's taken me a few years to get used to like the tour scene, because I'd never done a tour before. Obviously, I knew there was like EPAs and other tours going, but I'd never done one. And then when I came onto the tour, I realised I like the environment. I like seeing all these players from all over the country come together and watching like the different abilities from different places and how people stand the pressure. But I feel since turning pro, I've been putting in a bit of time. Obviously, I've not got the result I wanted today, but Luke's played very well against me. He's had probably 5, 6, 8 balls out of the 8 frames, and it goes to show, obviously, even this tour, no matter who you play, no matter who they are, it's a very, very high standard, and it's hard to win, even not just win a tour, it's hard to win a match, because half of the people you play, or not all of them you play, have been at the top of their game for years, and I'm now trying to catch up that level. So I've been like practicing with Neil Raybone, Liam White, and other players from around my area, just to try and close that gap down.
Yeah, and of course you're in a proper hotbed there, aren't you? Play out of players, and the players that come out of that club and play in that club is fabulous. I mean, there's so many good players around that area.
Yeah, it's just rich in like pool ability. You've got different standards all over the place. You've got pub standards, but even the pub standards are now knocking in 8 balls for fun. You've got B standards who are in like tour term at B standard and stuff, it's just like tier 2, and then the A standard's tier 1, and then you've got obviously the pro standard players, which there's vast of, and it's one of those. I'm lucky to be in an area where I have got that ability to be able to just go to most of the players up high end. Fancy a knock.
So Eddie was dry on this break, giving Tom first chance, and navigating well so far. He's got that one tricky ball red just above the yellow. I think it does pass into bottom left, but he may struggle to land on it from here.
I think he might try to develop it here. He's either got the bottom one to screw back into the red, or the middle to play into the yellow. And I feel like he's gone for the screw shot.
Lovely shot. Oh, I couldn't have played that any better if he'd any better whatsoever. I noticed somebody on the chat mentioned that their stream's lagging a bit. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I've got the stream running at the moment. It's perfect at this end. I will just mention though that you can change your resolution, and quite often that can be the case if you're trying to watch it in 1080 or 720. And your ball pan can't handle it. You can often knock down the resolution. There's a little cog. If you click on the cog, you can change the resolution, change it down to 360 or something, just put it down a notch, and that can often do the business. Give it a go anyway.
Tom's left this perfect now. He's just got to screw back to the top end of the table. He wants to be more or less low on it. Oh no. It's just pulled up in time.
You could tell the way he lifted his cue there. He was just worried about that for a split second. Thought it got away from him. That another inch of roll, and that would have sat behind the 8-ball.
But he should be fine here. Just needs to bounce out into an open space, give himself a shot on it. Yeah. Again, he makes the finishes that most people see. I've got a problem here. We're so simple.
Very good from Tom Cousins. The first 2 frames going the way of the Welshman. He had a comfortable win in his opening game this morning. And he's on track again. So we'll just take a quick look around the arena in terms of the score. Callum Singleton 6-4 up against Ricky Jones just outside this room on table 2. Carl Coke 4-3 up against Sean Ash. Sean off the back of a good win earlier against Cole Bedford. Shane Thompson, back to the West Countryman, 5-3 up against Odie Bell. Odie Bell having recently beat Sean Story, a very good comeback against Sean earlier. Krista Coalfield having beaten Carl Donahue earlier is now 1-0 up against Darryl Whitworth. Carl Sutton's beat Greg Batten. It was over on the main arena table. Clayton Castaldi 2-0 up against Josh Kane. And Luke McAvoy, who had a great win earlier, is now 4-2 up against Aaron Davis and having a very good run in his first pro event.
Oh, Tom's just hit these as flush as he could. It's a little bit of difficultness at the bottom of this finish with these 2 yellows and 2 reds. I feel like yellows are still the balls here because he's got a good breakout with where the other yellows landed. I feel like reds, you've got to try and make a breakout. I think he might just pot this and then he's playing it now. I think it might have just ran a ball too high and it's just hid behind the other yellow.
I mean, he couldn't have contacted them any better. That was exactly where he wanted to make the contact point. It was just a fraction too hard. Very unlucky, actually.
I feel like we're going to see something rare here, and Tom's going to play a little bit of a safety shot here. Yeah, he's played it perfect. Eddie's got to... I don't think he can really hide anywhere here.
No, he's got a headache here for sure. Even if he finds a red, he's still got problems on the rest of them.
I feel like he's just got to commit to trying to make something happen, because outside of that, there's, like you said, there's a lot of work. He can't come off the side cushion. The yellows both yellows are blocking the side cushions. I think he's really only got the back cushion into the red. I think he's trying to come off the 2 cushions. Yeah, he's tried to make something happen.
given it a bit of a slap, and you can't blame him much else there. But, this frame looks like it's now going to go the same way as the first two. More the same from Tom Cousins, I think.
Yeah, he's in a good position here, Tom is. But it was all from the shot he played before. It's not. He just played a snooker and stuff like that. He played it in a certain way where Eddie couldn't really do much out of it. He's just had to hand the table back over.
I'm not sure if he's got an angle to go up table now. Maybe just a touch straight.
I feel like for here, it's a lot of work, but he could pop this into the corner, take the one next to the red, and then play that other yellow to come back up again.
Yeah.
Because I think if you come up here, you've got to travel back down again anyway.
Yeah. I just think the way Tom plays, I think he's going up for it.
Yeah.
Just, if you've watched him for a while, you kind of know that if he's got a problem, he wants to sort it out as early as possible.
Yeah, he's very much a traditional pool player. Clear one end of the table, work your way back down the table.
Couldn't have landed any better. Take the low, one of the two. Off the bottom cushion and back out.
Yeah, it's perfect here, just stun it in a little bit. Back to middle. Perfect, feel like he's as straight as he wanted to be on this.
Looking ominous at the moment. He really is on some good form. Billy Barker is going to have to find his very best game if he wants to make a comeback here. There's still plenty of time. It's a race to 8. He's got time on his side. And obviously, with no match clock, he can take his time and fight his way back into this game. But he's going to need chances, and Tom's just not giving him anything at the moment.
I feel the thing that Eddie's got going for him here is he sees it as he's 3-0 down, but the way he should see it is for him to get back to 3-3, he's got 2 breaks and Tom's got 1. So if he sees it in that light, he's got the 2 chances to Tom's 1.
Yeah.
And if he takes his chances off of his, all that he's aiming for then is just a chance back.
Yes, yeah, that's a great point.
Because you'll find a lot of players at this stage go, the only look at it is I'm 3-0 down, I can't see a way back in this, but all it's going to take is all it takes is one mistake from Tom here, and it could be back in at 3-3.
Yeah. Luke Gilbert is on one at the moment. He's beaten Dylan Leary 8-1. There's not many people that beat Dylan Leary 8-1. That's a fabulous win.
Another dry one from Eddie.
Yeah, it's not happening, is it?
I feel like that's going to be the punisher now, because he could be coming back at the table 5-0 down. But again, there's quite a bit of work to do in this frame.
Realistically, from Eddie, he's made that one mistake in the opening frame where he's lost his position and snookered himself. But apart from that, it's a couple of dry breaks.
Yeah, it's just the standard that they play at. Even just having a dry break, it's really it gets shown that you've made this big mistake, but it's not. It's just the part of the game that, as a player, you just have to deal with. And again, Tom's landed perfect for his breakout here. Plays this yellow, and now he can just soft cannon into that top yellow. I feel like he's attacked, like you said, he attacks his bad balls quite early. I feel like that's what he's landed on here, the early breakout. Yeah, he's played that perfectly.
Just seems to play those at the right weight. Seems to find the right line every time. He's such a great exponent of that developing shot.
I think that's years of playing though, of playing a certain way, because he doesn't play it as a way of, some players will what are called crashers. They'll just crash into it and kind of hope that the balls go their way. But he's played it in a certain way where he's just aimed for that one red. And what that's done is it's allowed now those yellows in perfect position. A crasher, if they go into that yellow there, there's a chance you can mess up another yellow and just change the outcome of the finish. But again, he's left this. He's just got to go. He's got two or three ways. Obviously, he's probably going to go bottom, then he'll probably go middle, bottom, back up, or he could go bottom, middle, and screw over to the black. He's got so many different ways out here. It's all on his preference.
He's coming around to look at the yellow of the middle. I'd be surprised if he takes this one next. The only reason I say that is because you feel maybe. Oh no, he's landed perfectly. That carry into the red. I was going to say, going this way, if you do finish slightly out of position, you might have to use the bottom cushion, and all those reds are there. But, Tom being Tom, he landed it on a sixpence.
I think it was one of those. I don't think he liked how straight he was on that yellow, and he didn't want to force an angle, so he's used that one to the middle and then made an angle that made it easier for him. Because like I said, he would have had to go middle, bottom, so there's a lot of travelling, and obviously from what we saw in the last frame, Tom likes to have that minimal ball movement, and that way there, it was about as minimal as it could get. 4-0, Tom to break.
Yeah, all one-way traffic.
It's just been relentless. Any chance he's been given, he's taken. We've got Stevie Dempsey versus Jaden Billion. Jaden's at the table.
Oh, what a matchup that is. That one's over on the main arena table. Don't forget that you can watch that over this weekend. And there is a promo code. I will get confirmation of it, but I'm pretty sure it's Ultimate Wigan. So you can get a month's viewing there for $4.99. So the price of a pint is going to get you the whole of this event for the whole weekend, and also you get to watch all the other content that's on the app and the Monday night pool. So do sign up, and what a match that is to watch. Stevie Dempsey against Jaden Billingham. I think that's worth a $5 on its own.
I believe on the app there's a few coaching tips as well.
There's all sorts of, there's McHill videos, and there's a load of coaching videos on there. Well worth that $5, and as I say, it's going to get you a month. If you don't like what you see, then you can always got the option to unsubscribe, but you're going to get yourself a month for a $5, and I think that's great value for money. Kyle in the chat box asking for a shout out. God, I'll let you do that one, Zach. Shout out to Kyle.
Hi Kyle, how do you do?
Hope you're well. Glad to have you on board, and glad to have you all on board. Actually, it's really good. It's a new addition to Ultimate Pool that we're going to bring you this YouTube stream right the way over the weekend. It's going to be free viewing on this table, and there's some great matches over the weekend coming up. So as I say, if you sign up to the app, you're going to have pretty much constant pool over this weekend from both of those tables. And what we will do is we will pop out and look at some of the other tables now and again. We've got cameras on 5 of the tables. We can go out to. If we see anything interesting, then we will try and head across there for you. In the meantime, that needed very little commentary because Tom Cousins has nailed that one in about a minute.
Yeah, he's being relentless here. From the point of view, everyone will see this, they'll be like, it's 5-0. It means, obviously, Eddie's must have done something wrong, but he's done nothing wrong, really. He's had 2 dry breaks, and then he missed that chance in the first one, but even if you bring that into the equation, it's still 4-1 from nothing of his own fault.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, the only other thing I would ask for the guys watching on YouTube, if you could just give the stream a like. If you do get the chance, just share it. There's a share button. You can share it straight across onto your social media pages, stick it up on Facebook or whatever. That would be great. It'd be really nice to get this stream far and wide over this weekend. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are finishing work around about now who enjoy their pool, that would like to watch it and probably don't know it's happening. So if you could do that for us, it would be absolutely fantastic. That's all we're asking in return for a free weekend's pool.
He's found a ball, but I don't know if you've noticed this through this match, but Eddie's changed his break 3 times. Yeah. And I think it's mentally it's getting to him a bit, and he knows himself the difference in this match has been basically the breaking. Tom's got a ball off of every break, so he's always had that first seeing, and Eddie's obviously hasn't got a ball yet. So he's tried 3 different positions, but from that top ball break, if he can keep that going and some things start going his way with like Tom's break, I feel like he can pull this back. He's got 3 breaks to Tom's 2. Again, obviously it's a big ask, but you're just asking for them 2 chances.
Yeah. Little bit of a tricky finish, and just looking at the table from the outset, you'd think possibly red's a slight favourite, but the red that was guarded to that top right pocket was causing a real problem there. So they elected to go for yellows. Just carrying that red, and that's also just gone a tiny bit awkward. I think he's okay though. He can actually looking at it, he's not. I thought the yellow that he's closest to would go past the other one, but it doesn't. So what is he on here? Very thin cut back to middle, but what are you going to do with the cue ball?
This is kind of like you're going to pass the table back over, but he could just leave the white more or less close to this red he's next to, because it doesn't really leave a shot for Tom, and if Tom leaves him at the top end of the table, then he knows he's got this by the middle. But I think he might go for the plant, just to try and make it see, it's an alright shot, but because he's focused on the plant, he's developed that ball a bit. Tom's obviously got a bit of a, we call it in the game, a jabby shot here, because it's really close to the red, the plant's to the one at the top. There's no way you can really hide the white.
How close is he to that red?
Oh, that's
too close, isn't it?
Yeah, I feel like if he digs on that, there's a chance that he could push through the white. So it's a good shot from Eddie, that is. It's a good contained safety.
And trying to play across the red is fraught with danger, because if you play across it towards the yellow, you're getting everything flying, then aren't you? You're in danger of fouling.
I think he's looking at the 2 cushions here. 2 cushions, try and flick the red into the top corner. But it's a good shot from Eddie, because he's kept Tom at bay, as to say. Instead of just handing the finish over to him, he played a good. If he got the pot, he got the pot, but if he didn't, he's got the good position on the white instead. That's what I was saying earlier with his experience that Eddie's got. Most players won't look at that, but he did. This will be a big shot if Tom gets this. This is like this is how the match goes from here.
A little hand in the air, because it could have gone all wrong.
From Eddie's point of view here, though, I think he's more or less, he's glad that he's at the table. Pop this now, pop out to probably the middle of the table, and then you can play the red to the corner, come off 2 cushions and try and just get a development, because that yellow hasn't got a pocket from what I can see. I don't think it goes the corner, don't think it goes top, so he kind of wants to just play back a little bit here. Let's try to develop it instantly. Pop around. What are you thinking here, Nick? Pop around the back of the yellows, then try to develop, or are you going to try the development now? Or?
No, I think round the back of the yellows and leave a better angle. This isn't a great angle to try and develop now.
I think he's all right.
Yeah, that's okay.
Pot this, and I think he's just got to aim to get into the black. Because if he hits the black, he's on a ball. The only thing he doesn't want to do here, he doesn't want to push that black to that side rail where the reds are, because it just adds a whole other problem he's got to deal with. This has got to be a nice, controlled backspin just to free out that ball.
Well, not too much in the way of good news for Eddie. I mean, I think the yellow does go to middle, but
I think he's going for a bit of a showman shot here. Off the black, off the red to middle. The other one is a very controlled double.
yeah,
play the double to the corner.
I think
Try
that
guarantee.
it's more value in the double than there is.
Yeah, if you play the black, the black could go bad, and you've got to hit it perfect. I think he feels more comfortable with yellow off of the two balls than he does on the double shot here, because I think he's scared that the white might go too high, and then
That's the only problem, is that the double, the angle, the cue ball's going to be going up table. He's not guaranteed to land on this yellow, so maybe he feels forced into playing this.
the other shot he could have done, I don't think he's really looked at. He could flick off that yellow, play it back in front of the red, put the white bottom cushion, just try and buy himself another shot. Oh, is it gone?
That was a great effort, but no good. No good from Eddie Barker.
Again, these are Tom's bread and butter finishes, aren't they? Positions where he loves to be. I think he plays the plant here and then deals with his problem straight away. Plays the red off the yellow.
He's absolutely relentless. Just waits for his opponent to make a mistake and jumps in.
There's two ways he can play it. He can pot the one to middle, go into the yellow, try and knock it in, or play the plant, play the red off the yellow, and then feel like he's got a guarantee afterwards. Oh, he might. I think he's just playing the black out here.
Yeah. Up into the top cushion and back out. Looking for a full ball contact on the 8. Any contact on the 8 really should work.
Ouch. That's why I was more pushing towards getting the yellow out, because again, if you get rid of that yellow, the black's got a pocket. Obviously, I know he's been unlucky where he's landed, but it's also, you're kind of playing for a little bit of a nice touch. But he's still in a good position here because of where these two yellows are. And like I said, I think he's going to use all the stuff that he's gained over the years and experience and knowledge to know what he can do to just get himself back in the frame, which he has. He's left Eddie in a really bad position here. I think Eddie's got to flick off this yellow, then by the pocket, and try and get Tom down to the bottom corner. I don't really think there's many pots on. He's just going to try for one.
Vince Paul asking if we can get a split screen for table 1 and 2. Table 1 is being shown on the Ultimate Pool app. So if you've got a couple of devices, then sign up to the Ultimate Pool app and you will have access to both of the tables that you can play at the moment. So you can download the app, or you can just go to ultimatepool.co.uk and watch it through there. And there is a promo code, Ultimate Wigan, and that will get you the first month for $4.99. So you can get the whole weekend of pool for a £5. And this is the YouTube channel for the weekend. It's well, last year there was everything was behind the Ultimate Pool app. So this is bonus footage for you guys.
I think Tom's playing another little drop in here, just giving himself every chance in the frame.
Just trying to bring that red far enough away to take away the one cushion escape, and I think he may have done it. Eddie's looking now to see if he can just get past that red to the...
Have you seen he's taking his glasses
Yeah, I
off?
know, to see it. That's brilliant.
Have you ever seen those pool players? Like, they wear glasses all the time. As soon as they play pool, they take the glasses off and you're like, can you see? But obviously for Eddie, it must just be that he feels more comfortable with looking at them shots anyway. This is a horrible position to be in for a player, because you always want something to aim for, even if you're snookered, but here there's the hit. But to be fair, I think if he gets the hit on this bottom yellow anyway, I think he puts Tom in quite an awkward position, because his red blocks off his red, so he's got to play a plant. I think he's just got to play for a soft little hit on it here, try to push it towards the middle, make sure the black hasn't got a pocket. Just racking it here, it's kind of... Oh.
Well, he got the contact, but I mean, the hand went up. But I mean, it's not.
Is Tom?
It's. I guess it's because the cue ball jumped over a ball, didn't it? But I mean, it's. I think is it not the rule that the cue ball can't jump over the object ball, but if it jumps over another ball, it's okay. I'm not sure.
I'm never really too
No,
thinking on that one.
I'm not 100% on it, but let's be honest. I mean, Tom doesn't need ball in hand here. He's well, I say that. The cruel man has missed the pot, but he's put Eddie in a snooker at the same time.
I think it's one of those. I think it was still playing on his mind a bit there that he could have had white ball in hand.
Yeah.
But it's one of those. Obviously, so one of Tom's ability. If you're still thinking of that, he's such a good player. He shouldn't really need it. Like you said, they were there.
Everything was there. I mean, the one he's missed along the top cushion is quite a surprise miss from Tom.
Yeah. Well, if you look at the first 5 frames here, the reason it's like it is because Eddie just hasn't been able to get a look in, really. He's kind of been... He's on the back foot the whole time. I feel like every time he's hit yellow, he's found another cushion or he's found a bad position.
Yeah, I mean, in the unlikely event that Tom does miss again, the yellows are pretty horrible.
But I feel like it's one of those matches. Eddie just wants a frame under his belt just to feel like he can get going. So unless obviously it happens in the next 2 frames, which next breaks Tom's. So.
That's not great. I mean, it's hampered, but that won't matter. But he's got a bigger angle than he wants. Can he hold?
He wanted to be higher there, like being
low
sure.
here.
You're playing into the red, obviously.
Could just.
He's just held it, but I still think that the rule is just playing in his head a little bit there. It's something that can happen to a pool player, especially when the rules get brought into it and they don't really know it themselves. It can be that it just plays on your mind for a while, and when that frame's over and done with, all of a sudden it's gone. It's just until that frame's over with, you keep thinking about it.
So 6 frames to 0 in favour of Tom Cousins, and Carl Cope is 5 each against Sean Ash. Shane Thompson has beaten Odie Belf 8 frames to 3. Christy Caulfield is on the march. He's 7-1 up against Darryl Whitworth, having won that game against Carl Donahue earlier. And that was a Hill game. He won that one 8-7. John McAllister 2 each with Liam White. Craig Waddingham sealed the deal, 8-2 over Neil Raybone. Aaron Davis, Luke McAvoy. Luke was in charge of that game. Hasn't been behind in it yet, but he's now leveled things up at 5 each. And Jaden Billingham on table 1 is 2-1 up over Stevie Dempsey. As mentioned before, if you want to watch that, head over to the Ultimate Pool app or ultimatepool.co.uk.
Tom does get some power through his break. Honestly, people can't really hear it. Obviously, they can hear it on the stream, but even in the comms booth that we're in, every time he breaks, all you hear is an absolute cannon hit the pack.
Yeah. He times it amazingly well. They did last year. Sean Story had a little. I can't remember if it was a little app on a phone or something, but it measured the speed of the break, and everyone was out there trying to break and beat the record, and they were getting 19, 20, 22. Tom jumps up 25.2 miles an hour. No one was within like 3 miles an hour of it, I don't think. Everyone else was like around about sort of 21, 22.
I feel like the only other person who's probably got... There's 2 people who've got the speed to challenge what Tom did there. One's Liam White.
Yeah,
for his stature, you wouldn't think it, but he's got
a monster
break. And the other one's Sean Chipperfield.
Yeah.
And Sean hits his break. He feels like he puts every ounce of strength in it.
Young Luke Gilbert's got a massive break as well, hasn't he?
Yes, Luke Gilbert has as well.
That's huge for a slight guy.
But Tom's break is just, it's so consistently good, and that's what you need to be at the top of the game, to be challenged when you're playing people like Eddie Bark, who they've been pros for years, and you kind of just, he's using everything he's got against him. He's got his break working, so Eddie can't really get to the table, and if you've got a break like that, then really your limit on where you should be is like limitless. You can just keep going. But I've watched him on the American side, and his break transfers to the American side as well.
That shot there from Tom, where he just navigates the gap between the red and the 8-ball. It's absolute perfection. I mean, it's not a big gap. He just sails through it. Just in full control of this table.
He knew he had to get that gap. He got that gap. He's on. He makes the clearance look easy, don't he? And then it's just what's so nice about watching him play sometimes, is that you can just, he seems elegant around the table.
Yeah.
It seems like he kind of floats to each shot, to each position.
And you've got to feel for Eddie here. Eddie, I mean, Tom goes into this as a favourite for sure. You know, I mean, it's just the way it is. It's Tom Cousins, but Eddie is not a player. There's not many times that he's going to be 7-0 down in a match, and he's not got the breaks, he's not got the chances, but he's come up against a very, very good Tom Cousins. Like Tom, we know Tom's great. We know Tom can do the business. Like this shot, but just perfection. And well, I mean, we know how good Tom is, but you know, he's not flawless. There are you see the odd chink now and again in the armour, but he's been brilliant through this. The cue ball has been on a string. We look across there. That's Stevie Dempsey potting that 8-ball to take it to 2 each. I'll mention it again. That's over in the main arena, which is just behind the table you're looking at the moment. You can quite often hear the beeps going off in the background from that table. There's young Jaden.
Talking about breaks, Dempsey's break is, again, it's
the hammer.
It's one of the most consistent breaks you'll see. He's hit that really nice.
Yeah, that's probably the best one he's hit so far. But again, look at the mess.
I think though he's finally found a position he's happy with.
Yeah.
He broke here last time, got a ball. He's broke here again. He's got a ball. I think it's just been one of them. It's taken him too long in this match to find the consistency, and obviously it's not a little bit too late. Obviously this match can still turn on its head, but I feel like if he had found this at the start of the game, he'd be on par now, and he's feeling like he can win. But like you said, they haven't gone the nicest, have they? Yallas are tied up at the top.
The one time he nails the break, he's got that cluster at the top of the table to deal with, and it's not a great cluster to deal with either, because the 8-ball's up there as well.
It's kind of one of them.
It's come up shy there.
I think he's tried to land on the gap between the black and the red, and I'm not sure if he's on it.
Is there a gap there? Wow. Well, that's a great shot. That really was. I didn't realise there was a gap here. Oh, Eddie sent the other yellow over and hampered that one now.
See, it's a beautiful shot what he played to get the gap in. All he wanted was a full cannonball on that red.
I was doing a bit of service because I thought he was way out of position. I didn't even know that gap was there. So brilliantly spotted and excellently found. But
I think he's got a little bit of a shot here as well. If he plays this plant, obviously he's kind of thinking, you know, well, I'm out of this game. He could play the plant on the yellow down to the other yellow, and then leave an angle to pop the yellow in the middle of the table to go and free out the top one. But I'm not sure if he'll play it, because obviously it's 7.
I think he's eyeing up the plant. He's eyeing up the long plant here, because this is another tough yellow. So if he makes this, gives himself a sniff. Now, the yellow that's just below the 8-ball now, does that go off the red? Now, could he take that off the red and free up the pocket?
Yeah, he could play it off the cushion and off the red.
Yeah.
because it's one of those, if he does that, there's a chance that he could push the yellow bad again.
The only danger is he's going to have to play that probably as his last shot, because he's going to play the one to bottom left and get to that position off his next shot. Has to use the one on the bottom cushion to get back up to find that position. So then he's playing that as his last shot. There's no backup ball, so if he doesn't land on the yellow, he's in trouble.
I've actually just seen a shot, and I don't think he's seen it. It's a risky one, but I think it's a risk to pay off. If you're going to break it out last, if he pots these two ones by the corner now, he can play off that to the middle pocket and have gone into the red naturally. But with removing this now, you put all your eggs in the basket of, I'm going to free it out, unless he screws into the red and comes off one cushion.
Is he looking to go up there now? He's left an angle.
I think if he does, he's got to come back down again, and that's kind of the thing.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I mean, I know it's nice to have a backup ball, but if he gets this wrong, then he
could land behind this yellow and play naturally off one cushion, but he's going for the breakout.
Oh, Eddie, you deserved a bit better luck there, my friend. You really did.
Yeah.
That was a great shot. It needed to be two cushions and come in behind the yellow. He found the line to perfection, but just caught it a little bit too full, and the cue ball's held in behind.
That's why, when I was saying, he had that yellow on the bottom. I think he could have played that, put the white to the side cushion, and played it into the bottom corner with natural forward, and come only into the yellow and pushed it away from the position he's in. But I think he's just a bit frustrated with this match, the way it's kind of gone.
He plays a legal shot and made the contact with the yellow first, so that counts as a loss of turn. So Tom does have the problem with the red that he's closest to, that's welded to that side cushion. So, you know, it does give Eddie just that glimmer of hope.
I don't think he's really got a startable here either. I think
the red cuts back into the top right. I'm pretty sure it's like, you know, it's a kind of inch or so away from the cushion. I think it's a comfortable cutback.
I think I'm you know, the one he's got on the top cushion there, I'm more cutting that in. For the fact of, you cut that one into the top right, there's a chance you could go in off, you could go into the yellow. But if you play that one to the top left, if it doesn't go, it's quite a negative thing, but you've covering the black up.
Yeah.
And obviously the white's coming down the table, and he'll be on either of those two reds then. I think the cut to the top corner is just, you're going to have two balls on the cushion then. If you can remove one, you've only got one problem ball.
What's he looking at here?
Does something go in the corner? I think he's looking if that red goes to the corner, because I think he's seen the same thing I have.
Yeah.
Cut across top, come down, and land that to there. But it's not an easy shot by any means, no matter who you are. Oh, I think
he keeps looking at this ball, and I'm not entirely sure why.
Is he going for a double?
Well, that was my only thought, that it must be a double, but that's...
I think he's thinking where he can leave Eddie if he misses where the white could land, where he's going to have a chance, but Eddie's also in a bad position. But I think this is really playing on his mind, this shot is, because there's not much you can do other than commit to a pot.
And he's looking to see if this red passes to bottom left now, but past the yellow, if it does, he's only got half a pocket and he's hampered queuing, which makes that really tricky. I wouldn't fancy that.
I think he's going for this cut here. I think he's kind of talked himself into, I'm just going to play my style of game and go for him. Lovely controlled white.
So now he's left an angle to come over for the ball on the right hand side. He may elect not to, though. He may come twice across table and come back for the one, because this red that's closest to the white line clearly doesn't pass to bottom left, so he may come back across to that left hand side of the table and take that next.
Yeah, I think he's just going to go bottom, then land to the cushion, he's gone straight off.
He's tried to move it. That's very unlike Tom.
Yeah, he could have potted that then, and then played that shot I said earlier, potted that and just dropped down to the red.
I don't know why has he tried to move that?
I just don't think he likes where it's at for the black. He's done it again, but there was very, if he hit it there, that's where it was always going to land. He hit it really thin to push it to middle. I think here it was just where it was positioned. He didn't like. He's got a cut on. He gets it. It's a very good shot because it's very thin. This is. Oh, it's beautiful. That is.
Oh my goodness, Tom, that is disgusting.
And he's
That
absolutely
really is.
plumb on the red as well.
Goodness me. That is a tough cutback. I mean, he made it look easy, and there's people at home sat there going, well, it wasn't that difficult. It was, into a blind pocket.
Yeah, you're cutting into a blind pocket, and you kind of, if the white there overruns even by 2 balls, it's kind of a thingy, and that's all that's been wrote in this match. It's just not been Eddie's match, with a few dry breaks, and then when he has got a ball, he's just not been there for him.
What a performance, though, from Tom
Oh,
Cousins.
you can take nothing away from Tom Cousins. He's been, other than the one frame where I think he gave a chance back over, he's been absolutely relentless.
Yeah, absolutely, he has. And Eddie Barker, it's going to be event 2 for him, and a valiant effort there, but he won't want to walk away from anywhere, from any game. He'll be dejected after an 8-0 beating, but he just take away from the fact that, you know, it's just, he just didn't get the chances, didn't get the breaks going his way, and that's all she wrote. Over on table 1, don't forget Stevie Dempsey, Jaden Billingham. What a game that is. Stevie is currently 3-2 up. We're going to be back with the action on this table very shortly. It's pretty much roll on, roll off now. Waiting in the wings is Andrew Patchett and Declan Brennan. They're going to be coming up. So we will be back with the action very, very shortly. Thanks very much, Zach.
Thank you, Nick, for having me.
See you later.
Good afternoon, welcome back out into the arena as we continue the last 32 coverage. Andrew Patchett takes on Declan Brennan. Mark Shepherd with you for this one, Zach Cooper alongside me. See, Zach, Declan's a player we've seen a lot of lately, seems to have been doing a lot of winning in the last season. But Andrew Patchett got it all to do here.
Yeah, Declan's managed to find some really good form in, I think, the past 2 years. Because when he first came over to Ultimate, he was kind of trying to find his feet where everything was. But now that he's settled in, he's called the Destroyer for a reason, isn't he? He's finding it. He's just, some opponents, he's just managing to just make it look like he's the next level above them. And he has found a lot of form recently. But it's how much time he puts into the game. And that's the reward he's getting from it. This break here is just monstrous. It's basically, he's more or less perfect on the finish here. He just wants to, he's got a little delicate shot to do here because he's got to come up the table, pop around the back, land on the other yellow. But obviously Declan's very experienced in these areas and he suits his style of the game, the attacking side of it. Do you think, who would you put favourite out of this match?
Well, I mean, you have to say Declan, don't you? Well, I know we always say that anyone could beat anybody, which is very true at this level, but in the season Declan had 5 finals last season, won one of them. I mean, that doesn't sound great as a stat to have lost so many finals, but he lost to some very good people in those finals and just played so well. If it hadn't been for Tom Cousins, he'd have been the player of last season for sure.
Yeah, but to be fair, at this standard, just to say you've been in 5 finals is a ridiculous statement. Because everyone you're playing is arguably the same standard as you, if not better. You very rarely find a player where you think to yourself, you know what, I want to play these. There's no one on this tour where you're thinking that. And to get 5 finals out of, what, 12 events? That he's nearly gone 50% ratio there. It's a ridiculous stat, that is.
Yeah, and he did it in some quite deep format events as well, where you're playing very long races. You can see from the clearance he's taken out in the first frame, the standard he brings.
He seems up for it, starting with break and dish. But Andrew Patchett, obviously he's been on here 2 years now, I believe. And obviously he knows what he's got to do from this. All last season he played. He's finding his feet as a pro. Obviously he's had a season on here now, so he's probably got enough experience to take through with him. I believe at the British Open I think he got quite good on the plate side of it. I think he actually might have won it. Not too sure about. But he's, again, very experienced player. He knows what he's got to do. Massive break. He can keep that up. He's a danger to anyone that he plays.
Yeah, that is a massive break, isn't it? Look at how well these yellows have come out.
You couldn't ask for anything better than how these have come out. He's hit that. Obviously he's come off the side of it, but they've landed absolutely lovely. As a pool player, this is what you want to see every frame. Minimal work, but a really nice layout. Everything's got a pocket. He's just got to keep his head, cue the ball well, and just keep playing. Just don't think of who you're playing or what they've done. Just play every frame one at a time. And there's no reason really you can't win this.
It'll be reassuring for him that he's taking this chance off his own break as well. Well enough that he's not going to get given free chances from Declan, so he needs to make something happen.
Yeah, he pots this to the corner now. A little bit of backspin. And I think the only thing with this is obviously he's got to leave that plant. It's easy enough to play, just play it quite softly. He's got the black to basically every pocket possible. So just wants to take each ball. Just don't take any of them for granted. Don't really want to be overrunning a white too much. The thing, I think there's actually an argument here. He could put this to middle, screw back a bit, pot the other yellow, pop off the angles for the yellow. I think that's, unless he's just screwing straight back and going to take it to the corner. Yeah, screw straight back. I think he's just landed the wrong angle. He's either got to go into the yellow or just go above the yellow. I think he's going above it. Just try and miss the black. Or go into the black. Yeah. Well, it'd be, like you say, it's reassuring that he's got a ball off his break and he's on for the break and dish. He's basically just said to Declan, what you can do, I can do.
And that's how he needs to see it. He knows how good a player Declan is. He knows his second favourite here, but anybody that's in this Pro Series is a good player. Anyone's certainly capable of beating anyone else. These two players separated by quite a long way in the rankings. Andrew Patchett finished last season at 64. Declan finished at 2. On this 64-man field, that's kind of bookending the rankings, but Andrew, everyone knows he's a decent player. Sometimes it's just a case of getting some chances. His problem last season was he had a lot of first-round exits from the Pro Series. It starts to add up after a while. It's sort of hard. You turn up to one event having bad memories from the last one, and sometimes hard to break those runs.
But if these first two frames are anything to take away, I feel like this is going to be a very high standard break dish match between both of them. Obviously Declan's looking good. Andrew, after that finish, he'll be feeling really good about himself, feeling like, you know, he's put the pressure now back onto Deck, because if he doesn't get a ball here, then it's Andrew's break next, and if he's obviously, he could take a massive advantage from there if he can take him off of his serve. Revving up into it. That yellow's just kind of come a bit awkward for this finish. I think he's got to go bottom yellow here first. There's an argument that you could go reds, but I feel there's too many development shots at the top of the table where yellows you could land on the double to the middle. So I feel like he's got to go yellows here just to give himself the best chance at the finish.
For a moment it looked like this break was going to turn out really nicely when the balls were still moving, but it's just that little cluster top right making life hard.
I think he's going into him now. He's going to try the two cushions into the red, just see if he can develop the frame a little bit. Yeah. I think he's just managed to land on the red just above the black, which is quite fortunate because from Andrew's point of view, he just wants a chance, and obviously that was an opportunity where he could have got a chance in the match. From Declan's point of view, he would have been very unfortunate to not be on a ball there because you played it in a certain way where you're opening the table up. I feel like if he just plays this with a bit of right hand side spin on that red, he'll make the angle for the pot. That red at the top develops the yellow to play the other red, and I feel like, obviously, a person of Declan's ability, once you're on an open table, you're more or less, you're feeling confident in yourself, and you know that frame's in your hands now.
He's playing with so much confidence at the moment. I don't know if it necessarily went away, but there was, wow, misses a tricky plant to open. There was a spell in the middle of his time with Ultimate Pool. He won the very first Pro Series event back in 2021, and back then everyone was having him down as a serial tournament winner. Seemed to have a lean spell for a couple of years. And last year really kicked on with those 5 finals that we've just talked about. And it seems to be carrying over that form to this season.
Yeah, I don't think Declan's going to be quite happy with that. Obviously, the breakout didn't come out the way he wanted it to come out. And Andrew's now in a position where if he gets this frame, everything goes back to his court. Like, he's got him off of his serve, and he's just got to hold his own serve then. But there's still quite. He can go for the development right now, but there's still a bit of work to do in this. It's about seeing what happened with Declan's breakout. It's kind of gone half. It's nice, but it's got a lot. It's got some work to do with the black. I feel like he could pull back a bit here, like play the red yellow into the red, put his white down to the bottom corner by his other yellow, just pull back a bit in the frame. I feel like if he keeps going, all the yellows have got a pocket, but you need that breakout for the black. Yeah, I think that's what he's doing. I think he's just going to try and play in this red now. Yeah, he's just played a containing. It's the right shot. If he carried on there, he was going to be digging a bit in the frame.
I think it was better to pull out early on if you're going to. If you get too many balls down, your opponent has too many tactical options on you.
Declan here is, again, where Andrew's just put that yellow, he's giving himself the perfect opportunity for getting the black out. So this is a bit of a creative shot if he gets it. Play this, plot the one to the corner, screw down, play the plant, red off of red onto yellow. But again, Declan's that same position. Obviously Declan's red goes bottom pocket, but if he takes out this red up here, then there's still another red at the top of the table that's got a bit of a problem for it. So I feel like it's a bit of a chase, this is. Because that red's not got a pocket unless he can land above it and play it to the middle.
So you look to try and make something happen with the middle pocket here, using the two reds on the right hand side.
Again, I think he's aiming, he's got his shot and he knows what he wants to do. I think he's actually going to try and hit this with a bit more force, use the yellow to develop the red, but I think he's pushing over to that yellow by the pocket. It's one of those. I think he's in the same position Andrew was in. He could just pull back a little bit, put his red in a certain situation where the yellow doesn't go. No. Let's see how it comes out. Just missed the pot.
Well, good news, bad news, I suppose. It's not left it a formality, but he has left his opponent in with a chance.
Yeah, he's got to pounce at this chance now. Because he can play this shot as long as he doesn't develop Declan's red. He can play the shot just as freely as he wants. It's a good pot. It's just been unlucky with the way the whites hit there. What you thinking here? 3-ball plant?
Well, I was going to say, if it was only a 2-ball plant, he'd be loving this because it would be an ideal way of developing the yellow that's next to the red. It is makeable as a 3-ball plant, but it is quite challenging, isn't it?
I think the way he can play it though, he can see it as a 2-ball plant, because if way that yellow is, as long as the yellow goes over to it, it'll knock it in. So he can just play it as a 2-ball plant, not a 3. Yeah, that was the problem with playing that way. He's now the wrong side of that yellow. Unless it cuts off, do you think it could cut off the black?
Well, or could, I suppose you could double the lower yellow.
Because if do you think that yellow goes off the black middle? Chance. Play it with a bit of backspin then, on the other side of the yellow.
Just tries to get short position on the yellow that's near the break line.
Oh.
Well, that's not a good outcome. It's all academic. If he misses that, he wasn't going to be too far off. I think he was probably not really coming up quite the right line anyway. So ball in hand, obviously big here, because Declan can now attack the difficult ball.
Yeah, Declan's in his element here, and he's a lot like Tom Cousins. Middle of the table is, you very rarely see them go wrong when everything's got a pocket. They haven't really got to do any sort of breakouts. That's the only time it can go wrong for top players like Declan, Tom, is when there's a breakout and you get that little bit of an unlucky flick, but these are more or less where he wants to be now. pot this flick up to the middle, pot the one to the corner, and then play up. He's landed on it now. Good shot.
Just takes all the risk out of it. Takes the difficult one along, the most difficult of the remaining ones along the bottom cushion. Then the two in the middle join together nicely.
Yeah, it's perfect on this now. No, 2-1, and it is Andrew's break again next.
Not a big difference in terms of scoreline, but in terms of the situation of the match, Andrew's going to be well aware that he needs to take those chances when he gets them. May not get too many more.
Yeah, I think he'll play on him a bit because he's had a chance there to like, basically put the match more in his hand. This is an interesting match here, isn't it? Jaden Billingham versus Stevie Dempsey.
Yeah, Jaden Billingham came through entertaining match against Carl Morris. Included some moments of drama when Carl was dissatisfied with the position of the light above the table, which that was in his way. And once that had been resolved, pulled out a miracle clearance. I think Jaden was a bit nonplussed as to what was going on at that point, but regrouped very well. And in the second half of the match, he was the stronger player.
That's harsh from Andrew there. I know he hasn't got a ball, but I feel like he's hit that. He's hit it quite nice. It's just ball's come along and just gone. Popped it straight in. Not much you can do. That's the side of pool where as a player you just have to forget about it and carry on. Those things happen. There's just certain things you can't control, and that's one of them. But this from Declan, it's going reds here. It's the perfect set. He's got 2 different breakout balls for that black. Pots this now, pots middle, leaves himself the corner, then he can go for the breakout. He always makes sure of every shot Declan does, like he takes that extra second that most players will just get down and play the ball. And he just makes the game look so easy. He's got it now. Great shot, that is. He's probably going to try and move the black a little bit here. I don't think he really needs to. The black's got a pocket. The only problem ball he's really got left is that red on the side cushion, which he can kind of deal with now. Pot this one to corner. Go with the other corner. Middle, bottom, middle, and you're on the black. So many ways out. Just which route he's going to take.
That winning last season has clearly bred confidence, and also has reinforced that this method is right of, as you say, just making absolutely sure of every shot. Feels like he's in a good place when he's out there. Just seems to be in control of the situation. Looks like he fancies the task ahead of him.
Yeah, it's the thing of when taking even those extra few seconds just to make sure. It's what makes him so clinical. It's because he treats every shot as important as the last shot, no matter how easy it is, and no matter how difficult it is. Obviously, there it's rattled, it's gone in, but he was trying to make sure so much on his white. But again, the way that these reds were, even with being a little bit out of position here, I still feel like he's favourite in this frame. Pots this one to middle now, just floats a little bit below that one to the other middle, and then he can just float up and take that red to the corner and you'll land on the black. Yeah, it's perfect, that is. Push this through now. Take your shot on the red and then just get yourself over to that black. I like the way Declan plays, because if he doesn't need to cannon something, he won't cannon it. And I think, as a player, if you try and improve your game, if you can get rid of having to cannon a ball, that's the best thing you can do.
Yeah, players starting out often think that playing lots of fancy cannons must be the thing to do, but sometimes it is just keeping it very simple. Take the variability out of the game, that's what you're trying to do.
The way he's taking his finishes, he hasn't gone for any unnecessary risks. He hasn't, because early doors, when he did break the ball out, he could have played the black out again just to make sure it was away from the cushion. But he knew that the black had a pocket, so he just decided, I'm going to take my medicine, I'm just going to pot every ball and I'll give myself the shot at the end. I know the black's close to the rail, but I'm confident I'm going to get it. As you said, his confidence at the moment is through the roof since his tour win last year. And it's showing on the way he's playing. Obviously, other than the other frame, when he tried break a ball out and it landed a little bit bad, every time he's gone for a finish, he's just landed the right side of where he needs to be. But Declan's 3-1 up now, and it's his break. Can he reproduce what he just did with the break and clearance?
Always a key metric of success of the top players, being able to clear a high percentage of your own break. Starts with having a good break, of course.
These Racing tables are lovely breaking tables. I think that's what also is like making this game better. Since these Racing tables have come out, you've noticed most players have got way more confident with their breaking style. And you're no longer seeing people like slamming the break as hard as they can just to try to get a ball. They're hitting it more controlled now, just because they know they can trust the table to do that. And especially without the metal line being on the table, it's so much nicer. You're not damaging your cue, and it feels nicer to cue off of. Again, he's played more, instead of going more into the power side, he's just gone more into getting that cue ball straight back up. He's been unfortunate on where it's landed, because when you look at this white is just on the perfect straight line track, and it's just been kicked and it's been put down there. But as with Aaron Padgett's last break, obviously he got kicked enough, and it's just the part of the game that you can't really do much about. You kind of just have to accept your fate. You're either going to have a load of chances or you're not.
Good break, but unfortunately for Declan, no easy starter, so he goes with the safety. Often when you're playing containing safeties after the break, you're forced to play the white tight in behind one of the colours, but with the advantage there of being able to get in behind the 8 ball, which made it a more telling safety. And now his prize for that is he's got easy openers on both colour sets.
Shows how big Declan's break is. He put one red up at the top of the table. Outside of that, every single ball is up there other than the black now. So off the break, he managed to get 13 balls above the bulk line. That's just, it's ridiculous. He's basically changed from the break from the bottom of the table to the top. But he's in a bit of a predicament here. Obviously, he's got a nice little breakout with that top red. I think he wanted to leave a little bit more angle on this just to float above. But I think he can just like pot this, and he can use another red now to go up instead, and then play the breakout. Because as long as he lands on that breakout, that's all that really matters for him at this stage. And he doesn't want a massive hit on that red. He just wants a soft little development breakout. He just wants a soft little development breakout here. There's one or two ways. He can go off the cushion into it, or you can just go directly into it and just float below. Yeah, it's a lovely shot, that is.
Almost like he scooped it out with his hand. It seemed to pop out perfectly. It's so easy with that kind of shot to end up stuck to your work. But judged it nicely.
Yeah, you can see the way he's played it. He's played it knowing that if he gets it out that way, he's got a shot to the bottom corner. It's such a lovely shot because, again, you'll see certain players when they're in that situation, they'll just hit it with that bit extra just to make sure it gets out, and they've got an easier, they think they're going to have a better chance. But he's played it in a way where he knew that was going to be his next ball. And it's obviously showing by what's happened, it's landed him more or less perfect on the finish. Just pots this now, just cues through it quite nicely, screw back a little bit. He doesn't even need to screw back a lot, because he can just float down for the black then. Yeah, it's perfect. You can tell by how he's acting when he's cued in a ball like that. He's playing with a lot of, he's stomping his authority on this match with the confidence that he's got and the way he's playing at the moment. Andrew needs to find another gear, otherwise I feel like Declan's just going to try and run away with this match from him.
How's your weekend going so far? First taste out of the Pro Series?
Yeah, it's going well. I lost my first match to Luke Gilbert, 8-5. He's played really well. He's probably knocked in 5, 6, 8 balls on me. And showing it, he's played Dylan Leary the next match, and then he's managed to win 8-1. And not many people can say they've played Dylan Leary and they've beat him 8-1. He's called lethal for a reason. His finishing ability is next to some of the top players. And Luke, he just looks like he's got loads of confidence with him at the moment. Looks like he's comfortable out there. He was saying to me, the pace of the tables is, so he said it's just replica. You can't replicate what the pace of the tables are down here. Because they're so nice. And he said, he struggled with the pace a bit, but as soon as he got the pace down, it was hard to get him off the table. But yeah, I think the setup that Ultimate Pool have done this year it's amazing. It's highlighted that, you know, the game can go to a bigger place. It can. You've got players coming down here from all over. There's, you know, over 600-700 players down here this weekend. I went and it's just showing that pool can become bigger than what it was. And I think as like most players, you've got to thank Ultimate Pool for that, because they've given us a platform where we can show our ability and what we've done. How are you finding the new setup?
Well, it's just so impressive, isn't it? I mean, outside of, you see events of this scale in the US, but I can't really imagine anything comparable in the UK. The idea that you can go into a room and see the room next door's got 72 pool tables in it. It's hard, obviously, to find a room big enough to even do that, hence why we've moved venues from last year. It's nice to see the energy and the enthusiasm as well. At the stage of the weekend, everybody's turned up and everyone's happy, I guess, until they've lost. It's the sort of the nature of knockout tournaments that some of that enthusiasm fades when people start getting knocked out. It feels like the next stage forward from the journey that Ultimate Pool has been on the last few years.
Well, yeah, I think Ultimate Pool, like what they've done in the past few years for the game, like I said, it's a bit like how the darts has gone. It's growing. It's obviously it was known as a pub sport and stuff like this, but Ultimate Pool are trying to turn it into a professional sport. And it shows, like you said, the stadium, the place that we're at the moment, the arena and stuff like that in Wigan. It's shown the sport in a better light, and it's showing it that it can progress and it can get bigger. And obviously all the work that's gone into it, obviously it's taken days to get it set up, but honestly, if anyone's available, just to come down to the Robinson Arena in Wigan, just to come and look at the setup, it's so amazing. But as you said, the players look like they've got more enthusiasm about them. They seem like they're more up for it. You've got players just watching every match there. I think I just went to the main stream. There was probably about 70 people, maybe more, watching the main stream. You could, at the end of the match, then all we could hear was the applaud. I don't know, obviously, if Steve Dempsey or Jaden won. I think it was Dempsey.
job logistically. I came to have a look around last night. I don't think anybody was entirely confident that we were going to be ready for this morning because there was so much work to be done. The number of tables, but the team worked late into the night. Done a phenomenal job.
Well, that's a beautiful shot from Declan, that is. Again, he's just done exactly what he did last frame. Played it really controlled. He's not flew into it, he just flicked it out just enough. Now he's in. Oh, has he overrun this? No, it's perfect. Drop this in now. If I'm Padgett here, I'm kind of sitting there thinking, I just want a chance. I feel like I can compete with him. I can do what he's doing, but the way the breaks are going for Andrew at the moment, he's not getting that seeing, not getting them good opportunities.
Frustrating, isn't it? You can be the best player in the world, but when you're sat in your seat, you don't get a chance to show it. Feels like for the last few frames, it's been all Declan that we've been seeing on our screens.
But that's what happens when you play people with disability, isn't it? Obviously, Declan's played a few money matches in his time, quite a big amount. He's been a pro for years, so he knows what he's got to do and all the things. But obviously, like I said, Padgett was he new pro last year?
Yeah, this is his second season.
So this is his second season. He's still kind of like, compared to Declan, he's kind of like a newer pro to the scene, and he's probably still trying to find that nice level between, he's got to take every chance that he's got, and then he's got to find that right break. And it's just things that come after time and experience and playing more and more just to get to the level, because I know for a fact Declan's putting probably 4 or 5 days in a week, where that shows by the level he's at and stuff like that. And I think that's obviously he's just getting the reward. What he's putting in is what he's getting out of it.
Well, that's actually a good example for everyone, because it's very easy to think that some of the best players are just the most naturally talented ones. Some of the hardest working ones. I mean, Tom Cousins famously practices very long races with people. Gareth Potts, the ultimate professional. Like people like that who you might think are talented multi-world champions that don't need to do anything, but actually, exactly as you say, they're getting the rewards for their level of commitment to the sport.
Oh, when I was a kid going in players, Gaz was the owner of it then, and I'd go in there, I'd go play from like 12 till 6, and I'd go up, I'd ask the people behind the bar there going, I'm trying to put in like close to the same amount of time as Gaz does. I was a kid, I wanted to get as good as I possibly could, so I aimed for the stars. And they said to me, they goes, unless you put in close to 8 hours in, he says, you're not even going to get close to him. They said, and that's not just one day a week. He said that's like nearly every day of the week. And that's the level of commitment you've got to be. If you want to be a player who's going to go, okay, I want to be the best I can possibly be at this. And no matter what sport you play, no matter what you do, you've got to put in the time, you've got to put in that effort, and after so long, you'll notice that everything will just start clicking, everything will become like second nature to you. And again, it shows from Gaz, from people like Declan, Brennan. They've put in that. Mallin, obviously Mallin's travelled all over the country. It's not just been like going, I'll go play a local league once a week and then I'll turn up to a comp. All these players got to where they were through hard work, dedication to the sport, and if you want to improve, that's what you got to do. Natural talent will, again, you get so far with it, but then after that, there's those players that are just dedicated to it, and that's the difference I think in, like you said, Tom Cousins and stuff like that, they put so much dedication in. No matter how naturally talented someone is, the dedication outshines it a little bit.
It also turns into a positive reinforcement loop, because with Tom there was always the joke that he slacked off a bit and then had a bit of a sort of kick. People said to him you should be practicing more, and as soon as he started that he was winning, and then obviously once you're winning you're happy to be playing because you're just enjoying it, you're turning up winning tournaments, so then you start practicing even more and winning even more, and the whole thing is just self-reinforcing after a while.
Well, like you said, obviously Tom slacked off, and obviously he noticed in the results he was getting, he was kind of like struggling a little bit. But as soon as he decided, you know what, I'll put in the dedication and the practice again, he just completely turned into this monster of a player that everyone on the tour now, they kind of play him and they're thinking, why did I draw him this early? They kind of going, I'd rather draw him in the final than I would draw him now. And it just shows that that practice. No matter, you can do everything you want, but practice is the main thing for this sport. You put in time and you'll see a massive reward from it.
Yeah, it's just stepping out of the arena momentarily for a comfort break. While they do that, let's just take a look around at the scores elsewhere in the room. Liam White 7-5 up on John McAllister. Good result there, because McAllister played really well in his first round that we saw on this stream table earlier on. Looked like he could be quite a force. Josh Kane 7-6 up on Clayton Castaldi. Rerun of the World Championship final from a couple of years ago, where Castaldi got the better of the Englishman on that occasion. Jez Graham 3-1 to the good against Zach Shepherd. That's on the table next to the one we're watching. Over the other side of the main arena, John Rowe single frame behind Rob Chambers. Chambers 2-1 up there. The rest of the last 16 already set, so action will be resuming at 6 o'clock once these rounds have finished. Tom Cousins will be playing Kyle Cope in alley against Luke Gilbert, the man you were talking about earlier. Shane Thompson against Christy Caulfield. Carl Sutton through, waiting for his opponent. Craig Waddingham through, waiting for his opponent. Aaron Davis and Stevie Dempsey make up that lineup. That last 16 will be the last round played tonight. Once we have the quarter-final lineup set, we will draw stumps for the evening, and we'll be back tomorrow morning. Lots happening tomorrow. Got the action from the quarter-finals all the way through to the final in this main Pro Series Event 1. Also action from around the rest of the venue and the other tournaments we've got going on. Got the ladies Pro and Challenger Series. 3 Challenger tiers, tier 1, 2 and 3, each of which will be having 2 knockout events this weekend. Next generation, the younger players have got their own series. And disability series, very high quality players in that as well. I imagine looking at that Challenger Series, you must be very proud of your achievements last year coming through that, because it's just such a big field. I mean, okay, on average the players aren't going to be as good as the pros, but there's a lot of good people in there. There's just so many people to get past.
Oh yeah, that Challenger Series, it's a lot like the Pro Series, but like you said, the standard's just that little bit different. But I have had matches on that Challenger Series where it's races to 6, and there's been 10 8-balls or 9 8-balls, and you're just thinking to yourself, well, if this is the standard here, what's going to happen when I go into the pro side? But yeah, I was happy in my achievements last year. I started putting in time with Neil Rayburn, some other players, and Andrew. It's gonna sting a bit, that is, but they've not landed the best. But yeah, I started playing in time with Neil Rayburn, and he was saying to me, he goes, the way you play against me, he goes, you're going to win one this year, I know you are. I was practicing again, I was trying to get practice with Andy Blayton, stuff like that, all people from my local area. And it just helped. Again, like we were saying before, the time you put in is what you get out of it. So I thought, you know what, if I want to turn pro, I need to start practicing against people of a pro standard. Otherwise, if I do get there, I'm just going to be like a deer in the headlights when I first get here. So, I went to myself again, instead of playing carried on playing a 1-2 nights a week league pool, but then I was like, okay, on the other night I'm just going to dedicate that to practicing with high standard players. I had a few knocks with Jimmy Croxton, Liam White and other people, and it just helped massively. But that tier 1, anyone who gets out of that has got my respect, because it's such a hard field to be in, because you're playing is like us, you're playing all day long, and you're playing against people who, obviously, we come in the pro side, we're playing against people with the same standard, we know what's going to happen. In that challenger, you could draw someone really early doors who you'd rather, again, a bit like Tom, you'd rather draw them at the end of the thingy, so you can get them ranking points, just feel like you're in the tournament that bit more. And it's such a hard field. There's so many people of the same standard, so many pro standard players in there who are, again, they're just waiting for that chance, waiting for that one tour win that's going to boost them above. A bit like, he's a youngster, Jack Schofield, I think his name Jack Schofield. He's a very good player. I played him last year. We had a really good match, but there's been, I think there was 9 8-balls in the match, and it's just players like that. You see them on the challenger, you go, oh, I didn't know about them, and they're just so good. But again, it's like anyone that came through. Jaden did amazing last year. Like, to have the same weekend where you have 2 finals in the same weekend. Same with Sean Ash. It's one of them. Anyone who gets out of that challenger side deserves to be here, and that's what. Instead of coming down here going, oh, I want to prove everyone wrong, instead of doing that, just prove why you should be here and what you did all year. And that's the way. That's the mentality you've got to come down with. You've got to come down with, I did it in the challenger. I'll just do what I did there here, and I'll just learn from all these other players on what I've got to do. But I'm just happy to be like classed in like in the ranks with some of the top players in the world. Who, you know, like Declan Brennan, Tom Cousins, Malin, you know, like you said, John McAllister, people, you know, like all the players like that who just, you think they've been in the game for a long time, the best players around. I'm just glad I could finally join that ranking side of it.
And that's exactly the aspiration you want people to have. That's why having this venue is so ideal, because you can see this pro room, wonderful arena, and other people aspire to play there. Conditions next door in the main room, very good. There's still the same Rasson Apollo tables. It's quite some feet. Got essentially 87 close to brand new tables, so the playing conditions perfect. And hopefully in between their games they're having time to come and watch some of the pros and daring to dream of what could be if things go well for them this season.
I think these Rasson Apollos are like, they've kind of moved the game forward a little bit more, because there's a metal lip on most tables and they've removed that. They've flattened out the pockets so you can cue better on them. And again, as you're noticing from frames, like, especially when you're watching Tom and stuff like that, braking wise, the brakes just explode on him. And I think it's put players at more of an ease, because the brake has always been one of them things. Like, I think it was last year you had Tom Ford on, and he said in an interview, he goes, the reason that I kind of stepped away from pool is because the brake, he goes, it was, if you don't get a ball you were losing, he goes, and it was so hard to get a ball, it was so inconsistent. But with these tables they've made the brake more consistent, and I feel like that's a step forward for the players, because now they feel more confident going into it all than before. Again, Declan's just doing what he does here, isn't he? He's just landed perfect here, just so he can pot this, get a little cannon on that yellow, take the other yellow to the corner, and he's just kind of home free in this frame. But I'll just watch Tom play Eddie Barker, and Declan's kind of doing exactly the same thing Tom did. He's just relentless. He's not really giving many chances. He's been unfortunate, but he's still on this yellow here. He's just relentless on. He's never letting up on an opponent. That's a beautiful shot, that is. It's been one of them. This is basically what happened with Eddie Barker. The breaks have kind of just made it so Aaron's felt like he hasn't been managed to get into the match really. He's had a kicking off, he's had the whites come off the table, he's had a dry one. And these are just certain things that can just make a match turn like this. As with it being Declan's break, you've got to put him favourite now to just see the game over the line, because we've seen him, I think 3 or 4 times this match. Just break an 8-ball.
Nickname is looking pretty appropriate right now, the Destroyer. Declan's making very short work of Andrew Patchett. Not necessarily done a whole lot wrong. It's just not had enough chances. Declan's been so clinical when he has been at the table. Once you get the taste, of course, of being in the latter stages, you just want more of it as well. That's when the adrenaline really gets going, when you're playing in front of bigger crowds. Quite a few people watching today, which has been great to see, but this is nothing compared with what will be the latter stages by tomorrow afternoon and evening.
He's just absolutely, he's part that white, middle of the table. Been kicked a little bit back. And obviously, again, he keeps on stopping that white, really central, but he's just not landing nice around the table for him. Like, you want basically a simple enough finish, but every finish I feel like he's gone to, he's had to develop something. But again, if these yellows go here, and you can just flick that red out a little bit, I feel like this is just, again, it plays into Declan's hand of, he's so crucial in these positions. And that's what made that race between him and Tom last year, with like how many finals they got and how much they won. Made it so exciting because they've both got such the same style of play. I think he's landed all right just to play the 2 yellows and play one of the yellows off the red. Luke's confident with it anyway.
You can often tell how players feel just by the speed they go about. Seems to be playing just a little bit quicker as the match has gone on. It's much easier once you start moving ahead in a match. A buffer on the scoreboard. Well, good news, bad news. Got 1 ball out, but still 1 in there.
I think he's just kind of got to take his medicine here. Pot this outside yellow to the corner. Pot the other yellow to the middle and just take the double on and try and get your white back down behind the 2 reds. One over the pocket and one by the side rail. I don't really. Is he going for the 3 cushions? Might be. I don't think it's there. I think the red's in the way. I think he's just got to take his medicine here. Pot these 2, float up for it, and take the double on. Yeah, that's what he's looking at now. He's just looking. I actually think he's going to pot this and screw up for it now. I'd be more tempted to pot this, pot the middle, and pot the double, because either way you're putting all your eggs in kind of the same basket either way about it. Don't think he's landed. I'm not sure if he's landed the right angle here.
Yeah, it felt like he needed to come ideally a bit higher than that. He's just gone far enough.
It's a good shot, that is. He's left himself perfect now, where he can just float through, use the red over the pocket just to hold the white. It's not really, he's going to try and use the outside one. He's putting a bit of backspin on it just to stop the white a bit. Yeah. Well, it's not really much Andrew can say here. He's had an in-off, he's gone off the table and then had a few dry breaks, but that's kind of, Declan's just been doing what Declan does, hasn't he? He's just been relentless. Knocked in, saying about 6-8 balls in this match, and when you put it in that perspective, when it's a race to 8, it's, unfortunately for Andrew, it's just Declan's game, this game.
Declan the Destroyer. Brennan does what he does. Great performance there. Gets over the line by 8 frames to 1. He books his place in the last 16. That last 16 action will be underway from 6 o'clock. Before that, a few final matches from the last 32 to round out. We'll take a quick break. Back with more very shortly.
Yeah, well done this Monday night. Cheers, pal. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the action after a short break. We're back amongst it, and this is action from the Pro Series, and this one is between Ian Alley and Luke Gilbert. Just got underway. I'm joined on comms by Dave McQuillan. How are you, Dave?
Not so bad. Looking forward to this one.
Absolutely, yeah. Should be
a cracker.
should be a great game. Yeah, Luke has probably had a bit more success in the Pro Series than Ian has. I mean, Ian hasn't been a pro quite as long, but you know, you think back to some of the Ian Alley money matches that he's played, absolutely prolific.
Absolutely.
And you think on paper, you know, Ian is a slight favourite, but Luke,
former European champion.
I know, yeah, and Luke's had so much success in these events. He's really found his place in these pro events. So actually, I think Luke goes.
This is
into
hard to call.
Yeah, I think Luke, in my mind, just goes in as a slight favourite. It's a hard one to call.
Yeah.
Wow.
Didn't expect that.
Both players have a big break.
He was going to play the black in after yellow.
Yeah, both players have a big break, and expect to see fireworks in this one. Didn't expect him to miss that one. Missed it, he does, and Ian Alley comes to the table with his first chance. It's got options.
Yeah, Ian's very experienced, isn't he?
Yeah.
Luke, for his years, he's also very experienced.
Yeah, he seems to be around for
Forever.
yeah.
Because he's won so much, you know,
Yeah.
so early.
Yeah. Ian taking trying to play the safety there. I thought I could see him attacking from where he was, but
Absolutely, it's not like him. He'd normally attack when he sees it.
he's left it awkward. He's left Hamper queuing, and there's not much Luke can do with this cue ball. Sure, he can't get through the potting angle. Is he just going to play a containing shot? Yeah, I thought so. Just try and develop
Middle
that play.
pocket. Oh,
That's a much better situation.
that's a
there.
great shot. Yeah, I think Ian can play this outside yellow and off the red, can he? He's left him a big pocket.
Yeah. This is the yellow that Ian was looking at and turned down his last visit.
No, he went top. Excellent shot.
Yeah, very good pot. So that cluster causes a little bit of a headache. The bottom one of the three passes into bottom left, and that would open up the ball next to it, but he needs to.
There is the slightest gap there, isn't there, between the black and the top yellow?
Yeah. He's got a decent angle here as well. He may elect to pop both of these, but he could bottom one of the two and come down the right hand side of the
Yeah,
table
so you
now.
take the two together, yeah. See it waking up and travelling round. He's perfect. Around two cushions here into the back of them. He can either track them or go into them. He's going to come straight down, is he?
Yeah, surprised to see him
No, two cushions.
raising the
also.
butt, but I guess that was just to pull it away from
Yeah.
that red. He's got this to middle. There's a nice angle now. He can just come up and nudge into the second,
Yeah, don't leave himself on that.
in the middle one.
Let's take this to the top. This is delicate here.
Yeah. I think that was a bit more tentative than he was originally going for.
Let's come off the bottom cushion, come back up again. He can't touch it. Yeah.
That's nice. Very nice start. He's going to cannon the 8 here. Just needs to be careful. The
Just a
cannon
wee
the 8
touch.
should.
Just a wee touch to push it over. Yeah. Very well controlled. Super.
That's a really good clearance.
Yeah.
Very nice from Ian Alley. He needed to keep that cue ball on a string, and that's exactly what he did. He wins the first frame. It's a race to 8. There's also action on all the tables from the women's Pro Event 1, which is getting underway in their event. over on the main table is going to be Tom Cousins and Kyle Cope. Don't think that one's quite underway yet. As it gets underway, we can head across and have a look and keep up to date with the scores.
Tom is in excellent form today.
Yeah,
He's in form most days, but today he's extremely excellent form.
yeah. We saw him beat Eddie Barker on this table.
Yeah.
8-0. He really is playing well. But, Kyle's also playing well this weekend. So this match from the last 16.
Great break. If he can get out the one in the middle, he can.
I think he's...
I don't think Ian has done himself justice on the tour yet, has he?
No.
For just a quality player that he is.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at
But it's
earlier. It's just not quite clicked at this format.
He kind of miscued there.
Yeah.
Slid away to the top of the ball.
That hampered queuing. That could well cost him
Commentator's
his
curse.
frame.
I put the curse on beside him now.
Yeah, there's a great chance.
But if Ian gets one under his belt, he'll get any amount of them. Luke doesn't miss many of these to the pound.
Lots of action across in the challenger room as well. Over 60 tables in that room, and it's busy in there.
Unbelievable setup.
It's fabulous, isn't it? There's still a couple of games which are being tidied up from the last 32. Zach Shepherd is leading Jez Graham 6 frames to 4. That's on the table right next to this one. Callum Singleton is 4-1 up over Rob Warren. They were slightly late starting.
1 each. Great finish from Luke. He took them out very well.
And as quick as that, gets that reverse clearance. No drama whatsoever, levels things up at 1 each. I think this one's going to be a close one.
I don't think they're going to keep us long anyway. I know that.
No shot clock on this match, but I don't think either of these players really need it. They're both naturally quick players. Cue ball got kicked, but it's safe. A little bit of traffic.
1 yellow to deal with at the top of the table.
So for those of you who aren't aware, we've recently moved in Blackpool for the last few years, and we've moved up to other venues because the tour is expanding. We're in Wigan, the Robbins Park Leisure Centre. The venue, this is the pro room, 16 tables, and across in the challenger room, it's like an aircraft hangar. It's huge.
Luke is just trying to work out his best option to develop that yellow.
It's not the easiest ball to develop because it's guided by the 8 ball, isn't it? You've got the 2 yellows either side. If you come into it, you think one of the yellows is, one of the reds is going to block it, and you can't go in straight into it because you've got the...
Yeah, that's perfect. He's going to kick the side cushion here and kick it out. Hopefully he doesn't plot the 2 yellows. He could have done with another wee bit.
No good. Cue ball flirts with the middle pocket.
And he's left himself an angle to kick the black into it now. This is dangerous. The black can go anywhere. He kind of has to play it now, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely he does.
He needs to get that black full in the face.
As you say, that is dangerous.
Yeah,
because
he can go in off it. He can catch it black. He can pot the black. He can do a lot.
the 8 ball could even go off of the red or the yellow. Fraught with danger.
I think he still has to play it. No, he played a safety.
Nice containing shot, but I mean, I guess if you're going to do that, that's the time to do it. It's tied up another red, top of the table. It's equally difficult for Ian to develop. He's got an opener to middle. He wants to attack from here. He does. Trying to just get a little bit higher.
He had another roll of the ball.
Yeah.
He had the perfect angle.
Yeah.
I don't think he just got far enough.
Yeah, if he's in the gap there between the 8 and the yellow, then
There's a chance, isn't there? He'd play the same shot again, or try to go back to the same position again this time.
he's going to use the one on the left-hand side. He can definitely find the gap then. Still needs to finish low though, doesn't he? Needs to finish low on that red so he can get across and does this one pass the 8? Looks like it does. Didn't think it did.
Yeah. Now he's using this red to go into the whole lot of them. How's your luck?
Yeah, you definitely need a touch of luck here. It would be quite easy for that left-hand red to tie up. Still not doing it. Probably felt the angle wasn't.
Yeah, he's played that
Oh,
well.
that's nice. Yeah.
The red goes into the other red goes into the same pocket. No, it doesn't now. He clipped it come past. He played lost to one shot now though, can't he?
Yeah. It works.
Works for now, but Luke's just going to snooker and flick the yellow off the top cushion, put him in behind it.
And of course, it's tied up another yellow as well. Yeah, there's some mileage left in this frame.
Yeah.
I can tell you that the Tom Cousins Kyle Cope game has gotten underway. If you want to watch that game, well, that's a foul.
Yeah.
Didn't hit a cushion after contact.
And it's not the worst thing because the yellow still is difficult.
Yeah, sorry, I was just saying that if you want to watch the Tom Cousins Kyle Cope, head across, download the Ultimate Pool app, or go to ultimatepool.co.uk. You can sign up. There is a discount code. You can use Ultimate Wigan, and you get yourself a month's viewing for $4.99. There's a lot of content on there, not just a great weekend of pool, also great amount of content, training videos, all kinds of stuff on there that you can watch. Well worth a $5.
I think Luke puts the white down here and takes the yellow to the middle. He's a natural angle to kick that yellow out. If he comes down here with the white, plays it to the left middle. If he goes this way, that white could stay where the reds are, give him nothing. No success was haven't. He's in a tricky situation now.
The 8 is probably be okay if you can get through. Yeah, you can get through to the furthest red.
He didn't leave himself an angle. He can't come down the table, can he?
No, no.
He need to get through another.
And that was why it was important for Luke to get that.
You want to play the double? No, he had enough.
Wow.
That angle was deceiving.
It was. Again, Ali wins frame number 3. Intriguing game so far. He's having a couple of chances in frame 1. A really nice clearance from Luke in frame 2. It's advantage in at the moment. And there we see one frame on the board, and it's gone the way of Kyle Cope. Tom Cousins at the table in frame 2. I'll mention it again because it's worth mentioning. If you want to watch that game, download the Ultimate Pool app and use promo code Ultimate Wigan. Go to the Ultimate Pool Facebook page, there's a promo code on there as well. Really good game. That promises to be. As does this. That's a super break from Ian. Parked the cue ball in the middle of the table. Didn't quite get the split that he wanted, and as a result, it's dry. But it was a nice contact. He parked the cue ball.
He's very lucky there. He timed it well.
Yeah. Looking for problems in the frame, and I guess you'd look at the 2 reds on the left hand side.
Yeah.
He's gone straight up to try and
Deal with that.
cut this one to middle. Recognising this was his problem, he's going after it straight away. Yeah, that's where he wants to be. Taking the double, just need to be careful of the slide. That's a great double.
Frame moment opportunity. Frame ball. Play it well.
Yeah, that was key to the frame. That's the only other ball that may be a problem is the 8. Where does the 8 go? Doesn't go. I think it only goes into one pocket.
Goes in the top left. He's going to try and move the black here off the middle.
Maybe, but I think that's dangerous.
Absolutely. Keep it simple.
Surely you just leave the.
Black to the top left.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to try and move it here.
He's trying to hold, wasn't he? No, I'm not sure he was actually. I think that's what he was trying to play. Because he has to.
Yeah, I think he decelerated on that
ball.
shot. He went to stun into the black.
Needs the right angle here, though.
Mm.
Needs the cue ball to travel.
That looks good.
Oh, that's probably just far enough.
Yeah, it's not straight. It's just he has a slight angle.
Yeah. Can use the side cushion, a little bit of side just to come below the 8 ball. Needs to roll. No, it's going to have a shot, but it's going to be a tough one. Much easier if he has another roll there. He's in line with the pocket. Big shot though. Has to make
That's
it.
away. Good shot.
That's a great 8 ball, Luke Gilbert. Really is.
I mean, that looks so simple, that 8 ball.
A lot of pressure on that ball. Very, very good. Levels things up at 2 frames each. Luke will get us underway Frame 5. Everything going with the break at the moment, albeit the frames are going against the break, but the scoreline is on break.
Straight down the middle, no cut break here.
Am I right in thinking all 4 frames have gone against the break so far? Pretty sure they have. Ian won the first on Luke's break, and then
Yeah.
Ian dry broke in the second, and Luke cleared. Yeah. Hugely powerful break.
He gets his first red, he's on. He's going to. It's not easy. None of this is easy. Can you cut the yellow back to the middle, flick off that yellow and down and break up the other 2 yellows? I think that's what he's playing.
Yeah.
Or can you screw straight without touching the yellow? He's going to play safety, I think.
It has to be this. This isn't a plan. Well, unless he thinks he can play extreme side. And, yeah, there's no way you can make that. Just a safety.
It's clever. Yeah, let's look at this red.
It's not the worst leave.
You can cut this into the middle.
He's looking at off the red. Move the 8 ball, but
That's dangerous.
it is. I think that 8 ball passes the yellow at the bottom of the table. Yeah, played it
Gently
really nice
where-
pace. That's a really good shot. That's just opened up everything. Really good vision from Luke Gilbert. Looks like Luke Gilbert is going to break that little pattern, passage of play, in frames against the break.
He has to play in the middle. It's too dangerous to go to.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I was surprised he even
Looked at it.
fought with danger trying to come above it. Like you said earlier, keep it simple.
Yeah. Nicely done. Well played, Luke.
Nothing between these 2 players. Luke Gilbert just inches ahead, 3 frames to 2, but very, very close. Good standard of pull so far, you've got to say.
Yes. Excellent.
So if you're watching this, you're obviously watching it on YouTube. If you would do us the favour of giving the stream a like, let the algorithms do their business, and get this stream out there. I know there's lots of people that would enjoy watching this, so please, that's all we ask, is give the stream a like, and if you get a chance to also share it. There's a share button right next to the like button. Gives you a chance to copy it. Just copy it into your Facebook or onto your social media platforms. That would be amazing. Get all your friends watching this fabulous stream. We're going to be bringing you live pool all weekend.
Luke is starting to hit a bit of rhythm here.
got to say again, it was a little bit unlucky for me, and he
Absolutely,
seemed to
yeah.
time that break really well.
Just not getting the ball and leaving them sitting for Luke. There's more space there than actually looks. It looked tight.
It really did. Obviously felt he could turn it in.
Yeah.
Used a bit of side. You can see him playing the ball with side, just trying to help it in. Ali leaps out of his chair. A presentable chance. Just
Ian will know how important this finish is now to put, you know, to after missing that finish.
straight away looking to try and develop that one difficult yellow. I did wonder when I looked at that, I thought that yellow went in the top left. I'm pretty sure he could get through the potting angle, so if that's the case, I'm not quite sure why he's gone into it, and he's actually caused himself a bit more of a problem than he had. Yeah, just looking back at the stream, that yellow, I'm certain it went. The angle's a bit foreshortened actually. There is a bit of space between. No, there's not quite as much space as I thought, but it definitely doesn't go anywhere now.
He's not getting the angle and anything to disturb this yellow.
No.
This one here, he's to take it to the middle. It's only part he has. He swing it right round the table.
There's a lot of traffic as well, so he's not guaranteed to be on anything after this. He actually played that well.
Absolutely. Still can't come back. Yes, he's one of the bottom yellows. Or can you take the yellow beside the black now?
Yeah, maybe leave the ball high and then use the ball on the left side on the cushion, on the bottom cushion there, to track the cue ball up, to give that a nudge. Is that a big enough angle? I think it's something he can work with.
Yeah, just leave himself an angle on this yellow to the middle, in the blue spot. This is risky to go towards that red. Going off it very easy.
That's a problem with this angle, isn't it? If he had a wider angle, I think he could have just used the natural line of the cue ball.
It's too straight.
It goes back to when he tried to develop it earlier. I'm certain it went. I've got a question why. Dug himself into a bit of a hole here.
Let's come back down towards the black and then double it,
Yeah.
Touch the red. Ball in hand.
Yeah, Brennan instantly called a foul on himself.
Bit of a let off there for Luke. Trying to get a 2-frame lead. You see some players get up and down the table there with that white. Maybe it goes astray or goes wrong. Luke kept it very simple there, just stun it out and take the long black. It's a bit of experience.
A bit of space now between Luke Gilbert and Ian Ali. That 2-frame cushion is important.
Yeah, and that will hurt Ian because he had a good chance.
Yeah, absolutely will. While we're waiting for Luke, we'll urge you again. So 300 people watching and just 65 of you have pressed that like button, so do please just take a second to click like on the video. It helps us to promote the channel and promote the stream.
Another great break from Luke.
Nicely table. Really timed it well, got everything moving, but there's some clusters. There's a cluster around the 8 ball. Yellow, it's tied up to top left.
I think he can play the red enough the yellow, can he? Of both yellows.
Yeah, but where's his opener? He's going to get past the 8 ball and the yellow to take this red to middle. So if he can't, I don't know where his opener is on reds.
I think he can just actually play the red enough the yellow for the opener. To the middle.
Yeah, that's what he's going for. So important to be on reds here.
Oh, played it.
Handed the advantage across to Ian Alley. And that Ian has to take 2 frames behind. The only real saving grace for Luke is the yellow that's gone up into the bulk area that's now covering one of the reds. Shouldn't be too hard to develop, but it just gives Ian something to think about. And he's gone down to...
That black was going to the middle.
Yeah.
It didn't seem to need to be, you know.
That's the second time now that Ian's played a developing shot where it didn't feel like he needed to, and he's caused himself another problem because he's hampered again here. We've already seen him miss Q1 or hampered. Out of character for Ian, this really is.
Absolutely, yeah.
You don't see these mistakes from him. I mean, I mentioned earlier, just going back to Ian, when you think back, I talked about his money match pedigree. When you think back to those games, there's so many of those games where he had quite a slow start. And
The longer match suits him.
and then in the second half of the game really accelerated into it. He had a slow start, I'm pretty sure, against Shane Thompson. I think he was behind against Sean Story. So maybe it is a characteristic of his game that, you know, these shorter races, he needs that table time to be able to warm up. And, you know, he excels in those environments because he's got the crowd behind him as well. And I think he plays off that adrenaline buzz. And of course you don't quite get that same buzz when you're playing. I mean, it's a different buzz. You do get an adrenaline buzz, but it's not quite the same. That may just be...
He's a fantastic money player.
Yeah. He's a brilliant player, but just doesn't seem to be refinding that form.
But it will come from. He needs to be punished in this.
Yeah.
This is massive.
Yeah. Luke had to get that.
Yeah.
That was a must-make clearance, and that wasn't too difficult
And
to make either.
he's flicked the yellow to leave the black go into the bottom corner, bottom right.
I've got to say that was probably the biggest error of the game so far from Luke. Missing that yellow. So he's let Ian back in here. Ian under pressure, and if he can win this frame at 5-3, he's got a big advantage. But 4-3. Sorry, at 5-2, he's got a big advantage. 4-3. It's a very different game. And Ian does indeed pull back within 1 frame. 4 frames to 3. So Ian's breaking the next.
I think they're taking a rest break.
Yeah, I think they're just popping to the bathroom for a quick toilet break, and we can head across. Gives us an opportunity just to see what's occurring on the main arena table. Tom Cousins shading it. Tom, in his first 2 matches, he won 8-1 and 8-0, so he's only dropped 1 frame in his first 2 matches. He's got a bit more of a challenge on his hands so far here from Kyle Cope. Kyle within 1 and at the table. But obviously, he's got a tough table here. Hard to see a clearance in this situation. He could break out one of the difficult reds here. Push him first. He's decided not to. He's just going to push it. He didn't want that to go in. I wonder why I wonder what the reasoning there for not. Because you'd think you'd play that at pace, cushion first off the 8, and try and break everything out.
Absolutely, because you're not going to get that many chances against Tom. You have to take, you have to go for them when they're there.
I don't know what he saw there. What was the benefit of
taking the
leaving
target?
that pocket, that ball over the pocket? I'm not quite sure.
No, me either. I actually thought when I seen him queuing it that he was going to burst the pocket open.
I mean, he obviously saw some kind of percentage play in the fact that if he's got the pocket covered, then, I mean, Tom would have found it difficult to play a loss of turn shot because obviously the 8 being so close. And I guess it does close off the pocket for Kyle.
Yeah, but Tom could have took the loss of turn from the bottom of the table.
Yeah.
One of them yellows. So.
Yeah.
He's in a world of trouble now. Yeah.
I think he's gonna regret that choice. He's nowhere safe on the table. You're not missing anything across on the other table if that's what you've tuned in to watch. It's both players away for a toilet break. We'll bring you straight back to the action as it happens.
Tom's going to pump this into the bottom right because it's a shot to nothing.
Yeah.
If he gets it, it's for him. Yeah. With the red in front of the black, it was a free shot.
Just never seems to miss those.
And he strokes him in so delightfully, doesn't he? Like, you never think he's going to even miss it.
Interesting to see what his plan is for the 3 at the top of the table. I think the leftmost and the rightmost both go. The right one obviously does, but the one at the top of the table I think passes the red, but then he's left with the other yellow, which would have a pocket, would have the middle pocket. Because that
I
pocket
think
would
it
be
also
cleared
goes
by
past
then.
the black.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
And he passes at the top, comes down for the middle, and goes across to the one to the right. And his choice then to run through, take it to the middle, or put it in past the black.
Yeah. Yeah, if it does pass the black, that's a great pattern.
Just leaves an angle on this one to the middle to stun across. And he's got it.
Yeah, he's out here.
Yeah. Yellow does go past the black.
You were right. The player's eye there, that yellow pass in the 8. You would consider that one, but it does. Cousins is going to be leading 4-2, and we will step away from that game in just a couple of minutes, but don't forget you can watch it. You can watch that match, the conclusion of that match and all the following matches. I gave you a bum steer earlier. I said it was the promo code was one thing. It's actually YouTube Wigan. So if you just go to the Ultimate Pool app and hit the subscription, the monthly subscription, YouTube Wigan will give you the first month for $4.99. So for the price of a pint, if you can buy yourself a pint nowadays for a £5, then you're going to have a whole weekend of pool. Get great value for money. So YouTube Wigan is the code that you need. As you can see, you're missing nothing across here. I've got to say, the toilet is quite a distance away. It's the other side of the venue, so players do take a little while, especially if they have to wait to get in there as well, because there might be a queue.
Tom makes the game look so easy.
It's just
Nonchalant
just
the way
such a lovely style around the table.
Exactly. It's just so nonchalant the way he just strolls around, just do it for a walk.
So a reminder to anyone who's recently joining us, you're watching Ultimate Pool on YouTube. It's a new edition for this season. A live table, table 3. Some bonus footage for you. And this is Ultimate Pool. It's the first weekend of the year in the Pro Series. And 4 events this year, 2 of them from this venue. It's Robbins Park Leisure Centre in Wigan. Some venue it is as well. All kinds of events going on this weekend. So we've got the pro men, the pro ladies, challenger ladies. There's 3 tiers in the challenger. There's the young guns playing in the next gen, also disability series. So lots of players in and around the venue over the weekend, and lots of action, lots of activity. We'll bring live from the YouTube table over the whole weekend, and lots of those challenger finals coming up here. But if you want more action from the Pro Series, don't forget to head over to the app, either ultimatepool.co.uk or the YouTube app. Well, there must be something amiss with the table, because the players were in an inordinately long time. It looks like they brought the technicians in to have a look at what's going on. I'm not sure if it's I don't think it's off level. I didn't see the players complain about it. But, what we're going to do, we're going to head across. We're just going to go to a holding screen just for a few minutes while they sort the table out. I'm not quite sure what the issue was, but let's let them fix it, and we'll be back with the action as soon as the players start. And order has been resumed. We found out what was wrong. There was a ball missing. So one of the balls must have jumped off the rail. There was a red missing, which eagle-eyed Dave McQuillan had noticed, and I didn't. But yeah, there was a red missing from the pack. So the referee had to take the top off, get the ball out, and just reset the table. We are back with the action. And it's more of the same from Ian Alley. Another dry break. Luke Gilbert.
He's not getting any luck on the breaks, is he?
He's really not. Hopefully you took that opportunity to head across and sign up to Ultimate Pool app. And the Tom Cousins Carl Cope game is really well balanced. Tom's 4-3 up against Kyle at the moment.
There's another opportunity for Luke. You put this down as a chance.
Yeah, indeed. That one stray ball at the top of the table, just I guess it just adds a little level of complication, because he needs to find a way to get up there and then get back again. He's probably going to use this ball now. He may elect to take the one to right corner, but I think he just plays the one to left corner and goes straight up there now. You can take this one, play it with right hand side, and track up the left hand side of the table. He needs to get up into the bulk area to make that a comfortable shot. Playing that line brings, as you see, brings the middle pocket into play. He doesn't want to get a bump off the middle pocket. And if he goes too narrow, it kind of brings the red into play at the top of the table. It's kind of in the line that.
Just has to get more, he has to get more right hand side on. He's not. He's going to take this one and track it differently.
Yeah. I wondered if he might do this just to try and get a slightly better angle. I think he's probably got a very similar angle though.
I think he's going to use one of the two yellows to go up. He's going to come in between the black and yellow. Yeah.
You're right.
He needs to go up now and use the yellow beside the black for tracking the black. No, maybe not. He's going to use it. Take the two of them now.
He's going to leave that yellow as his last one. The red's in the line of where he wants to go, so he has to screw straight back now. He's
Cued
does
that
that
well.
really well, yeah. Cued it very nicely.
He's straight on it though. He's not.
Yeah, I think just okay.
Yeah.
He's got a bit of angle. He can just force it through with top. Just needs to land over on that kind of somewhere near the bulk line on the right hand side. Had a line to be able to screw across. It's not bad. Would have liked to have been a couple of inches further off the cushion, but it's not bad. And at 8 ball, you expect him to get, and he does.
Luke's punishing Ali Ian's breaks.
Yeah. Retakes that 2-frame lead as well. Importantly for him, Ian will be frustrated.
It is very frustrating not to get such good breaks and get not get a ball. It's any luck like that the ball doesn't go in because he's breaking them all.
Frame 9. Luke Gilbert. Didn't even seem to
Hammer that.
no, he really didn't. He's
No.
got a lot more power than that. But he chose to take a bit off and
You get a great,
time it really well.
yeah, good line for the white.
Finished a bit
But
awkward.
Ian's playing a similar type of break. He's just not getting the ball.
Finished a little awkward. Just the yellow, he's tried
Tried to push the red into
Yeah.
the yellow.
he's tried to move that one out. That's one of the problem balls. The other one obviously is this one over on the right hand side. He's probably forced now to leave as a double. He's just looking at the line for the double then. No sir. Misjudgment. It's not a gimme though for Ian. Just
Click off the red. Put it behind the other red. No, didn't get into it.
really didn't. I mean, it's a 9-inch misjudgment, isn't it? I mean,
He's struggling there, Ian.
way short of pace. And the only saving grace is he's pushed another yellow onto the side cushion, just making it even more awkward for Luke.
Luke pots this. He'll have an angle on the top yellow to nudge that. Yeah. Oh, he didn't pot it. Ian has to be punishing this. Has to be. They're all there. All the reds are there. He has
Yeah,
to take
I
these
know.
out.
They definitely are now. He's even got a big pocket for this one. It's down the left side cushion.
to play this delicately. You know, he's coming back and then come back up again.
Yeah, he just didn't quite have the
No.
right angle there, did he? He would have dearly loved to have stayed at the table, at that end of the table, but just didn't quite have the angle.
He would have had to drag it in with left hand
Yeah.
side, and then he was probably going too close to the red. This is not easy now. It's really difficult. He's straight in this red. There's not a lot he can do with it. He's going to have to try and pot it and screw up the table. Try and get the gap between the two yellows to the top right hand pocket, that area. Even at that, he might be fit to do it. He could be too straight on the red.
Yeah, it's not a shot you relish, is it? Especially having a cue over the yellow. Looks like he's going forward.
Swing the white of two cushions here, and hopefully he can take the pocket and get the bin off the yellow. Let's play the cushion first, the red. Super shot. Excellent shot.
That's a delightful shot.
It was absolutely a super shot.
Just a tiny flick on the yellow on the way past, so that red now doesn't pass the bottom left, so he's going to have to come below the red and take it to middle.
Oh, he's gone the wrong way.
Wowee. Ian Ali, what were you doing there? Is that just a misjudgment?
That's
I mean,
just
what's happened there?
It's just a misjudgment. He didn't seem to get the bottom right on it, or stunned. He didn't get any left on it. Sorry, he got right on it. Got that.
And that's the reason I pointed out the little flick on the yellow, because that red did pass into bottom left, and that was a simple clearance if he had that ball.
There's a great shot here.
Oh,
Very
nearly
unlucky.
made it. Yeah, it's just those little flicks like that. You
Yeah.
just wonder if that's going to come back and haunt him, and indeed it did. It was
This forces Luke in. Luke has to go for this because there's no point of playing a safety. Red over the pocket. Just nudge into this yellow, knock it out, take the one down the rail. No. He's in a wee bit of trouble now. He has to play the back double. Still go for it.
Is there an option? Is there an option to play the snooker and leave the cue ball where that yellow is, because the yellow in the middle of the table is stopping the one cushion escape?
He would have played it too. He don't think he played a clever shot to stop the black going to the right middle. That's what Ian does play it, so Ian had to play the two cushion and swing the white around towards the black.
Yeah, very clear thinking there from Luke Gilbert. Oh, what a shot! What a shot! It's been a bit unfortunate, really. I mean,
Yeah, he just needed to swing it another bit.
always trusting to luck when you play that shot, but such a great shot, really deserved the better outcome.
He just needed to catch it a wee bit higher up. This could fly in. Harder it was going to the middle, look
It
at it.
was, yeah. Still some pressure here, though.
Yes, Luke must take this one up the rail. He has to take it on.
And he can't kind of drop it in at a comfortable way
No.
either. He needs to play this with pace.
Absolutely, because he needs to get on that yellow. This is the type of shot though he knocks in for fun. Yeah,
Very nice. He took his medicine. Just it makes the pocket a little bit bigger when you play that one with top rather than trying to screw it. So he took his medicine. He's going to leave himself this longer yellow. It's a tougher ball, but he fancies him to get it.
6-3.
Yeah, he's playing well.
Yes. Brennan needs his break to hook this time.
Yeah, Luke Gilbert inching his way now 6 frames to 3. Just needing 2 more frames.
They put the wrong score up. It's
Yeah, they're going to correct it now. And he loses a frame as quick as that. As quickly as it went on the board, it came off again.
he has to get a ball here. Surely he can't go dry again. And he has.
Didn't time that as well. Didn't
No.
seem to get through the pack. The energy wasn't there, was
No.
it? And you can tell by this big cluster of balls on the left-hand side.
Yeah, the white seemed to jump.
Yeah,
Took the power out of it.
yeah. Didn't time that at all well. And as a result, it's left a bit of a messy table. Luke having to go reds because he doesn't have an opener on yellows. I think the yellows were the slightly better ball, but they weren't an option. So work to do. The red is just below the 8 ball, will pass to left centre, but then he's got to deal with the one that's to the left of that. I mean, if he could get to a position where he can take that red and leave the angle to come across and cannon the yellow to the left of it, he could leave the cue ball in such a place that he can then take the other red to the middle, but
That red, the top, I thought he took that one first.
yeah.
There's a chance for him. He needs to put these away. Needs to keep Luke on 6. It's a good shot.
We've said it before though, they're all there, Ian Ali. There's a couple of times now where he hasn't taken them. This time he has to. Hard to see where he goes wrong here. A couple of problems he has encountered have been of his own doing, and they've been because of little things like that, little unwanted flicks and kisses. That time it's worked in his favour. It's come out absolutely fine, but it's just these unwanted kisses that he's been getting that have been going against him. Not quite got the cue ball on the string at the moment. Still has to deal with that lone yellow left hand side. He's fine, he can take this and then the one to middle and stun across.
He took off the top cushion, just to be sure.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Use 2 cushions.
He wants to be towards the.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, that's okay. It's okay because I just screw the cue ball back an inch or so.
That's a massive frame.
Yeah, that was one he desperately needed. Comes back within 2 frames.
Yeah, it's very important for Ian to keep Luke on 6. Don't let him get to the hill.
Popping across again to that main arena table. Don't forget you can sign up to this action for just £4.99. YouTube Wigan is your promo code. And Tony Holgate's over there waiting for you to talk you through the Tom Cousins Carl Cope. Tom Cousins looks like he's about to go on the hill. Luke Gilbert breaks in frame 11.
Luke's got a ball in every frame.
Yeah, that's another big break. He's got openers on either now. I think the choice would probably be reds, do you think? Only because the red at the top of the table, I think you can get to the potting angle of it. And he's just looking at this red next to the 8. Whether that goes anywhere. But yeah, you can get to the potting angle of the one at the top of the table. I mean, the yellows aren't too bad because he's got the yellow at the top that you can use to develop the other 2.
Yeah, I think he'll go yellows.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe the red's just a bit too fiddly, aren't they?
Yeah.
Quite such
Straight
a
away,
natural line.
he opens them all now with this yellow.
Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah. Yeah. must admit, I hadn't even looked at the shot. I was just looking at those three at the top. Didn't spot this one, but yeah, this is the key.
Needs that yellow to start.
It's
Oh, he
okay.
has, yeah.
It's okay. I think he can get through to the potting angle of the one that's closest to the pocket, and that in turn moves the red.
Very surprised he took that yellow first. Shocking surprised he didn't take the one to the right. Then there's no matter potting those two. Both
Yeah.
of them were going into the corner pocket.
Surprised he played it the way he did as well in terms of skidding off of it. I think he was. Yeah, that should
Ian can
have
play,
taken that.
I think
frame.
Ian can play a lovely snooker here from the red to the right hand cushion and just touch it. This is massive, this frame. Yeah.
Isn't it ever? I mean, Luke.
This was he was
Luke was absolutely golden there.
for 7-4. Now it's
Even the way he played it with stun, which brought the cue ball across the right-hand side. I don't know why he did, because he could have literally played it as more of a punch shot. He'd have left.
Yeah.
He'd left the. If he didn't land on the one at the top of the table, he had the one long as his recovery ball.
unless the top yellow, the yellow to the right wasn't going. I can't understand why he didn't take the yellow to the right to the right top corner pocket first. There's a great chance for Ian.
I think Ian's gone off to find a referee. He wants the cue ball to be cleaned. Seen a chalk mark on there somewhere. Doesn't like the look of. You can hear that across on the other table, Tom Cousins has sealed the deal there, winning 8-5 against Carl Cope. Tables haven't been allocated yet, but I think I heard that the next game on this table is Shane Thompson against Christy Coldfield. And I believe the next one on the main table is going to be John McAllister, Carl Sutton. They're definitely the games, but I think they're in that order.
Just not working for Ian at the
No.
moment. No matter what he's trying, it's not working.
Didn't need to be anywhere near that yellow. Played it with a lot of side. I mean, playing at that pace, I'm assuming that he was trying to develop he was trying to get into that cluster, wasn't he?
Absolutely, the two in the cushion.
Yeah, but he wasn't close to it.
Difficult situation now.
Yeah, absolutely he is. And obviously, it's just nowhere safe on the table. Yellow ball over the pocket.
He was just gonna, yeah, that was the idea. Sometimes that works.
Trying to play.
And he's on this top one.
Yeah.
That has worked out well for him.
Yeah. He was kind of playing lots of different things there. The loss of turn was on.
He's hit the run. That's good.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
Any shot at the black will do him. Have two cushions and check it down the table. Yes. Well, he's a bit low.
Favourable
Yeah,
kiss.
that's fine.
Yeah, gets one. You fancy to make this now. Wowee. Super clearance from Ian Ali. Puts his hand up as he knows there was just a touch of fortune in that one. That kind of combo shot that he played, he was hoping that a red went in, but the main part of the shot was to come down and pop the yellow over the bottom corner pocket, which he didn't do. So had he not got lucky and potted one of the reds, then Luke would have had a clearance on his hand. So just needed a bit of fortune there, but can't say he didn't deserve it.
It's such a swing.
Yeah, that one's
The
massive.
pool gods don't forgive you. Luke had it for 7-4 there. Now it's 6-5.
And back on serve as well, with Ian breaking in frame 12.
Surely he has to get a ball this time. Oh my God. How can he not? He's
He's got to be fuming. Absolutely fuming.
you can't hit them any better.
Again, there is
Yes, just 3 clusters might be a saviour for him.
there is a fair amount of work to do, whichever ball set you go for. It had to be yellows, given this situation. The bottom of the table with the red.
This is an
minus 2
opportunity
yellows.
though, because he can. Every yellow's going because you use the bottom corner yellow here to flick that red out.
Yeah.
He's plumb on this one.
Yeah, the yellow below the red passes
it's
into
into-
the right centre, doesn't it?
That's correct. Yes. You can punch it in off the side rail here, and right touching the rail, yeah. Jacking up just makes it a little difficult, but still expecting to get it.
Tighten the side cushion. The cushions on the Rassan are just fractionally lower than they are on some other tables, so you can just get to the top of the ball.
He just has to he has to catch the red. He can't catch the yellow going past.
Absolutely. And he's not got a brilliant angle. I mean, he can basically pick his line here, because he would have just liked to have been a fraction lower, I think, but when the ball's that close to the pocket that you can... I don't think from here, though, you can't get past the yellow to flick the red, and I think that's why he's
You
looking
could
at
actually-
full of ball contact.
I think he's playing the cannon here. The yellow across to the side of the table and kick and knock his other yellow in. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
super shot.
Very clever. He's not knuckled himself, has he? He's straight round. What a big frame. What a time to go dry again from Ian Ali. As you say, you thought he must surely pot one. He's had no luck whatsoever. He's done so well to batten himself back into the
Yes,
game. So,
absolutely.
just to show that fighting spirit that we know he's got to
Absolutely.
to claw his way back in, because he's been against it all the way through, and then to come to the table to level things up, having the break, and just to go dry again, it's so disappointing for him. He'll be fuming, but don't write him off yet. Not just yet. The break's not been his friend so far, but he's got a decent break, so if he can get a chance in this one and put it to bed and get his break working, he could get back on the hill. But the problem for him now is Luke has 2 of the 3 remaining breaks, and Luke, we know, has got a monster of a break.
Lucas went dry.
He has gone dry. Timed that beautifully well. Look at the spread. That was a lovely, lovely hit. Now the question here,
How did that top red one not go in?
has Ian got a red to open?
I think he has the one
Yes,
over the
he has.
pocket, top red, yeah.
He does, yeah.
This is a chance.
He's just upped his pace again slightly now. When you see Ian Ali do this, gets that little spring in his step, you know that his confidence is getting up and up. It's a trademark of his. Just gets a bit faster, quick around the table.
Bottom left, top right. Or he can go back out and take both in the same pocket.
I think the red goes into the right centre. I think it goes in behind, below the yellow. Oh no, maybe not. Maybe not. I thought there was just enough room to squeeze it by, but a nice angle, as you say, there. Play them both in the same pocket. In double quick time.
No, he has to get a ball.
I mean,
It can't be that cruel.
the pool gods do not exist if he doesn't get a ball here. Or Ian Alley's done something in a previous life to offend them. Because if anyone deserves a ball off a break, it's Ian Alley right now. It's incredible he's still in this game.
Absolutely.
It really is.
7-6. Like I said, still anybody's game.
Yeah. Ian Alley now trailing by 1 frame. Breaks off. Frame 14. Desperate for a ball. Probably makes 3. Oh, one of them was nearly the
Yes,
cue
he
ball.
actually got a ball.
The cue ball was
He got a yellow.
hilarious.
And he has a great chance. Make it 7-all here.
Right, if we get a chance to see the replay, how's the cue ball stayed up?
Oh.
Dear me. That red kept it out.
Yeah, but you said he was due that. You see that wee bit of luck.
He definitely was.
He has to take this red up the top rail. What shot? Bang. Good luck. No, he's refusing it. I don't like the way he's refusing it. Because he has to take it up the rail at some stage. He has to take a first shot.
Especially now taking this red as well. Ooh, that's... Will that come back? He's still okay, but you're really worried about where that yellow was going. Didn't want it to hamper the line of the cue ball cushion. Still okay.
He's still just not.
It's not
No.
quite. It's not quite there, but he's okay. He's got the. He's got the one to.
But he just seems to be struggling that wee bit all the time, isn't he? He's just not getting on the ball the way he should be.
The one he's closest to, he wants off the table.
He could move this red outside the middle now. Yeah, no. Back double.
He's got the one in the bottom corner, but
He has to be
get
careful.
back across for the one on the right side. So the back double may have to be the ball here. This is not getting any easier for Ian Alley.
He needs to play the back double, but he has to be careful of this yellow up here.
Takes you back to the opening shot there, Dave, doesn't it? When you said he should be taking that ball up the rail.
Yeah.
You look back at that, and that was this exact ball that's causing him a problem. He could have had it off the table or at the start of the frame. And you wonder if that was maybe just a little confidence thing, perhaps, that, you know, he wanted to make sure that he was on reds and there was an easier ball. He didn't want to open with that one. Now he's having to play a double. Ooh. In off the knuckle. But it goes in. And Ian Alley on the march.
Bottom cushion, take it to the right middle. Left middle, sorry.
Wowee.
We're in the decider.
7 frames each. Oh. Well, I said during frame 1 that I thought this was going to be a close one.
You did it right, you called it.
But halfway through,
Yeah.
you didn't think it was going to be a close one at all.
Absolutely
What
not.
was Luke, 6-3?
He was for 7. He went for 7-4
Yeah.
and he missed.
Yeah,
Then he got one since that. It should have been over for him.
yeah. What a game.
But Ian has missed also, so it's like when it goes 7-all, you'll find that if you look back through the whole shots, you find it has evened itself up.
Yeah. With all of Ian's dry breaks, he'll love the fact that
He's still 7-all. He got the 7-all, yeah.
Luke's been breaking well. I don't want to
Jinx
set his curse on him and jinx him, but oh, that was awful. There's no time in there at all. The cue ball just bounced off the front and barely anything moved.
And Ian has no red. Has he a double? I feel he has to take double in the red.
Yeah, yellows are awful.
Yes.
And the reds are all there.
Yeah. First shot double.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If he takes a double and gets it, the frame is at his mercy. All the reds have a pocket. The yellows are awful. Double it is. Shot of the match coming up.
Yeah.
And he nails it.
Now he's big favourite.
And I talked about that spring in his step just in the last frame.
This is massive. This is his big favourite now. Spot this with a touch of right hand side and come into that area for 3 reds. He's a choice there.
He's one of the best pressure players around.
It's the shot into that area. So yeah, I think he's on both reds though. I think he can pot the red to the right beside the black. He was unlucky not to be one of them 3 reds. That's
Yeah, he just got a little glance.
Yeah.
If it had been a thicker contact, he would have been guaranteed to be on something. I think he's only on this one, which isn't ideal because the cue ball tracks towards the yellow and the 8. I don't know if he can avoid.
Yeah, I think he can overcut it though. He can overcut it to miss the yellow and black.
Okay, yeah. He's looking through the
Yeah,
gap.
there's a slight gap there, but is it? Where's he going after it? Has to get out. Yeah, he can get out and take the black red into either middle. He has to overcut this. He can't run into the yellow. He's very unlucky there.
That's all you've got, Ian, I think.
He's playing off the red here.
Is he looking up table?
He's playing a plant. Couldn't be.
Did he get it?
Yeah,
he
enough,
certainly did.
That's ballsy.
Isn't it ever? Well, you said before, he doesn't lack.
This is where the money pressure comes in. He's not afraid to play the pressure shots. His back's against the wall. Luke would be kicking himself if he does not win this match.
What a fabulous game to watch. Needs the gap and finds the gap.
He has to, come out and find the gap again.
Yeah.
Because he needs the red for the black to the pocket.
Yeah, this needs to be
That's
precise.
perfect.
Needs to run.
Perfect.
Yeah.
He's held himself together really well in this last round.
It's a great game of pool. Ian Ali pulling everything out of the bag to mount this comeback against Luke Gilbert.
This could be Ian's tournament.
It just felt like everything,
Sometimes
everything was against him.
Sometimes
for a while
when you win a match, you get there, it's writing on the wall that it's for you, you know.
That's an amazing win for me, Ian Ali.
Yeah, because he definitely at 7-4 he didn't.
And Luke will probably lose some sleep over that one
Yeah,
tonight.
it was 6-4. It should have been 7-4.
Yeah. There were, Luke had a chance or two there, and but you've got to say to Ian, that's just a great comeback, and the winners there are really us for being able to watch it. That was a super game of pool.
Excellent. Went the whole way.
Really enjoyed it. So next up on this table is going to be, I'm pretty sure it's Shane Thompson, Christy Colefield, and on the main table, Carl Sutton, John McAllister. I might have that the wrong way around, but I'm pretty sure that's the order of play. We're going to take a quick break where they reset the table. Thanks very much for joining me, Dave.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate that, and we'll see you all again very, very shortly.
Good evening, welcome back out into the arena as we continue the last 16 action. Shane Thompson takes on Christy Caulfield. Mark Shepton and Simon Webb with you for this one. No shot clock in the secondary arena, Simon, but Christy Caulfield, we're suspecting he's going to get on with the match.
Yeah, I'm not sure it really matters. Christy Caulfield, who's right up there as the quickest player, certainly in the conversation. Top 3 for me on the tour, certainly, well, definitely top 5. Although he's taken a few seconds here just to eye things up. But yeah, maybe not the matchup. I mean, I don't know whether I feel like this is the matchup we were expecting at the last 16, because it's absolutely no surprise to see Christy Caulfield in the last 16 of a Pro Series, or Shane Thompson. But the seed from this section of the draw has been eliminated. That was Sean Story, and both these two guys have played really well coming through.
Yeah, a few seasons ago, obviously Shane was right at the top of the rankings. Still one of the top players, but struggled to recreate exactly that form. Showing some glimpses of it, though.
The only thing I would say with Shane is I think he's had a very down 2 years, and his ranking reflects that. But the way he played on Monday night coming through the Champions League is as good as I've seen him play for at least 2.5 years. So he's certainly trending in the right direction to have a return to form.
And sometimes that's all you need, just a good win like that, just gets your confidence back, reminds you and everybody else what you're doing. Christy Caulfield's a player trending in the right direction. No standout results. If you look through his scorecard for last season, it's sort of steady, but just felt like he was getting better and better, and just looks quite natural out in this arena now. Got a very carefree style, well, in life and at the pool table. Just never really looks like he's phased by anything.
A great character in the game, though. He really is, and a very high quality player. That he's one of those players that almost will never be picked out. He might have come too far here, so he's going to have to reroute, but he has the option to do that. He's not a player that anyone, I think, would pick out too much at the start of a tournament, but I don't think anyone would be surprised at all if he was to take one of these tournaments down. It says a lot about his game, really.
Yeah, he's not somebody you're expecting to win multiple events a season, but as you say, the idea of him nicking one would not be a surprise. And he's growing in experience now. He's played in a lot of events out in this main arena. He's come too far for the ball at the top of the table, so can take these two at the bottom. Yeah, below the 8 ball, obviously one of the more difficult ones to get onto. The only trouble with this route is he's now going to have to go from it back up the top and then back down for the 8 ball again.
Huge belief in your natural angles here if he goes for the yellow by the 8 ball, which I expect him to do. Does he know? Well, maybe he knows he's not avoiding the red. I don't think he can screw it enough to get shape, but if he could float it round the red off 2 cushions, that would be perfect. Looks like he's digging. In the end, he probably realised he couldn't get round that red, and he has accepted bad position. To me, I think he would love to have been the other side of the red.
Shot, you can look at that and think, why didn't he play it harder? But if he plays it harder, it throws wider, so it's actually that was basically as good as he could do from where he was to guarantee shape. This is what he's good at, though. He's not a real perfectionist. He's not somebody that minds getting out of shape. He just kind of a street fighter in the way he goes about things. Just does what he needs to. Very different, actually, from Shane. Shane's such a smooth cueist. He's all about the stroking the ball in, whereas more sort of fighty styles to the way that Christy strikes the ball.
Fully gone wrong here, though. Looked like he'd done the hard work, just had to get that one more positional shot right. And, well, not only can he not make the 8 ball, he can't see the 8 ball. And that is going to give Shane Thompson the perfect opportunity just to free up and take this opening frame. I've said this many times on commentary, but you'd never want this to happen, as in you'd always want the first opportunity. But if you could guarantee getting ball in hand and all your opponent's balls off the table on the first frame of a match, you would love it. Real opportunity just to free up.
It's like a dream warm-up position, isn't it? If you were just getting your arm loose at the beginning of a match, you might just chuck one colour set and the black on. And this is the kind of position you'd expect to find yourself in. He's almost got too many choices here. The cue ball could have finished anywhere and he'd have a pot. It's the fact that he can choose it himself was almost making him overthink it. The sort of relative, the moderately difficult ones, I suppose, are the ones on the bottom rail and the two close-ish together top left, but neither should be a remote problem for him. The other nice thing about getting this as the first position is that you know your opponent sat in the chair thinking, why have I allowed this to happen?
Is he okay here? Yeah, looks fine, looks happy.
Yeah, he felt he was going to play up a bit higher at the table, but decided to drop to the low side of the 8 ball, take one to the right centre first. So he's out of position, but he's just going to have to make this a little bit harder than he needed to.
Get the sense that Shane is just trying to, I mean, he's absolutely fine and he's where he wants to be, but you get the sense he's just trying to feel his way and kind of get that cue arm going. He's got a beautiful cue action, and one of the best touches in the game when he's on.
That looked really easy, but actually left himself a shot to play there, because if he doesn't land nicely on this, he has to do yet more travel. Either way, it's never going to be a problem, and it hasn't been a problem. Easy game if you get left positions like this all the time. That 8 ball was a perfect example of how smooth his cueing is. Obviously nothing to the shot, but beautiful timing. Just slow, then accelerates at the point of impact.
Yeah, it gives us an opportunity just to dip over to our main feature table. This is over on Ultimate Pool TV. If you want to watch this match and the rest of the tournament, then make sure you get across to Ultimate Pool TV, promo code you'll see as well. I think it's YouTube Wigan, I believe, but you'll be able to find that on Ultimate Pool social media accounts. But yeah, an opportunity to watch the rest of the tournament. John McAllister in good shape here to tie the scores up at 2-2. State of play as well is that we've obviously seen 2 matches so far from the last 16. We saw a great match just now between Luke Gilbert and Ian Alley, which Ian has edged in the deciding frame. And he'll play Tom Cousins in the quarter-final tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. And that will be on this main feature table. So if that's a match you want to watch, then Ultimate Pool TV is where you need to go and get your subscription in. The winner of the match we're focusing on, Shane Thompson and Christy Caulfield, will play the winner of the match on the main feature table right now. That will follow the Tom Cousins Ian Alley match tomorrow at around 12:15, give or take. But John, in very smooth fashion, is going to make it 2-2.
Match this. If you'd watched our earlier coverage, I think you'd say those two are amongst the best performances we've seen. Carl Sutton looked really good, John McAllister looked really good. Not much to choose between them.
Yeah, I think we just got a momentary delay here. You saw Shane walk out the arena there as Christie was left to rack the balls up. I think there's just a slight issue with the tablet for scoring, and Shane will have gone to find a referee or a tournament director just to get that rectified. It's some job here. 87 tables, I believe, is the total number for the tournament directors and referees to keep an eye on. And every now and then you'll see something not quite go to plan. So we're going to pick the match back up as soon as they get ready to get back underway. back underway. The sledgehammer of a break from Christy Caulfield. That has delivered big problems, and that's why he's looking a little bit downbeat at the table, because, well, he's made 3 reds, but reds are a major problem because of the red and yellow together and no ammunition to deal with it. And the yellows have 3 dead yellows, but you feel he has to go yellows in this situation, but needs to be careful with it.
Yeah, it's a bit messy down this bottom end of the table, isn't it? 8 ball blocking the yellow, so can't play this as a direct plant. Could try and promote towards the pocket.
Yeah, relatively clever shot that. He's opened up 2 of his yellows. I think he's trying to force Shane to play the red, but he's nearest to. It's the only red he can see. Shane's got to be careful not to open up the other yellow, which he's done well. Shane looked slightly annoyed with that, but what else could he do in that situation?
Yeah, he was annoyed to be in that position. Now Christy's got good control of that pocket. Don't think there's quite a plant. Ideally he'd have left them in a position the yellow's pot. Obviously well guarding the 8 ball. Not that that's going to be an immediate problem for Shane, because some way away from getting to that 8 ball. I'd like to do something with the red on the left-hand side, because that's the one that's properly dead at the moment, and it's giving Christy an insurance policy. Shane can at least get that into a possible position. Puts a small amount of pressure on.
This is tough for Shane. He's looking at it thinking, what can you do here? Like, you can't be aggressive. And there's no... I don't see any safety.
Yeah, I think that was the only shot really, wasn't it? Just get that into play. If it goes in, you could have carried on. If it goes over, at least you're giving yourself a foothold if anything does go wrong. Sometimes in this rule set, you've really just got to hang on in there. Your opponent's never getting 2 visits, so you can sometimes get them in a position where they've got to go for a clearance, but it's not guaranteed.
Shane's snookered on this red at the table, but it's better for him to play it than move the one at the bottom of the table. That's the last thing. Oh, he doesn't want to make both of these. Oh, that would be a disaster. Oh, that's a tough one for Shane to take. The last thing he wants to do is take balls off the table. He could, if he wants to continue to be aggressive, take red off red, which would pop red into play. But you've got to land on it, and then you've really got nowhere to go with the 8 ball at all.
This is horrible. He was in a mess before, but now this is a whole lot worse.
Now you could deal with... If you put the red into the right centre, the cue ball will deal with the 8 ball, but you can't then get on the other red. I mean, it's a complete disaster for him. I mean, he was trying to play the loss of turn, but do you know what? That isn't... I don't believe that's how he played it, but he'll be over the moon with that. Pop the yellow out the way so it doesn't go past the 8 ball. His red stays in play. All of a sudden, Christie looked like he was forging an opportunity. May have to just pull back and rework here.
And that's why you do just need to hang around in a frame sometimes. That one shot which he was forced into playing, and as you say, possibly wasn't even quite as played, but that's really turned things around. Christie's got to be careful here. There's no point going for anything too quick. He's got to just try and perfect a couple of areas of the table. Trying to get the white tight in behind that yellow, ideally. Quite done that. I mean, there is an attacking option. He can cut this ball bottom left. Try and take the cue ball off the bottom cushion into the yellow. Plays this in a relatively controlled way. Some element of safety as well. Well, it wasn't far off. Although, not far off is often not a good outcome. It's left a chance. Christie's still not the problem yellow, though. Where it's landed near the 8 ball, it's in an awkward spot. Doesn't double to the corner. It could double to the middle, but isn't the easiest to get on. So can he develop it and get a safe white? That's his goal here. Not bad. He's obviously left the thin clip bottom right, but that doesn't immediately help Shane very much. I don't think that red pot. If it did, it will be hard to get position. He'd have to play around the houses to get back for it.
Match has not been the match I was expecting so far. This frame very drawn out. Opening frame a touch on the scrappy side as well.
Foul there, caught the yellow on the way past. Yeah, I was going to say, sure, that's a foul. Not sure if Christie realised, but he'll be happy enough to have ball in hand.
There's enough yellow showing at the bottom as well to play it. The question is, do you go ball in hand and play it straight away? He may not get the best position if he does that, but depends how much room there is to get on it.
This is where having one shot is very different from a foul equaling 2 visits. You've got to get yourself in a position to clear up. So what he's going to do is try and freeze the white tight in behind this yellow, punt the red away. You don't love having to play that shot because you're giving your opponent a chance, but where the balls are, it's not super likely that Shane pots the ball and keeps position, so Christie figures his next chance will be a better one. And does he play this at pace and try and make it, or does he just rest on the red?
Well, he played it to get the inside. I don't think that's the red he was playing. He was playing the one on the inside, because if he catches it right, he could actually have got a snooker back. Obviously, it was going to be super high tariff and needed a couple of things to go his way, but he's at least made it awkward for Christie. Yeah, that yellow may have just gone far enough to continue this being awkward for him.
Got a bit of an insurance policy here if he plays this pocket weight. How confident does he want to be? Well, he didn't exactly play it pocket weight, but didn't exactly play the pocket either.
Yeah. Phil Shane is going to be aggressive here. This is his opportunity to try and get up with some big shot. Looks like he's going to try and screw the cue ball into the red. Make the red. Where does the red he's playing going? That's the question. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. Even if he, I mean, he's probably better taking this to the corner. You could see him leaning, wanting that red to keep going, but if he takes it to the corner, he's on the 8 ball, but that's a magnificent shot.
It's been a very professional approach to this frame. He's in a lot of trouble a couple of times. Somehow hung on in there. I don't think Christie's going to believe if he goes on to lose this frame with 4 yellows left on the table, the position he was in a few minutes ago.
To be fair, Shane did have that one shot where he got a touch fortunate, kicking a yellow into a bad position, but all credit to him for hanging in and then coming up with a big shot at the right moment. And it was magnificent. What a shot that is from Shane Thompson. And yeah, I think his reaction tells us he liked that one.
Yeah, I think that's as close to a smile as you're going to get out of him in the middle of a match.
I'm another watch of this. He knew he didn't have to go into the red to put it direct. He knew he was going to make it off the yellow, and that's almost exactly as played. He wanted to get the bottom cushion, because if he gets the bottom cushion, the cue ball's more likely to come into the middle of the table, or away from the cushion at least. And you saw him lining up the red. He knew where that red was going. That is a fabulous shot. It really is. Shane Thompson, who's made a name for himself as having the touch and control and the poise. On this occasion, it's the shot maker.
Good start to the match from his point of view. 2-0 up, two very different frames. First one absolutely gifted to him, nothing really to do. The second one, everything to do when he came to the table.
That's a beautiful break as well, and this could be 3-0 pretty quickly.
And this is what Shane's trying to recreate. He's got all those memories of the great weekends at Ultimate Pool Pro Series where he was playing all the time, winning matches all over the place. He's going to like this arena as well. Big occasion player. He's going to want to get out in that main arena on the Saturday, show everyone what he can do. Nice format this. 3 matches on the first day of play. It just feels a bit more logical. I've had formats in the past where pros may only have been playing a match or two. You feel like you're not quite in it. This time a lot of the hard work's done on the Friday.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a better kind of, it feels a little bit more logical, the format, than last year in terms of, I know it's a day less, but you know, 3 matches on day 1, get yourself to the quarter-final. Then you're in the quarterfinals day 2. You know what's going on. Obviously tomorrow we see the start of Pro Series 2 as well. But crossover will only be for, I think, 6 players by the time it actually gets underway. So it makes a lot of sense, but also it's, I think it's good for us as the viewer.
Good control so far. This is when he's playing at his best. This is what he's like. Always just trust him to play the right shot and get the clearance. Nicely warmed up in this match now. (3-0) after that slow second frame. Train speeding back up again. Christie's not someone to get too bothered about this kind of thing. 3-0 down, but it is what it is. He'll just carry on playing his own game.
Yeah, I don't think he'll quite believe the scoreline though, the way it's gone. He's been, you know, Christie's been a big part of this match. To be 3-0 down, it's been strange really. Yeah, he obviously didn't get on the 8 ball in the opening frame, but he controlled frame 2 and obviously got on the wrong side of it, and then didn't watch frame 3.
Done the important thing though. He's got himself a chance in frame 4.
Oh, it's another terrible layout though. I mean, he's hitting some good breaks here for no reward.
It's so close to being a good layout as well. It's just a couple of balls have just gone an inch or two too far.
Yeah, the red nearest the bottom right hand corner is stopping the 2 yellows, making the yellows really awkward, but all the reds at the top of the table, apart from maybe one or 2, are really, really horrible. So it's just a problem. And that the yellows are so separated.
If that red isn't there bottom right, this is all gone already, but he's going to have to find a way into that area. He's going to have to play a much more difficult opening shot now.
Does that little nudge help? If the yellow could... I don't think it does though, does it? I was thinking if that yellow would now be able to float in, then you could use that to connect to the middle, but it's not close. I think for me, you have to try and develop the yellows in the bottom of the table here while the reds are awkward at the top. I don't know if you can do anything with the yellow to move the red, or get the cue ball to move the red in the bottom part of the table.
It's going to feel kind of unfair, given the way the match has gone. He's not going to be able to understand why he's 3-0 down. He's not going to understand how what looks such a good layout here has just got one problem that's enough to stop him clearing up.
How about an exhibition shot for you, Mark? The double plant into the left centre pocket and just pop into the red, trying not to leave it on, and have the yellow that you hit left into the middle pocket and then clear up. Easy game.
I mean, I like it. Don't know if even Christie's tempted by that one.
I think Christie's he may be just rogue enough to do it, but it's a crazy, crazy shot. In the end, he doesn't do too much. The yellow may pass now to the bottom right. Wondered if he was just play that touch firmer. I guess if he plays it a touch firmer, he runs the risk of leaving the red on. But is that risk a major problem with the reds at the top being so much of a problem?
The thing he doesn't want to happen, I guess, is for Shane to end up the top of the table playing some kind of loss of turn and turning what's kind of a nice position on the yellows into a messy one. Shane's got a problem here because he just leaves the balls where they are, bottom right. It looks like there may be a route through. Can he do anything attacking enough? Well, not really.
I think he's had another touch though. Obviously didn't get what he wanted to on the top left-hand corner, but hasn't left Christie anything on.
Yeah, importantly, you can't see the ball down the bottom right corner. He doesn't want his Christie playing that ball down the rail. So he's got a couple of balls he can go at the top, but not really easy starting balls. Same issue this for Christie. He'd really find the bottom of the table to be the safer place. He doesn't want Shane causing too much trouble at the top. He's happy with the balls where they are. He just wants to get in a position he can pot one of them. Well, we've had 2 quick frames, 2 tactical ones. Well, it looked extremely tight as he got down to play that. Hard to believe it went past. Just missed that yellow.
And he'll know that's a chance to win the frame the way it's laid out now, because the only red that didn't go was the one on the right-hand side cushion, but you can open it up or play the double. Well, there's 2 or 3 different ways to open it up, and he would have seen that as an opportunity. He's just gifted it to Christie now. And I was about to say it's an opportunity to get into this match with a slightly loose positional shot there.
Yeah, loading up with side. He thought he needed to play with a lot of side to get down the table. It was too much. So he's going to have to reroute a bit. He's still just about on the ball.
Excellent. What a recovery pot that is.
Yeah, the key there was not losing the white, because it was quite a thin angle. You could have had the white careering around the table. Loaded up with enough spin, he was able to avoid that. It's logical to leave the ball at the bottom of the table until last, because that links up nicely with the 8 ball, so he just wants to tidy up the 2 balls, or 3 balls in the break area. No problem at all with these balls. He's going to have the one positional shot to link top of the table to the bottom. Doesn't have to be perfect on this ball to the bottom left, but just wants to be somewhere not too far off straight, or just with an angle just to come on and off the cushion if need be. That's absolutely fine. In the end, he's going to be relieved to get these balls. Definitely moments in this match when it could have been a very different scoreline. It's taken a few goes, but he does finally open his account. 2 frames behind now.
Much slower match than I was expecting. It really is. Both players were going to see a lot of finishes, and especially with Christie being a very quick player, but so far it's been a slow one with the tactical frames. Christie would please not be on the board. Now, if you are enjoying the coverage here, then make sure you go over to Ultimate Pool TV and you can watch the rest of the action over there. Carl Sutton's currently playing John McAllister at 5-3. John McAllister is currently losing to Carl Sutton. But An opportunity here. It's just gone too far. John's in trouble here. Race to 8, so there's time, even if he was to lose this one, but don't think he's going to get out on this visit. The final couple of matches from the last 16 on the main feature table. Craig Waddingham will take on Josh Kane, and Stevie Dempsey will take on Rob Chambers to round out our night. We're going to see Aaron Davies taking on Zach Shepherd, and then Rob Warren taking on Declan Brennan to round out our night here on YouTube. But if you want to go over and watch Ultimate Pool TV, plenty to enjoy over there and throughout the rest of the year. And use the promo code YouTube Wigan to get a discount on your first order.
Yeah, costly mistake that from John McAllister. Looked like a good chance to get back into that match. We saw how well Carl Sutton was playing earlier on. Well, back here, Shane Thompson's still looking like the more likely winner, but a long way to go in this match. I feel like a very long way to go with too many shots like that thrown in. A scrappy layout here. 2 pretty tactical frames already out of the last 4. Could well be in for another one. Red welded in between the 2 yellows. Wow, how's that for a positive shot? See from his body language, he's frustrated that he's still got the 1 ball tied up next to the 8 ball. He's just got 1 out. One of those finishes that is near enough to being there that you're kind of tempted to chase after it, but it's not really quite there yet.
He's been made to work so hard in this match, but very little reward so far. Can't get his normal rhythm going.
Just trying to find a route into the 8 ball. Is he considering a double, sort of plant double, and then try and take the white off 2 cushions? It's not quite a natural angle though. Can obviously see the ball to the left centre or the one to the top right, but concerned about what comes after that. Cut the ball down the right hand rails, come into the cluster, but it's not going to be completely sure where it's going to end up. Could end up with the white kind of stuck in there. Just looking at where he'd want to hit if he did play that shot. Kind of got to, because it's the positive shot, but the ball just off the cushion and queuing over, it's by no means 100% the pot.
Yeah, nowhere near. He's playing a lot. I know it shows how hard he's working. He's playing a lot slower than his normal rhythm, and I think we'd just love to get a layout where he can just find that rhythm, get going, and start to really force himself on this match. Put the pressure onto Shane. It's been very much played at Shane's pace, this one.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? If he just pots that ball in the first frame, a good chance to clear up, then it could have been such a different match. He's going to end up doing it the hard way, though, because he's let Shane get off to this lead. Wasn't a terrible outcome there, though. If he'd have missed the ball in the way he did and flicked the top red out that's above the 8 ball, this could have been very different. But not only is that ball still a little bit congested, but it hasn't left an easy starting pot. You can see the potting angle of this, but it's not a formality. Well, I'd be glad that went in. Caught quite a lot of the near jaw there. At that pace, that could easily have spat out again. See from that overhead, the ball that he's landed closest to does clearly pot. If he takes that next, though, hard to control the white. He's going to have to dig right into this. Again, it's one of those ones you look at thinking these kind of are there, but you work really hard with each shot. Doesn't want a cannon into the red that's above the left-hand centre and potting this ball. If he was to knock that out of position, then he wouldn't necessarily have a shot. That's why he's giving this so much thought. Considering whether he can play red off yellow. Oh, that's a great shot. The reason he played that, even though the ball potted direct, was it was the only way really of controlling position. So, a couple of the problems dealt with. Just the one cluster in the middle of the table left. Could play into it here. It's one of those ones that if you get a full cannon on the red, you're not guaranteed to leave the pot. It's a kind of half ball touch. Just caught it a bit fuller than he wanted. Awkward spot this. Cue ball further up the table. The frame's done already, but what does he do from here?
He's got himself out of some tough spots, but this would be incredibly impressive.
Considering whether he can play a positional shot off the yellow over the left centre. I don't think there's much point playing a tactical shot here, so you can always assume he's thinking he can thin this red in and get some sort of touch off that yellow that would allow him to get the white back to this end. Yeah, that was what he played. Oh, this is a phenomenal shot.
My word. Twice in this match he's gone to the top draw and absolutely come up trumps. How good was that? Again. Wow, Shane Thompson. I've said this before, but known as a touch player, but it's the big shot making that's coming out trumps here. Incredible from Shane. Opens up a 3-frame lead once again. Halfway to the mark now. 4-1 he leads. No match clock in operation for this one. I'm going to just pop out the arena, as is Christy Caulfield. So we'll just have a quick look in at the other scores over on the main feature table. Carl Sutton is currently 6-4 in front of John McAllister. And that is over on Ultimate Pool TV. If you'd like to watch this match, you see they've just ticked into the final 10 minutes as well. And if you'd like to watch this match, it's over on Ultimate Pool TV, and use your promo code YouTube Wigan to get a discount on your first month's order. Carl Sutton at the table, and I think the yellow goes through the gap, so not a great opportunity, but an opportunity to potentially get himself one away. And nearly got caught out by the 15 seconds a shot. Incredibly close. And he hasn't landed on the plant that he was playing on. The winner of the match we're focusing on will play the winner of this match in tomorrow's quarterfinals. Getting himself caught out, ran the wrong side of the table. Gets himself on the double. All a bit frantic when you, especially when you transition from 30 to 15. It really does make a difference, and you can get caught out. And Carl has been a couple of times in this visit alone, but he is still digging and still has an opportunity. Thin cut or another double. Looks a fairly straight double. Just straighten it a touch, but the cut's on as well. The cue ball's going to be doing the travel. He goes for the cut and gets it wrong. John McAllister, opportunity to get back within one. Could be a dramatic finish there over on the TV table. A reminder, Ultimate Pool TV if you'd like to see that one. Beautiful arena here at Robin Park in Wigan. So you've got fairly quiet out the back there now. And the women's matches are happening, Women's Pro Series on tables 3, 4 and 5. It's all their first round matches. They play 2 rounds of matches tonight in the Women's Pro Series. Have a look at some of the scores. Tell you that Marianne Jude is currently 1-1 with Ashley Dinsmore. Leanne Craig is 5-2 ahead of Geraldine Champagnet. Gary Griffiths has beaten Jane Mitchell. Claire Smith has beaten Becky Watkins. Emma Parker 7-3 over Lindsay Schultz. Adrienne Flitcroft-Hurst 7-5 over Dawn Wright. Amy Beach quite a long time in that match against Sarah Waite. That's on the table on the right hand side, just the second one up. That's the table next to ours. There is Sarah Waite at the table right now, and she trails champs by 5 frames to 3. Deciding frame going on between Sharon James and Lindsay Roberts. They're at 6-all. Barbara Taylor has beaten Roisin Smith 7-3. Mary Talbot, very good victory for Mary, following her victory at the mini series. 7-1 over Vicky Lomax. Megan Proctor 7-2 over Chloe Smithies. Casey Rampant Norrie 7-6 over Sophie Gibbs Nichols. That's a great match there. And Jodie Allen is 6-5 up over former champion Danielle Randall. Harriet Haynes had a walkover victory in her match, so she will play the winner of Jodie and Danielle a little bit later on this evening.
So, players back in the arena. Christy Caulfield gets us underway in frame 6. Another thumping break. Slightly cleaner layout this time. Bit of traffic, but no big clusters like we've seen a couple of the earlier frames. Yellow's going to be the choice. 2 yellows below the 8 ball look like there are reasonably good plants at the bottom left. Or you could play short position, which is what he's looking at now, to take them bottom right. He's got a great ball to link to them because he can use the one over the left centre just to drop down if he does want to play that short position. A little bit loose there because I don't want the cue ball coming a bit further across. He's now going to have to force this angle. King will just about get to where he needs to. Yeah, able to drop down nicely behind the middle of the balls.
Amazing how much of a pocket you can use, really. Really pinch it.
This is the kind of frame he wants. There's been a few that have just got a bit scrappy behind. You just want to try and fight your way quickly back into the match. Nice angle here. Cue ball is naturally drifting up. Around to see. If the ball potted to the right centre, he could take the ball in the middle of the table first. Just looking at where he'd want to leave the cue ball if he did do that. Anything to play it that way is a slightly harder positional shot than onto the 8 ball.
Shot. Just gone far enough, I think, to get to the centre of the cue ball here. And just far enough where he can just drop this in. He can't quite get to the centre of the cue ball, but I think he's straight enough just to drop it in. Yeah, he was. This is a little bit more like it from Christie. A little bit more rhythm. Still not absolutely flying like we know he can, but maybe he thought on that last little mini break, maybe it's time just to step it up a little bit. Pace-wise, or maybe it was just a sign that was a much better layout for him. It's worked for him, and he's back within 2.
Yeah, it was a better layout, wasn't it? He has been a bit unlucky with a couple of scrappy positions where it's getting drawn into frames maybe ideally he'd have avoided. Shane Thompson, though, maintains the lead. Really quite a long match. A race to 8. It's felt quite hard fought the first 6 frames.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what time they went on, but it's certainly been a very drawn out first 6. It is Shane that leads 4-2.
One of the best breaks in the game. Very consistent cueist on the break. There's a pretty good example of it. You can get through to the red and at the top player to plant. This would be... Well, he can't quite do that. That would have been absolutely perfect.
He's got red over bottom left, though, if he needs it, just to start that way. Might even be able to see the one nearest the pocket and do it that way. But this frame won't take very long. I'll tell you right now, Christy Caulfield's already mentally preparing himself to play his next shot of 5-2 down. And Shane won't be thinking like that, but he'll be mortified if he doesn't make the break clearance here.
Problem at all with going this way, but a bit more travel than if he had been able to pot one of the balls at the top. These balls are just laid out so nicely. It's even looking at this thinking, where could we explain a problem coming from? It's hard to really see one.
Yeah, I think the only way I can see the problem go wrong is if he doesn't like the plant because the red's in the side of the pocket and he has to take the one over the pocket first and then get himself back across. That shot can go wrong, but I mean, I just don't see it.
A little bit thin, I suppose, on this one now.
He's giving us the mannerisms like he feels like he can get across.
Well, not sure if he's happy or unhappy. It looks like that's been a pretty good touch from where he could have ended, huh?
I think the problem is that if he plays the plant, the red's going away from the pocket. Well, if he can make the red off the jaw off the red, it's a bit more controllable.
Double kiss the second red in, if not.
Yeah, this isn't guaranteed. To me, it just slightly awkward. I'm really still surprised that he's got himself into this awkward position. But see if he's good enough to get himself out of it again. Yeah, of course he is. Excellent. Still needs another good shot, though, to land nicely on this 8 ball.
Experienced enough there to know that he had to play good position. It was no good to end up with the white welded to the top cushion. Needed to make sure he got the white out, just in case the red popped out too far. Well, made it look maybe a shade harder than you were expecting, given the layout he left, but good clearance in the end from Shane. I think relief, the primary emotion, as he goes back to his corner.
I'll try that again, Mark. Didn't, for those who weren't wondering what was going on, didn't turn my microphone on. I think he made that look harder than it probably was. I mean, I know it was slightly trickier because he couldn't play the plant first up, but he just seemed to get himself a little bit lost in his way around the table, but still good enough to get over the line without too much fuss.
So, 2 8 balls off the break in a row. Can Christy Caulfield add to that?
It's going to require a very good opening pot if he is. I think he has to take this on. Yellow left centre and needs to avoid the red. And if he does avoid the red, he's got about a quarter of the table to land good on something. But it's a tricky opening ball, and the problem being if he doesn't go full ball onto the red, then he leaves a tricky next ball. That'll do very nicely.
Certainly like to keep this run of 8 ball clearances going because it's starting to run out of frames. Shane's still 3 away from the winning mark, but not too far away now if he wants to let slip this frame. Right now, both of these players must feel like they've been in a game. Sometimes you can get in games that are fast flowing and doesn't take much out of you. This one, it just feels like both of them have had to really dig deep.
Do you also think there's a sense of, I mean, the balls sometimes dictate, which has obviously been a big factor, especially for Christie and his layouts, which has in turn led to some safety battles. But this is to finish the day. This is to get through, make it through to the quarterfinals. And, you come here at the beginning of the day, you've got a long way to go to make the quarterfinals. You've got to win 3 tough matches, whereas now they're on the brink. Maybe that sense of achievement for day one might be just adding to the sort of tension out there a touch.
Yeah, I think it's a very valid factor because if you go and lose this match, it's sort of not been a good day really. You end up on a low note. So we see Christie leaves the cue ball a bit round the angles. Such a big difference, isn't it? If you win this, you go out to dinner or go back to your hotel feeling happy, back in the morning, quarterfinals, don't seem that far away from the trophy. If you lose, it's hard to get yourself back up for it. You've got the morning off, but then you're right back to the last 64 again in the next event.
Yeah, Christie's just... Once he made that first shot, I just thought he was going to cruise through this and make it a very comfortable break and clearance, but got himself lost. It's a good safety shot, though. Another turn of the cue ball would have made it a brilliant one. Still, put Shane under pressure here to find a shot. 2 reds in the big middle of the table are his friend here.
You always feel more pressure in these self-inflicted situations. He's got himself into this mess. Now he feels like he's going to try and find a way out of it.
He's got very tough attacking options. I just don't see any safety options here. Maybe unless he feels he can, can play the yellow full in the face, leave the cue ball right in the middle of the bottom cushion and just get it to a point where it goes comfortably past the other yellow to bottom left. So only maybe up the table like maybe foot and a half. Yeah, somewhere there. It sort of puts the pressure on here now for Shane. He can't use the right hand side of the table. He can't use the 2 in the middle of the table, certainly not easily. I think that's a good choice of shot from Christie.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty much all he could do. There was no real point going after something too attacking, because even if he clips the first yellow in, he was never really on the other one. Shane can just play the ball up the left-hand rail, try and leave the cue ball really tight to the left side, but it's going to be probably in more trouble if he plays that shot. There is a safety zone, obviously. There's some reds in the middle of the table that do block both yellows, but you have to be precise. You don't want to leave the cue ball sticking out if you play that shot.
Whatever he decides to do, it's not guaranteed to go well. It needs to be a very good shot.
And if he plays off the ball on the left-hand side and targets trying to get the cue ball near the one on the break line, that would be a good spot. Pretty much what he has done.
Has he left the gap? I think he has. I think that's a couple of turns short.
That was always the problem with that, wasn't it? It was kind of tempting to get a proper snooker rather than just playing the containing shot, but brought this risk in. So if you drift too far the other way, you leave a gap to the other ball, which would have been just as bad. It's going to be a result here. If Christie can get through to the potting angle of this yellow. Oh, that's a good shot. Did have to bend it slightly. Well, Shane took the chance. Doesn't look like it's going to pay off. I mean, he was in a tricky spot, but would have expected to at least make it a bit harder for Christie. This is looking quite routine. This is potentially only the midpoint of the match. 5-3, 8 of a possible 15 frames played now.
The way the match has gone, it wouldn't surprise me to see this go to a decider as well. You feel, certainly with that frame, an opportunity to go 6-2 clear in a race to 8 for Shane and have the next break. He is really separating. He's sort of keeping Christie in the match a little bit there with that frame, and he suddenly made the big shots in the match. It's been a little bit more bits and pieces across the board between the two of them, but has that sort of feel where it could go all the way.
Both players really just want to try and find a bit of rhythm here, don't they? It's been some good moments, but some real attritional stuff played in this match. On the face of it, there's quite a good spot for Shane to take out this clearance. Nobody's been making egregious mistakes. It's just been, both seem to have made things look a little bit harder than they needed to at times.
I do think it's fair to say that certainly earlier on, Christie was getting tougher layouts than Shane. Shane was doing a little bit more mopping up, and Christie, certainly for 2 breaks on the trot, Christie hit the break brilliantly and just came out with just horrific layouts, really.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. Shane, of course, did have those two brilliant moments at the end of the third frame and the fifth frame. Pulled out a couple of vintage clearances.
Has he come up a turn short of perfection here? Just dig this one quite a bit now.
Yeah, it's just a sort of awkward angle, this, isn't it? If you just had a turn more, you could just roll it in, wouldn't have had to do too much. Well, the middle pocket's not exactly in the way, but it's just sort of playing in your mind a bit. You've just got to go below it, but still digging in enough that you take the pace out of the cue ball.
That's a nice touch.
Yeah, that's where he's so good, when he's playing well. He's just got a lovely touch around the table. Hardly seems to touch the ball, but gets the spin he needs on it. So we talk up the lovely touch, he leaves himself a roll short of perfect.
I think he can just grip this enough. He's no, it shouldn't be a problem for him. But yeah, it's just works it out, doesn't he? You know, just trying to, okay, I've got more angle than I want. Okay, do I want to really nip this and get high of the centre? And then if I really get it, how high can I get away with it? You saw him working out his margin of error, which is a great way of going. And the reason he finished high on it was because he understood the margin of error onto the ball, onto the centre, that straight was a problem, past straight was a real big problem. So he made sure he came up just short, and if he was shorter than perfection, that's better.
You can see Christie just wants to get on with the frame. Shane was waiting with the balls, obviously, to stop moving before he touched them. Christie having none of it, just wants to get underway. 3 frames behind now. Still got room, he's playing a couple away from victory, but running out of chances.
Once again, his layout isn't as good, is it? It's a problem again. It's not as tough as some of his layouts, but it's still far from a good chance. Is he breaking too big?
Well, I was going to say, yeah, I mean, do you put that down to the break, or is it just bad luck? I guess you controlled it fairly well when you saw the replay of that. It wasn't like the cue ball was flying around. It was going up and down the centre, but it was controlled well left to right, at least.
Yeah, I think he has to go. Is he looking at yellows? I was thinking he had to go reds here. There's only one. The reason I say that, I think there's only one bad red. He's going to go yellows. 2 yellows on the left-hand side need to be worked out. 8 ball also doesn't go its natural way, I believe, so it's a challenge.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, racing to go yellows here. He's looking to hold the cue ball off the 8 ball and also just develop it slightly in this shot. Does he punt the 8 ball right down to the middle of the table, or does he try and keep it up that end? Well, that's pretty good.
That solves the 8 ball, and he has an angle to solve the 2 yellows if he wants to, and it, either way he's pointing his cue, he wants to.
He'll have to play with a fair amount of side here to make this angle.
Good, not great. He's obviously trying to go 2 cushions and really get into it. Have to come up with a couple more good shots to get out here.
Yeah, you could just bump that off the left-hand side cushion. That would have just developed both of them. At least the fact he's now got the 8 ball out means that he just focuses attention on the yellows. Having opened the table, though, can't afford any misses. And this is where he's so fearless. There's a lot of players that wouldn't have wanted to take that ball because it was a missable shot and was definitely leaving Shane in if he missed it. Decided it was better just to play the brave shot early on. Still got a bit to do here, though. Keep this ball into the left centre. See there, just didn't dare play it with any more pace. But ideally, he wanted to get back off the cushion again, but couldn't risk doing that. Well, that's a good shot. That could have gone badly wrong. Made it look really easy, but that wasn't a guaranteed position by any means. This clearance really sums up the way the match has gone. Actually taken out a really good clearance in the end. Well, we proved whether the yellows were the easier set, but he's found a way. He's got to be pleased with that. That was a nice clearance. Timely as well. So we come over into the main arena where the match between Craig Waddingham and Josh Kane is one frame in. Kane one to the good so far. Both of these players established good players, plus seem to be coming into good form last season. Earlier on, Josh was involved in a match against Clayton Castaldi, a rematch of the World Final from a couple of years back. Probably not the one Josh would have wanted if he'd had a choice of which of the two he'd win, but he got the better of Clayton on this occasion. As we come back to this game, Shane Thompson breaks off in frame number 11.
Big moment. Cue ball going off. Can Christie make it back to back? Get back within one. Another tricky layout for him. This time off Shane's break as he goes straight in off.
Yeah, that's the last thing he wanted. Christie's won the last frame, got back to within a couple. It's not the kind of position where you're looking at thinking it's immediately frame away, but see it'll be Christie's break next, so suddenly this is becoming a big frame. Even the fact that even Chris is playing at quite a leisurely pace, how attritional this has become. The kind of player that once he gets going can really speed up. So he sorts out one problem. It's got a route at the top of the table. It's got a route to the two yellows he's just pointed his cue at. It's going to be all about the balls, the bottom right hand quadrant of the table. Yet again, it's just not an easy position. It's a makeable clearance, but it just feels like every time he's at the table on a clearance, there's just some complicating factor for him.
If he manages to pull this match out, he'll feel very relieved and drained, because it's taken a lot of mental thought to kind of work this whole match out, really.
It's all about the shot to get over to the right hand side. If it's a nice angle, it could all open up nicely. His body language doesn't seem like he's in love with the position he's left himself.
His body language in the whole match is like he's feeling the pain of the way these balls are treating him today.
Yeah, it's just going to be so different, couldn't it? It's just, you're like, what have I done to deserve this? Another day you just get easy layout after easy layout, and you've either won or lost the match by now, but he's got involved in a very lengthy and hard-fought one. I mean, it's not the worst from a scheduling perspective. It's one of the earlier evening matches. It's still early-ish in the evening, so whoever wins this got a bit of a break. Not going to be back on until tomorrow morning either way.
I'm not sure it could go worse than that for Christie. Trying hard, but that's just a complete and utter disaster.
Yeah, it wasn't a position where he was assured of a shot, but that's horrible, isn't it? He's got 2 pairs now. No attacking shot. No easy containing shot. Maybe if you throw your arm on it and try and pull out some miracle shot on one of them, you're going to have exactly the same to deal with on the other one. So difficult, because if you play a sort of negative containing shot, you're just leaving Shane the chance to play a better version of it back because he's got more balls than you on the table. If you play an attacking shot and open up one of the clusters, then you risk the counter clearance.
I mean, he's working it all out, but I'm not sure there's much to work out, to be honest. He's in a world of trouble.
Well, fair play to him. I mean, he was trying to, it wasn't just a hit and hope. You could see that was along the lines he'd played. It's not quite turned out right, though. Shane now with the luxury of time, because these yellows are both in bad positions. What Shane was very concerned there was to not leave the one at the bottom of the table. He's not too bothered about Christie developing the one on the right-hand side. In some ways, he'd probably quite like him to have a go at that one.
I was wondering, I'm pretty sure it isn't from Shane's perspective, whether it was a plant to bottom right and therefore he could pot one, play a loss of turn and get the snooker, and then he's away, but it's going to come away from the pocket. You can just see the angle, it's not great. So just trying to contain until the time is better to be aggressive.
Quarter to 9. It feels kind of later, doesn't it, the way this match has gone?
Yeah, it's been a tough 10 frames here. It really, or 11 frames. Really, a few from the break, but Christie has had such a huge percentage of the table time, and considering he's normally a very quick player, it just shows you how tough it's been.
Credit to him, though, for playing properly. He's been in a couple of positions where you could kind of not really have blamed him for just a hit and hope. He's trying to play the right shot. That time he didn't want to move the one on the right hand side cushion, so he's trying to play a swerve, try and catch the one on the bottom rail.
I think Shane goes aggressive here. Play the one to bottom right with an angle to play into the yellow without over hitting the shot. He should give himself a chance to win the frame. I guess it could go wrong if he caught it full ball and he sort of stuck on it, that he might almost could end up maybe not snookering himself, but close to it. Surprised he's not going there with ball in hand.
Well, it feels like a free-ish hit, doesn't it? Because you're not going to leave, you're obviously not going to miss the first pot. You're not going to leave the yellow in a brilliant spot, you wouldn't have thought, so you could bail out later on. The only thing about this is, do you play it to nudge it over the centre, or do you play it a bit harder to nudge it further up the table? I think that was the right choice. Judging to leave it for the centre was probably a bit tough.
He's not happy because, and I think what he was thinking was, let's get rid of the red left centre to come back down and then play it, because if that red wasn't below the left centre now, this would feel a little bit easier. But I think ball in hand probably was the right thing to do, was to attack it straight away.
Well, you just guarantee with ball in hand that you've got exactly the right angle. It was also that red over the left centre as a kind of insurance. If that cannon had come out differently and he'd got stuck below the yellow, for example, at least he'd have had a shot at it. Obviously, from where he is now, he wishes it wasn't on the table. Although, even now, it should be fine.
I thought he might try and come back across the table on that line more. Deal with the one on the cushion first, and then use the one nearest the top right-hand corner to be his connection to the one on the left-hand side, but he's seen it differently. Pops it on, but not with a good angle to get on the final red. Just going to have to slide across the table and take it down the table, which isn't a major problem at all. I prefer to try and get underneath it for the centre.
Just wants to get the match done, doesn't he? 7-4, almost done at least. It's the kind of match that you could say is end up in a deciding frame. It just feels like it's very difficult to predict the outcome of any individual frame right now. That's a good shot, though. He's cued well when he's needed to. He's just got into a few scrappy positions. So, 7-4 in the race to 8. Shane just needs to win one of the remaining 4 frames.
Yeah, he's got himself to the brink. It's been a hard fought to the brink. Another frame where Christy Goldfield was made to work very hard, but ultimately on the wrong side of it. 4 straight is the only way he'll save his tournament. Okay, a couple more matches still to come tonight, so it's already 10-9. Plenty more action on the way. Craig Waddingham is currently playing Josh Kane over on the main feature TV table. And we're going to have Aaron Davies versus Zach Shepherd up next, followed by Rob Warren and Declan Brennan to round out our day. Declan, the number 2 seed. This one should be quick. The best layout that Christy Caulfield has had in the whole match. The only thing just to factor in is if he wanted to go right centre, left centre, right centre, he would go into the yellow, but may have to leave right centre for his last ball. If the 8 ball doesn't go bottom left, it's not the best of last balls, but it really is as good as it gets for a professional pool player layout like this.
Yeah, it's just a matter of preference, isn't it? You can't play that one to the right centre. It's just got to avoid. Well, not he wouldn't be able to avoid the cannon. He could judge the cannon. It's decided he doesn't want to get involved in that.
Yeah. I think the way he's gone here, the 8 ball probably does pass bottom left. Otherwise, you could have punched that in and come back out above the 8 ball, right centre, left centre, and you can pick your pocket. Sorry, right centre, bottom left corner, and you can pick your pocket.
Surely must go bottom left. That's what he wanted. Quick clearance, simple clearance.
Yeah, very well done from Christie. Best break of the match. She's probably wondering where that was earlier on. All his layouts were poor. This time it was very good. Shane Thompson still one away though. Don't worry about that. He has the next break. He'll hope for a big break and get it taken out at first opportunity.
Yeah, what would he give for a layout like the one Christie's just had?
It'd be a pretty quick end to the match if that was the case.
So 12 frames played, possible 3 remaining, but Shane will be very much hoping we don't have to play all 3.
Perfect strike. Tricky layout. Could be late drama in this match yet.
Yeah, he struck these nicely, didn't he? It was a clean contact. It's not going to love what he's left with, though. Not sure he can see a red, so not going to make his choice for him.
Even if he could. I mean, 8 ball would be a nightmare. Red at the top. I mean, neither set's good here. I mean, he could go super aggressive on yellows. If he goes yellow bottom left, plays into the 8 ball, and he's only got 1 bad ball at the top of the table. Yellows is the play. Yeah. It's not come out brilliantly at the bottom. You'd love to get rid of the yellow below the 8 ball, but you're playing into the 8 ball then, and might not land nicely on the next ball.
Yeah, it's a horrible ball to leave until last, because if you then arrive on it late and don't have a good angle, it's a real mess to get out of. You may just have to sacrifice perfect position, just try and float it in and get back somewhere near the middle of the table. He's got options at the top if he wants to go that way first, and it looks like his preference. Mustn't forget, of course, he's still got the yellow tied up at the top of the table that he's got to deal with. Good angle here to get into it. Just looking, what he wants to do is just glance the red out the way. He doesn't want to go barreling into the yellow and knock that safe. Just quite a delicate contact here. And that's pretty much perfect. Always had the ball over the top left, so it didn't matter that much if he didn't land on the ball that he was going to end up near to. It's all about leaving a good angle on the last yellow at the top of the table to get the angle he needs on the one at the bottom right. Potential 3 balls away from booking his place in the quarterfinals. Couldn't risk doing too much there. No problem at all with the yellow, it's just what does he do with the 8 ball? He's going to have to play some kind of cannon into it, you'd feel.
It's all because of the first shot. If it just popped out in a way where he could have dealt with this yellow before the 8 ball, he wouldn't have this issue. And I think that's okay. I think he's got enough of the pocket. Yeah, he's happy. He's happy. You can tell by body language. It's been solid here from Shane. Obviously, it's been Christie that's had to work the harder of the 2 players, and ultimately it was too hard for Christie. Shane's played a very solid match. Very few mistakes in there. Pretty clinical when he needed to be. A couple of big shots early on that really were the difference. And it's Shane Thompson that marches on to the quarterfinals, and he'll play his doubles partner from the World Championships, Carl Sutton, in the quarterfinals tomorrow at lunchtime. As we have a look at what's going on around the room, you can see there Craig Waddingham, Silver Sniper. He's at the table. He's taking on Josh Kane. Early stages of that match. And we'll be back with another match very shortly. But if you would like to watch the Josh Kane Craig Waddingham match, or any of the rest of the tournament, we'll be with you all weekend long with Ultimate Pool TV. So make sure you use promo code YouTube Wigan and get yourself signed up with a discount, and come join us on Ultimate Pool TV. And we'll be back after the break with our next match here from Wigan. Welcome back, everybody. We move on very quickly here at Robin Park in Wigan. Last 16 of the Pro Series 1. First Pro Series event of 2025, and Aaron Davies gets us underway. He's taking on new professional Zach Shepherd, who's made the step up from the Challenger Series. We're in year 5 of Ultimate Pool, and Aaron Davies has had some close calls at winning silverware, yet to make that breakthrough. I think he'll be very disappointed that he hasn't been able to do so, but he has been close. He's been to a Pro Series final, made the very first ever finals night in the Champions League. But here he is, trying to book his place in another quarter-final, having another tilt at the title, and he's got a new professional for company, and shouldn't take Zach for granted here. He started his pro career really well, coming through the opening night of the Champions League in a group that included Tom Cousins. Aaron Davies also came through his group in the Champions League, though, and looked very good in doing so, and will start this match as favourite, no doubt about that. But Zach is certainly playing with some confidence right now, but it is Aaron with the first opportunity in this match.
One of those players for a while we've talked about as being sort of not exactly the next big thing, but looking like he could be a potential tournament winner and could be making the breakthrough. Just so tough, there's so many people in that group. Not sure his level's necessarily even dropped. It could just be that other people have come up. Certainly wouldn't be a surprise if you saw him lift a title. Zach Shepherd, you'd have to say as well, has been an improved player. In some moments when we've seen him in big events where he's looked good in places and then looked a little bit ragged at times. Seems to have got on top of that lately. As you say, did well in that Champions League appearance in what promised to be a very tricky group. Aaron's enjoyed the Monday night competitions. Had a good run at the end of last year in a pairs cup with his brother. Brother's a very good snooker player, so quite a formidable pairing with the two of them. Looks pretty purposeful from the start here. Managed to link these together well. A choice there of either playing the yellow he's about to take to the right centre long for the corner, or forcing the cue ball through. Not like he had enough angle to get through, so just made it a slightly easier pot this way. And cue ball back into the centre of the table. He's a deceptively attacking player, Aaron Davies. Sort of methodical look to him, but actually very positive shot choices he plays. Very good at taking out clearances from unlikely positions. Very good first clearance there. He made it look straightforward, but there's a bit to do positionally. Be the last match of the night for both of these two players. Whoever wins this one through to the quarter-finals. They'll be back in action tomorrow afternoon. Ideal outcome for whoever wins. Rest of this evening off. Not too early a start tomorrow. The knowledge here at the business end of the tournament already. See, very considered approach to where he's putting the cue ball there. And the cue ball and the cue between the centre pocket and the corner to try and measure out exactly where he wants it to be. Decent split, only one ball down, but be happy enough with this layout.
I was already impressed with Zach making the step up. I wasn't expecting much from him. I've seen Zach play a lot. He does a lot of work with Wales and big part of the Welsh international setup. His performances in the Challenger Series were kind of a little bit sporadic, just a little bit. He had a couple of runs here and there, but a couple of tough, long periods of tough results. But he really knuckled down, and I think he's always had that inner belief that he can play to that level, to the pro level, but for whatever reason it wasn't happening. But early stages, of course. But so far, a few months into his pro career, he's looking the part for sure.
Yeah, it goes two ways with people, doesn't it? Some people step up and exceed yours and maybe their own expectations. Other people, sometimes you tip for greatness and it takes them that little bit longer to make their mark in the pro ranks.
Yeah, he's also worked very, very hard on his fitness. I feel like his stamina's improved, which is important during tournaments. And he is certainly reaping the rewards at the moment.
Yeah, you've got to hand it to people that are prepared to put the time in.
No, it's alright. I'm always still getting out of my chair anyway.
some good finishes in this match so far. That last one from Zach Shepherd was exceptional. It really was, and that was a real big sign of the level that he's playing at, and that he really is here to stay in the pro ranks. And he's going to be taking it to Aaron Davies here, but Aaron's responding in style. Really good response from Aaron. He gets himself back, ball square. Both players still need 5. Long way to go in this match. One more match still to follow tonight on this table as well, here on YouTube with Ultimate Pool. We will have Rob Warren taking on Declan Brennan, the number 2 seed. The final match of the night is just about to get underway over on Ultimate Pool TV. Stevie Dempsey will take on Rob Chambers for a spot in the quarterfinals tomorrow. And Mark Shepherd has left us here on the YouTube channel to go and commentate over on Ultimate Pool TV, and he'll be joined by Rob's brother John for that final game of the day before we finish up and get ourselves ready for the quarterfinals, which will be underway from 11 AM tomorrow morning. So we should have another hour and a half to 2 hours or so of action here on YouTube, and this one has a long way to go. And from what we've seen so far, both players look incredibly sharp, and it could come down to who gets the opportunities. Aaron Davies with the break in frame 7. Oh, just slightly came across the break there, but wouldn't you know it, the result is excellent. Very, very good layout here. Reds look good to me. It's just, what does he want to do first shot? It's fairly thin on the one to bottom left. He may have to play around with some yellows if he plays that shot. Then he'd have to deal with a red, which is a big enough gap to come down the table. You could go yellows, but the 2 yellows together at the bottom of the triangle area are kind of stopping you really from even thinking about that. So, should be reds. I'm really surprised with his decision. I know the first shot was slightly awkward. It could have gone top right or bottom left for the first red, and he would have found a clean route. But he's still in shape here on yellows, and I still fully expect him to get out. He's worked it well, trying to leave yellow left centre to connect to the 8 ball at the top of the table, just a natural line. So deal with these 2 at the bottom and track on up. Yeah, just wanted to leave a couple of turns of angle to beat the red, and won't want to beat it by too much. Very good this from Aaron. A couple on the bounce to get himself back in front. And he gets himself to the halfway mark. A long way to go. And as well as Zach has played, he's in a dogfight here. Winner of this match, we now know, will play Craig Waddingham, who has eliminated Josh Kane. Brilliant performance from Craig. One of the top-seeded players, rose right to the top of the game in the rankings, at least last year. Obviously been one of the best players in the world for a long time, but looks like he's back in a quarter-final. So some of the big hitters from last year are very much back in the mix. Tom Cousins, of course, Craig Waddingham, Declan Brennan, perhaps. It could be the 1, 2 and 3 seeds could be all into the quarter-finals. Rob Warren will have a say in that in our final match here on YouTube. As we see Zach hit his break. He's very precise with where he puts the cue ball. He uses the cue to line it up so it's the same every single time. This time it comes up dry. Don't think there's any issues with the yellow to bottom right. It might not quite have the full pocket, but there's enough. He may well just have that identified as his 8 ball. May not have to take 8 ball to top right, because he'd probably look to play one of these 2 yellows off the red into right centre. It doesn't have to. Can keep it clean if he chooses, but it looks a fairly comfortable shot. Just like that. Maybe a turn closer to the cushion than he would have liked. Half a turn more and get the cue ball off the cushion. Definitely helps. It's just another excellent finish. I mean, I'm saying that, you know, he's 3 balls away and it can go wrong. It's not an absolute certainty, but to work himself into this position, fabulous effort from Aaron, and he's certainly responding to the level that Zach showed in this match, and both players are playing incredible stuff. Delighted to say I have company for commentary for the rest of this match as Nick Finn joins me. And Nick, it's been great to see action all around the arena, but a couple more matches still to come. It's been a good day.
It has, yeah. It's been a really good day, and not too many issues for a first day in a new venue. Trying to do something on the scale, you know, there could have been a lot of things going wrong, but it's been. Yeah, it's not flawless. It's never going to be. There's always going to be a few gremlins to learn from, but it's been a great day of pool so far. Everything we've seen on and off the table. Some really good matchups as well.
Yeah, and it's shaping up well. Some of the big hitters, I was just saying, some of the big hitters are really turned up in this event. You know, we've got Tom Cousins, the #1 player, Craig Waddingham, and Declan Brennan's still to play, of course. He's not had the fireworks from Declan yet, but he's still into the last 16. Tough match against Rob Bourne to round out the day, so that'll be our top 3 seeds all safely through if Declan was to do that in the final match of the day. But Rob Bourne is absolutely going to try and get in his way, and of course Stevie Dempsey, the former #2, is going well as well. Shane Thompson, the former #1, he's going well.
And just walking past the main arena table, it's great to see Rob Chambers doing well. Rob, in his first pro event, obviously very, very experienced player, but made the jump across to ultimate pool, him and his brother, and it's fantastic. In fact, his brother's over on comms on the main arena table with Mark Shepherd at the moment, commentating on his brother. Rob, a great ambassador for the game of pool, does have a lot behind the scenes, and a great supporter, good friends with, and a great supporter of Carl Cope. Really well controlled break, the cue ball coming straight up and down the table. Bit of work to do, whichever set he elects to go for. Maybe forced actually into going yellows, because I don't think he's got an open on the red, unless this red passes between the 2 yellows to middle. I don't think it does. Oh, he's lost the cue ball. Wow.
He's okay as well. He's got sight for the potting angle.
Thought for sure he was in off there, but somehow the cue ball stays up, and yeah, didn't go to plan, but he's okay. Got the 3 yellows in the cluster at the bottom of the table that he's got to deal with. Needs to work out the plan for those. The yellow at the top of that white line as well. Doesn't go to bottom left. That would have been a good ball to use to try and develop, but doesn't go to that natural pocket. We may see him. That's an unforced error.
Yeah, it's a mistake. Haven't seen many of those in the match. It's been very high quality.
Like he was trying to nick a bit of the pocket, just trying to glance across the face of the yellow, but I'm not sure he needed to. Half expected to see him come down table and try and get on the yellow at the top of that white line to right centre, because then if he left a good angle on that, a lot of good things could have happened. Not sure which line he was trying to get there, because even if that drops, it's not an ideal position.
Zach's already taken out finishes tougher than this in the match. This really is a big challenge.
Yeah, a lot of pressure as well, isn't it? It's 5-3 down. You feel it's a bit of a must-win. That's not the cue balls, that.
I'm just wondering what he's looking at there.
I know, and me. I mean,
if he's thinking, is it safe if he leaves the cue ball underneath that yellow? I mean, it's not easy to get there without moving the furniture down there, so I'm not entirely sure why he was looking at it like that, but he must feel like he can get there.
He's working on a plan. Can't quite fathom what it is, but he's got something in his mind. Maybe just looking to see whether he can play that red and cannon into the yellow and what he would leave on the...
No, he's thinking about if he pops this red, pops into the yellow, does he leave the cross double? There we go. He tried to pinch the pocket to move the yellow out the way because it opens up the other red to the bottom right, and then the only shot he would have is the cross double or the long combination shot.
There are a couple of options. He's obviously got the one at the top of the table that he could use to play as a plant, but he's also got the yellow in the middle of these three that he could cut back. I can see a lot of good things happening if he gets that, or maybe he'll try the double. Very clever shot.
Doesn't get talked about too much, but Aaron's right up there as one of the best doublers of the ball on the tour. He's very, very good. That was a controlled version of the shot in terms of if he doesn't make the double, he still would take his leave, but now he has. He's going to go and try and run them out.
Prime position now, and great opportunity to go 3 ahead, and he really is in control of this one.
Want to leave the right angle on the final yellow, although, as I just mentioned, he is very good at the doubles, so if he had to, he could just try and put the cue ball where the yellow is, and he'd be more than happy with that as a final shot. Doesn't actually have to play for the 8 ball top right.
Straight enough, I think. Just topping the cue ball through. Well, maybe he didn't quite have the line, so he has left that double. If he was straighter, he would have definitely come through for that 8 ball in the top right pocket. But double it is.
Yep, double it is. Or is that a treble? That's a big moment in this match. 6-3 or 5-4, and Aaron, who is normally so solid on these doubles, has missed that one for a moment.
Wow. I think one of the players has stepped away for a quick bathroom break, so we're just going to head across to the main arena where Stevie Dempsey's playing Rob Chambers, that aforementioned match. Don't forget, this action is available to you on the Ultimate Pool app or ultimatepool.co.uk, and you can subscribe for just £4.99. using the code YouTube Wigan. It's going to get you a month's worth of pool. Bad miss there by Rob. He's played well so far this weekend. That's one you'd have definitely expected them to get, but it's his first time out in this main arena. It's a different vibe, a different dynamic.
Yeah, it's sort of settling in, isn't it? Figuring it out there. He played in the Champions League and did himself proud. Okay, ultimately didn't work out for him, but he relatively pleased with how he went, and you know, put together a confident performance. But got through a couple of really good matches today, and but this is a big hurdle.
So players are back and ready to go. Zach gets frame number 10 underway.
That's a big break there. And if that red goes in left centre, this frame is, well, should be a very quick one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that goes. I think these are done.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those that, yes, Aaron had a fluke in the last match on the 8 ball, and it was eye-catching. But from Zach's perspective, if Aaron just made the double on the 8 ball, you know, it was because he missed his opportunity, albeit it wasn't a good opportunity, but he missed an easy ball to leave the layout for Aaron. He could have played safe, he could have made it a mess, and he didn't. So what I'm getting at is, don't really worry about the fact there was a fluke there. Just, you know, he had his chance, didn't take it, forget about it. He knows he's playing well. That was pretty much his first mistake in the match. And get straight back on it, which he's in a prime position to do here.
Yeah, Aaron's still needing 2, so still there. As long as he can keep him off the hill. Just hope for a mistake in the next, and before you know it, he could be on level terms. Especially if he keeps playing like this. I mean, yes, they were all there. It was a great break, but through these in sharp time, a bit betwixt and between there. I think he was probably, I don't know if he was trying to hold for short position on the 8 ball to bottom left. Surely you let the cue ball release. There's much more margin of error on the other side. Should still get it, but it's a bit more difficult than it needed to be. He's a bit in off as well, isn't he?
Yeah, very careless to leave himself this awkward, you have to say. And I'm surprised he's come back to the way I thought he would go, because this takes away the in off for me. Yeah, no mistakes with it as well. Just a couple of seconds just to work that one out. And it is a very good break clearance from Zach, just to put the memory of the previous frame behind him and move on. Gets back within 2. Aaron's still 2 away. Big change for the Pro Series, obviously going to a race to 8 over a race to 7 from the last couple of years, and it does make a difference here. With 7-3 down, you're already up against it, but 6-3, there's just that touch more breathing room. Over on Ultimate Pool TV right now, Stevie Dempsey has gone 3-0 in front. That's the final match of the day there, and the winner of that match will play the winner of our final match, Rob Warne and Declan Brennan, which will be on here after this match. First glance, this looks slightly tricky layout, but might be able to solve the cluster first shot, and then there'll just be one on the cushion to land on nicely.
Yeah, I was thinking the same when I first looked at it. It looked a bit ugly, but actually I think the yellows are okay. It's got the one I say, should only really be one tough ball. If he plays his first shot well, and it's just that one up the cushion as you mentioned. Has to be yellows here, doesn't it? I mean, it looks like he's eyeing up reds for a split second, but it has to be yellows.
I can only assume he doesn't have the angle. I was thinking that the yellow below the red was potable, and then he could open up there, but maybe it isn't. There is other ways to do it, of course, and it's not much of a problem. But
I was the same as you. I was taking it for granted that one did go and it would be his first shot. But
this cannon's fairly easy, though, just to nudge into the gap of the red and yellow, stay on the one to bottom right. The key thing is not pushing the yellow awkward or safe. You'd love to leave it so that he could drop it into right centre to connect to the one above the right centre pocket.
You almost want to hit top side of the red first and then just glance into the yellow.
That will do nicely, yeah.
Just like that.
Yeah. He may not play for straight to get behind the yellow to top right, because we know he does like the doubles, but having just missed one, he may rather play for it on the cushion.
Trying to get as straight as he possibly could so he can play this yellow to middle and just run through. Maybe he could have done with another inch of pace, but if he's not straight enough, he could use the red and just glance off the red, the right hand side, just to get where he needs to be. I think he's just okay though. It's a slightly bigger angle. Don't know if he can hold the gap for the yellow to top right, so if he can't, well, he must be able to. Maybe just dab this in. Try and hold. Oh, he could.
Yeah, played it beautifully. Slightly off angle here. Does he have enough angle to play it around that way? I thought he might have to go top spin here and try and get some left hand side, get past the red, and worst case scenario you hit the red and you've got 8 ball from distance. So he tries to go the other way around, and yeah, that's quite a lot of side to get on, and I think that's the riskier way of playing. Bigger wall of reds, but it's difficult to say without getting right behind the shot.
Yeah, it's definitely riskier, but I mean, if he just finds the right line, he's coming into the line of the 8, so there is a bit of a margin of error. I don't think he's going to try and get too cute. He'll probably just take his medicine and just try and find the line rather than try and get close to the 8 ball. It's okay. Heart would have been in the mouth just for a split second as it came round towards the reds, but nice glance.
Yeah, it's very, very good, this. I know he had the big fluke, but he has played at exceptional level in this match. For me, Zach made a couple of half mistakes. Obviously missed that ball, and maybe a decision error, but Aaron's been fabulous. It is Aaron that's going to make it through, and he's one away now. Of course, Zach could win the next 4 and we'll change our story, but he'll start second favourite against Craig Waddingham, but it's a coin flip, as most of these matches are.
So the maths is pretty simple for Zach Shepherd. He needs all 4. potted 2 balls, the yellow and the 8. The 8 comes back up.
Good layout though. First glance, it looks absolutely wide open here for the break clearance.
Very strange break. Got a lot of top on it. Not often you see players do that.
Interesting to see which way he goes here. The reason I say that, when do you take the 2 at the top of the table? You feel like the 4 at the bottom, they sort of auto-connect. There's certainly an argument for me going top right, top left, and then coming back down. I think Zach agrees. And then this feels like the only shot that can really go wrong. In an ideal world, you land on the outside yellow with just a little bit of angle. Middle of the table plays really well here. You'd be on all 3. He's overhit this, is he?
He has.
Oh, he's that. Can you believe that? He's on nothing. He did overhit it. I say the middle of the table played well. Say for me, you want to try and get on the outside one, which is absolutely almost the plumb middle of the table. But to land there on nothing, it's a poor shot and unlucky for me.
Yeah, even if the cue ball moves half an inch, then he's still got a shot. It's a thin cup, but he's got a shot. Well, what about this? Oh. That's a valiant effort. Did well to hit it, let alone send it towards the pocket. Could have left this a touch easier for Aaron. He's got this one on the bottom cushion. He's still fancying to get it. It's a bit of a tester though. Very good. And a favourable nudge, and he's in prime position now. These should be fairly simple. This should be the finishing line for Aaron Davis. It's all about that first shot. He's got that right. All the hard work's done. Routine practice session down the pub when you try to get warmed up. Spread the balls around the middle of the table and just get your arm going.
Zach will be sat there hopeful, but I mean, clutching because there's nothing here. I mean, it's over. It would take a major error from Aaron not to mop these up.
A really close game. Well, it was a really close game when I came over, and it was 4 frames to 3. But Aaron Davis has just put his foot down on the accelerator and got away from Zach Shepherd. Very nice.
Yeah, job done for Aaron. That really was a very impressive performance from Cyborg. 8 frames to 4 in a match that Zach Shepherd played very well. Just a couple of mistakes at the back end there as the pressure came on, but ultimately Aaron Davies just really played an incredibly high level, and he will move on to the quarterfinals. As you can see there on the main feature table right now, Rob Chambers is just going in off against Stevie Dempsey, who holds a 4-1 advantage in that match. That is the final match over on Ultimate Pool TV. You can watch that one to a conclusion, and you can get a promo code of... It's a promo code YouTube Wigan, I believe. Yeah, I'm just getting confirmed. YouTube Wigan is your promo code for Ultimate Pool TV if you'd like to continue watching that. And we'll be back, of course, tomorrow with the quarterfinals and all the way down to the final. We'll see the Women's Pro Series final and the first Challenger final of the year as well. So plenty to enjoy tomorrow. Here on YouTube, we do have one more match still to come. Coming up very shortly, we are going to see Declan the Destroyer, one of the top players. Number 2 seed will be in action, and he is taking on whacker Rob Warne. Big match to finish off here on YouTube, and we'll see you very shortly.
The players' quarters off guard. We are here with the action on this final game of the day. Rob Warne versus Declan Brennan. Needless to say, two players that are in form. Just to get to this stage, you don't have to watch them to know that they're playing well. Certainly seen Declan play a couple of times today, and he's in some serious form. First time we've seen Rob Warne this weekend, but you know, Rob is a very destructive player. I think he's just trying to open up everything with that last shot. I think all the yellows are there now. Yeah, that works. So the yellow that's just below the bulk line, sitting below the red, that does go. I think it goes to top right, and he could use the ball as closest to the middle to land on it. Or if he so wishes, he could also develop with that ball. So a chance here in the opening frame. Tiny bit straight. He'd love to be able to punch the cue ball out. Just leave himself the right angle. Yeah, well, he's on to top right now. Very nicely controlled shot. And it looks now to be a formality in the first frame. Wow, bit of commentator's curse there. Should have been a formality in the first frame. The hamper cueing has cost him. Very out of character miss. Rob looking to tidy up the bottom half of the table. Yeah, he was trying to play a developing shot from around two cushions and knock the red out into the open. He went around the back of it. This one getting away from him. No man's land here. We're having to give this a lot of thought, and you can see why. Hard to find any kind of attacking option, and there aren't any loss of turn shots either. The only thing I can think is maybe the red that he's closest to. Try and play a loss of turn, and yeah, that's what I was going to suggest. Try and leave him snookered on the bottom one and hampered on the, well, not hampered obviously, but he would have liked to have just come another couple of inches down the table, because I think this is just still cuttable. It's very thin. And the cue ball will be running. So it has to consider where the cue ball's going as well. Didn't quite catch it. In fact, overcut it. Rob has to work this out. There's no loss of turn with the yellow hanging over the pocket. So probably you'd say forced into playing the ball that's out in the open, then maybe combination shot. What's he seen? Oh, can he glance off this red? Oh, actually, that's not bad. I'm going to ask the question of Declan. It's only a half ball swerve. Does he come past the red? No. So looks like Rob Warren going to get another chance in the frame. Tiny bit surprised. Rob's naturally a very attacking player. He had a half ball cut to middle, and I guess the cue ball was kind of running away from him a little bit, so he's just taking the more conservative option. But Declan can get side on this, and it's a one cushion escape. If he hits the 8-ball, could well go in.
He thought he made it, didn't he, when the minute he hit that?
And I mean, this doesn't look any easier than the last time Rob was at the table. I guess the 8-ball's a little bit safer, so he's got that insurance policy, but still got that red on the top cushion he's got to contend with. He's buried in the jaws of this pocket. It's not settled yet.
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, he was trying to pot it, but I mean, it was almost a half-hearted effort, wasn't it?
Yeah. Just seems to be looking for a better chance at the moment, and it's not coming. If you keep giving Declan chances.
I thought he'd made I thought he'd made all three of the last shots. I think he did as well. But Rob's got to go this time.
Absolutely.
He's got to get there now. I think he's got just enough angle to come up for the one on the top cushion and drop that in, and then it connects.
He's running through.
Oh, he was the wrong side of it on it, so he was going to come down for the one at the bottom, which is fine. That works as well.
Yeah.
I thought he had the angle the other way. He had to go up the table, but this is a better way around, because this one at the bottom was the harder one to get on, and he's still going to leave naturals. roll too far?
Yeah, I think so. Not the best angle. Now probably has to stun this in, use the side cushion where... Yeah, he played it really well. Strange frame.
Yeah, it was a strange frame. Been some strange matches actually on here tonight. We've had, in particular, the Shane Thompson-Christy Caulfield match was a very odd one. In the end, won by Shane Thompson. Aaron Davies versus Sat Shepherd was just high quality all the way through. Very, very good. I was expecting more of the same here. I still am expecting more of the same here. That is still very much just the opening frame. Here's Rob that has won it. Declan has the break in frame 2. This is a tough layout. Rob is very, very aggressive. One of right up there as the most aggressive on the tour. And it'll be interesting to see if even Rob takes these on.
Yeah, if he's going to take them, I think it probably has to be yellows and maybe take the double on to start with. Going to take one of the balls in open play just to make sure that he does get on yellows. Looks like he's winding up the cue. And he's found the gap. Was a very aggressive option.
Yeah, it's just the way he plays, and I think, you know, I look at a lot of players, and obviously, you know, essentially it's my job to analyse and you kind of give as much insight as I can, and I always look at players and think, what can they do to improve? And Rob's a great potter and can get out from anywhere, but sometimes I just think he is too aggressive for his own good. And can he add a B game that could win him a frame here and there that could make the difference between being a player that's kind of on the fringes of winning a tournament and actually making that breakthrough?
Yeah, that was my feeling in that with that last shot. It just felt like there were other options to try and develop that yellow. Oh dear, where are we?
Well, how do we feel about that one? Is it unlucky or lucky? I mean, what's happened here? Did that? I don't think that wasn't the middle of the pocket, was it? It must have spun round from the jaw to go back like that. We'll have another look, I'm sure, but very odd shot. In the end, a result not too bad for Declan. Still has a problem to solve. Well, let's take a look. Very unusual. First time I've seen anything like that on these rests on Apollos.
Yeah, me too. I saw one earlier that kind of went knuckle and back out. And that happened pretty quick as well, but that was very strange. Pulling back. Probably the right thing to do. Rob get behind this red, a little closer to the pocket. Definitely get to the one on the side cushion, but can't attack with that ball. Still got this insurance policy of the red tied up on the side cushion, but there's a few balls around now that can get through to this one.
That was full-blooded safety shot from Rob. No future at the top of the table. I was interested because, you know, there was options to be uber aggressive, but it's not nice at the top there.
He just tries to glance off this yellow, leave the cue ball down this end of the table. Trying to develop the yellow. Would have liked it to have come out another inch or two. But it's just off the cushion now. It's slightly easier for doubling purposes. Nice, well controlled.
Even with cue ball in hand here, it's not going to be great for Declan, as good a shot as that was. And, you know, from Rob's perspective, even though he's in a tough snooker here, I still have him as favourite for the frame. Just got to ride out this tactical exchange. Might have evened up a little bit if that opens up the 8-ball a touch to the bottom left. Still rather be yellows than reds.
Yeah, not quite so easy now for Declan to find a safety either. I mean, yeah, he's looking now to see if he can play the red just below the bulk line and then side cushion and back across behind the red at the top of the table. Nice double.
Well, that's a fabulous shot.
Yeah.
Especially if he's left himself the turn of angle he needs to do the work top left. He had a quick look at the 8-ball, so I'm pretty sure he's happy with this angle.
It's full-blooded too, because if he misses it, then he's left a really good chance there for Rob. Punches the ball into the middle pocket to force the angle that he needed. I have to use side cushion here. Well controlled. These first two frames have taken quite some time. If the players were on the clock, we're probably halfway through it already. But they're not.
I just think, I mean, Rob, you know, I think he made the right decision in going tactical and pulling back. There was no future. I mean, there was a crazy 3-ball plant or a double with development shot, and he had options there. But for me, the percentage play was to pull back. He just didn't. You know, obviously, let's credit Declan with, you know, some excellent shot making. The long double was fabulous, but will Rob look back at that frame? And I suspect he'll look back at that frame and go, "I should have just gone all out and tried to win it," rather than, you know, was there a killer safety shot he could have played? Could he have won that tactical exchange? You have to say he could have done. Obviously, he didn't. Those are the frames for me for Rob.
Recognise there's a lot of people tuning in to YouTube Ultimate Pool channel. We're late in the evening, and hope you're enjoying the action. The action is now finished on the main arena table, but we'll be back with it again tomorrow morning. Lots of great matches coming up again tomorrow, and as we mentioned before, you can sign up for a month's viewing for just £4.99 using the promo code YouTube Wigan. It's going to get you all of this series and all of the content is over there on the Ultimate Pool app or ultimatepool.co.uk. But for now, this is the final match for streaming tonight. There's a way to go. It's a race to 8. Both players, well, there's been chinks in the armour of both so far. And a couple of fairly grueling first frames. Well, that works. A super shot. Trusting a little bit to luck when you play them in that manner, but it's come out really well. Just needs to control one more. Side cushion with side. It's okay. And a quick frame.
Yeah, a bit more like it for Rob. That's what he wants to see. Get them open, get them in. That's how he likes to attack it. He'd love this match to turn into, you know, a match like that where it is just toe to toe and going at it like that and really attacking each other. He won't want to get drawn into anything tactical or anything drawn out. Declan, more of an all-round player. I mean, he can go toe to toe with anybody, can Declan. He's a fabulous player and great patterns.
Just one last shout out to the audience watching. If you would be so kind to just hit the like button. You'll find just at the bottom of the screen. Let the algorithm do its work and get this stream out there for the weekend. I'm sure there's lots of people that would like to be watching this. Probably don't know it's happening. It's 11:15 on a Friday evening, and I'm sure there's a number of people who would like to know about this.
Yeah, and it's probably best let's tell you what we got going for the rest of the weekend here. We're going to be free with you on YouTube all weekend long. A slight change to proceedings over the last couple of years with Ultimate Pool, and on the main TV table tomorrow, which will be behind on Ultimate Pool TV. You'll have the 4 quarterfinals, 2 semis, Challenger final, Women's final, and then the Pro final. But here on the free channel on YouTube, we'll have one of the women's quarterfinals. We're going to see one of the Challenger 3 semis, Challenger 2 semis, and Challenger 1 semi-finals. We'll see both women's semi-finals. The Challenger 3 and Challenger 2 final will also both be here on the social media table. So there's some big matches across the series here on Saturday. That's all the action from 11 AM. And say that all the big pro action will be across on Ultimate Pool TV on the main TV table.
In off, Declan Brennan brings Rob Warren to the table with ball in hand. And, first glance, may have thought that Red's with the ball. The red below those 2 yellows passes to left centre, but the problem with Reds is the ball on the side cushion. So Rob electing to go for a slightly trickier set of yellows, but he's just seen immediately that he can pop this yellow to top left and cannon into the red to open up the other ball. He's left the perfect angle to do it now, and this was the key to the frame, and Rob spotted it straight away. Really clever. Beautiful. Really good lesson for club players there. It's not always, it's just looking for that one big problem, and the biggest problem on the table was the red on the left side cushion. And trying to find a way to unlock the other set. I mentioned a second ago, Rob will love a match where he can just get his arm going and get his momentum going. And he's starting to.
This is the sort of match he wants to play. He likes to just go all out, get the finishes rolling in.
Fabulous. Looked a tricky clearance when he came to the table, but he took them out beautifully well.
Yeah, gets himself a couple of frame advantage. Could be 4-0 here though. He'll feel he should have won the one he lost. Okay, I'm going to credit Declan with a couple of brilliant shots to get the frame won. Rob will feel like he should have won that frame, and it could be 4-0 here. He's certainly riding the momentum.
So Mark Clifford in the chat has just mentioned the disabled series, and I'm not sure if we mentioned that one while we were running through, but we are planning to show some action from the disabled, aren't we?
Absolutely, yeah. No, it will be later on in the weekend, but yeah, no, that is being planned.
Yep.
He wanted a ball to keep that momentum riding. Hit the big break, got the good layout, but did not get the ball to fall.
Yeah, Deck will be over the moon with the opportunity to come to the table. It does a couple of things. It takes a little bit of the sting away from Rob Warren. He can just take that momentum away from him. You can already see he's just taking his time over working out this clearance, and he certainly won't be speeding through it. He wants Rob sat in his seat for a while just to slow him down a bit. Declan, absolutely not a slow player. So I think he's doing the right thing here. Nice double. Yellows look to be at his mercy. Perfectly weighted. Choice of a couple of balls, but I think it's going to be the one to middle next. Spanner Austin watching from Ireland, and you're more than welcome. Hope you're enjoying the stream and the action from the weekend so far. It's been a great day. So much more to come. Good stuff from Deck Brennan. Clinical. Ball was never more than an inch away from where he wanted it. Back within a frame now, and more importantly than that, it's what do we say? Back on serve, as he's breaking in the 6th. So his last break was in off. Needs to avoid it here. He hasn't. He's gone straight in off again. It's a mirror image of the last one. This game is all about momentum. Just as Deck was trying to build some up, it's unforgivable. It's not been kicked in off. It's just gone straight in. One yellow, one red tied up, and straight away Rob looking at yellows. I like to go yellows here because that yellow that is tied up on the left hand side is much easier to develop than the red. Ooh, that's smelly.
Yeah, I mean, what's best case scenario there to land on? I mean, maybe the plant through the gap. I mean, I guess you can say he's on the yellow to right centre, but that's a stretch. The way he went into it there, it's difficult to be nice on anything. Well, excellent shot to jab that one in. Now he is on that long plant, which I mentioned was probably best case scenario, but going to be difficult to get on these 2 yellows at the top. So this is not looking good here for Rob.
Yeah, it's difficult to play the plant and leave the right angle. He needs the right angle because he has to come up the right hand side of the table. Those yellows, we already know they don't go to the middle because that's what he eyed up at the very outset to see if he could take one of those 2. But does it? I mean, if this goes to middle, why didn't he play it as his opening shot?
May have been trying to open up the double. No, I don't think this goes to middle. I think it's the double.
Yeah, it must be the double. You're right. Nails it.
I promise he was in trouble. He really was in trouble. He has solved it brilliantly. That's excellent.
Stephen Keys has asked a question. What are the requirements to play in the Pro Series?
Well, you have to be a pro. Is that too simple an answer for you?
But I guess the question's in terms of...
No, I know exactly what the question is.
I mean, most of the players have... many of the players now have earned it by right.
Yeah.
So they've come through the challenger ranks, finished in the top 8 or however many's gone up. It's differed each year. And they've earned their position by right. Obviously, the first year we had to make a selection of who was going to be pro, who was going to be challenger. There were some natural choices for pro, some obvious people that would never go through challenger, and that's the way it was worked out. But now there's a ranking system. Players get demoted, players get promoted.
Yeah, it's meritocracy, isn't it? Originally, there was obviously the original selection, and there has been the odd wild card that have come in, and a few snooker players that have kind of been little X factors into it. But essentially, it is, you qualify through the Challenger Series, which anybody can enter. You get your entry in via Ultimate Pool, as we see Rob come up dry, and the frustration builds as he keeps wanting to keep the momentum riding. But yeah, going back to the question, you get into your pro status that way, and you have to earn the ranking points to stay on the pro tour. I think the one thing that Ultimate Pool have done differently from the start is identifying that there's a lot more to being a professional pool player than just being very good at pool. Obviously, that is a requirement that all professional pool players will need, but there is a lot more to it. It's they've got to do their bit to raise the profile of the sport, and by and large, they're all very, very good at that as well.
And Charlie asks, obviously we've moved from one tier of challengers to now 3 tiers of challengers, and Charlie asks, how do they dictate which tier people go into when they're a challenger? I mean, it comes from knowledge from the team, really, doesn't it?
There's actually I wasn't part of it, but I'm aware of it, that you've got your tournament director team, directors of the company, there's player representatives, and there was a selection panel that went through and did it that way. It's not going to be perfect. It's difficult to try and put people in those tiers, but it's a starting point. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. But what Ultimate Pool are trying to do is trying to create a platform where everybody has somewhere they can play and enjoy the game and have a platform that they can play at and earn their way through the ranks. And for that, I massively applaud them. I really do.
Yeah. So I mean, the players can see a direct line from Challenger 3 right the way through the pro ranks. Get promoted every year, just the same as it would be in a football league or any other league format.
And as it grows, that will go to 4, and who knows from beyond there. But absolutely, it's getting it right originally going to be difficult, but the goal is to get it as a system that will keep rolling, and you earn your place like you do in the pros. You earn your place in tier 1.
Yeah, Mick has asked whether, obviously there's no clock on this table, and maybe there will be one in later events. I mean, that's always possible, yeah?
Yeah, so I do have some insight into that, because I'm a lot more heavily involved in the broadcast, not just from a commentary and presenting perspective, but also in getting involved in how the broadcast is set up. And I know that the chairman, Mark Quirky, really wanted to go to that level here, but it's what's happened here in Wigan, the staging, the size of it, the scale of it, it all costs an awful lot of money. And I know it sounds to make every single match in the Pro Series play under the same conditions with a referee and a timer on every single match is a hugely expensive endeavour, and obviously they've got to work towards that, getting the money in to help fund that, coming from spectators and merchandise and 11 or 12 other revenue streams they have. It's really, but it's a stepping stone. It will get there.
Yeah, but I mean, the other point is we've got over 80 tables, and so the referees are spread a lot thinner, so we just don't have the availability at the moment. But the whole thing's an iterative process. I mean, you'll see improvements right the way throughout this. I mean, Ultimate Pool have tried to improve you could see that staged improvement from season 1 to season 2 and so on and so forth. This is the next level up. We've moved into different venues, into these arena type venues, which are just fantastic. I mean, this place is incredible. But again, there's going to be things that we learn from this, and as the money comes in, more money can be invested. It's just that whole iterative process of improvement.
Yeah, I pitched an idea to the Ultimate Pool team on a way to perhaps make every match from the last 32 get to those conditions, and I do think we'll get there. Whether we'll get there in 2025, I'm hopeful. We will see, but it's certainly very much in the thoughts of the Ultimate Pool team, the tournament director team. I think the unique thing that Ultimate Pool has is a new brand of pool, and the match clock is a big part of that. And I think at the pro level, it's important that everyone plays under those conditions. We're not quite there, but we will get there.
And also nice to see David Very in the chat. David, one of the Channel Island players, has been on the scene for many years, asking if the YouTube stream is going to be on all weekend. Yes, it is, sir.
Absolutely, yeah. No coverage, free coverage all weekend long. Obviously, very different to the main show, but you get this bonus coverage and get to see some of the great players. And like I say, the stream lineup for tomorrow's YouTube channel, I think it's fabulous. We get to see a match from. We've got 3 matches from the Women's Series, quarterfinals, 2 semi-finals. We get to see 3 semi-finals from the Challenger Series. We get to see the Challenger 3 and Challenger 2 final as well. So it's a great lineup on here on YouTube. Of course, the pros, which will always be our main focus, is going to be over on Ultimate Pool TV.
In the meantime, while we're focusing on you guys at home, Declan Brennan going about this clearance really well. And landed with the perfect angle to come down onto the last yellow to dispatch these last couple of balls and draw back level. Never been much in this one.
No, you got the sense Rob's been really wanting to get that momentum and stride away, and a couple of dry breaks have halted him in his tracks, and Declan has done the rest. And we're back all square. Both players still need 4. Any more questions flying in, Nick? I'm enjoying this. The question
It's
and
great.
answer session.
I love having the opportunity to interact with you guys. So yeah, if you've got any questions, just fire them in. So Nick Finn with Simon Webb. Simon heavily involved in the production side of things, so often knows a lot of what's going on behind the scenes. Might be able to give you a...
Yeah, I'm not often... I know a fair bit, but I'm not entirely sure what I'm allowed to say a lot of the time, but that never really stops me.
Caleb says the guy on comms has been going for years. Fair play to you. I'm not sure whether you're referring to me or you, because we've both been going for years.
You've been going a long time. I know I have been, yeah. No, it's... And to be honest with you, I mean, I've moved fully into broadcasting. I do a lot of sports away from Paul as well, but the fact that, you know, essentially I make a full-time living as a pool commentator shows you where the game has gone, which is quite incredible.
Yeah, we couldn't have dreamt of that even 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, it really is. I know what Paul, you know, it's a long way to go yet, but making great strides in the game.
By the way, what a great break that was.
Yeah,
Monster.
carried away with a Q&A here.
Stephen Key's asking if Tom Cousins is still ranked number 1. Yes, he is, and still in this event and playing just unbelievably well.
Yeah, insight into that for Tom as the number 1 player. He was so far ahead at the top of the rankings at the back end of last year that he could have taken 6 months off, but because of the way the rankings work at the start of the new season, he essentially lost a year's worth of rankings, as did everybody else, but it brought him back to the pack, so he actually can be caught. I haven't done the maths whether he could be caught this weekend now that he's made a quarter-final, but Declan Brennan's hot on his heels. If Declan went really well over the next couple of tournaments, Declan could get close to him, so it's got a lot closer, but Tom is still, you know, whether by ranking or by opinions, he's still miles ahead at the moment.
There's a cheeky monkey on the chat box called Robin Cripps. Any suggestions on how to get on the comms team? His friend Phil is working on his confidence. Robin does an amazing impression of Phil Yates, the snooker commentator. And I tried to get Robin onto a TikTok last year, but he was a bit shy. He didn't want to do it. He came over and said one sentence and disappeared.
Yeah, that's often the way, isn't it? You know, sometimes you just have to keep putting yourself out there and keep doing it. And there's so many opportunities to commentate these days. You know, not just on Ultimate Pool, but, you know, streams galore everywhere, and that's where you go and build up your confidence and go from there.
Gary wants to see a match between a couple of commentators. Ideally, you, Simon, against Tony Holgate. That's the match he'd like to see.
Well, we actually, as Tony and I travelled out to America together for the Phoenix Open, and we did play a very late night 9-ball match. Just called a referee over here just to make sure, and that was Declan just wanted to make sure, and that's the right thing to do in those situations. We have roaming referees. If you think there's going to be a shot that's tight, you just call the referee over to make sure. But going back to your question, yeah, Tony and I actually just had a very much a late night 9-ball match about when was that? Maybe 2 months ago now, out in Phoenix, Arizona, and I'm proud to say I came out on top, but that was more to do with the fact that I was trying to play Paul and Tony was trying to play an exhibition. So very much an entertainment factor.
Ever the showman.
But make no mistakes about it. I was a decent player, but you know, Tony was way beyond where I was as a player. So I'm not even going to try and kid myself or anyone else.
So Brennan breaking in frame 10.
My lord, that was a break. And it's not come out particularly kindly because of it, but God, he got some power through the pack here.
Yeah, he gave that everything. I think probably frustration from the previous couple that went in off. Just gave that the absolute kitchen sink. As you say, a little bit messy.
Cracking first shot that could make the finish here. That really was a very high quality. He now needs